Hey, welcome to S Tier Chat. We're doing things a little bit differently this week. We're going to be saying nice things about each other. So let's start it up, Joker. I want you to say one nice thing about Vaughn.
No, I mean, I say nice things about this guy all the time, man. Number one thing I can say about him though is and everybody knows this, this guy's like the godfather of midfield. So if you want to watch somebody learn the game, that's the guy to watch. That's the number one thing I always tell people.
That's
Thanks,
nice.
Pulling out the knee pads as usual, bro.
Thanks, us.
All right, your turn, Vaughn. Say one nice thing about Gumi.
No.
I didn't even know.
Oh, I mean, I will say there's a lot of people in the Omega Strikers community. There's a lot of people, all right? And the amount of people in the OS community that are genuinely actually funny is so low, it's insane. And Gumi is like at the top of the humor charts in OS for me. So that's why no matter how much of a brand risk you are, we'll always keep yapping at each other. Because I think you're a comedic genius, and that's the truth.
The only way you could compliment Gumi is by bringing everyone else down.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm elevating him, letting him know he's a beast.
I'm sure Gimmy appreciates that. Gimmy, can you say one nice thing about Joker?
Joker, you're a beast. I'm so happy I got to play with you. Those games for LAN, that shit was so fun. And I know we were kind of like enemies now. Play in the last week of Nassel and in playoffs, we're gonna be playing against each other. But you're a cool guy and you're fun to play with.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, sick. That's cool stuff from everyone. Next question: what's like a positive experience you've had this season? What's like your favorite or highlight of the season you'd say you'd had so far?
I'll start. I've got a highlight immediately. It's the rise of the Sundubu Strikers. I love the Sundubu Strikers. You can go back all the way to NSL Season 1. I yap in that server. I yap in Twitch chats for... God, it's been almost a year now since NSL started, by the way. That's wild. Congratulations to our TOs. That's insane. But I loved watching, especially Josh, because it's my position. Josh has turned into this fantastically talented player, which I'm so excited about. I mean, I love getting to play good matches. And every time I play against Cindy Strikers, and especially Josh, it's a treat. So by far, nothing's come close to that being my absolute favorite. I love the Cindy Strikers, and I wish their season had gone differently as the number one Cindy Striker fan. But I think as human beings, they killed it, all of them. So, and I loved meeting them too. That's mine.
I could go next. I think one thing like crazy about this season, like the highlight, is like all the new rookies, like all the new players. Like I can go and name them. Like obviously, like Katsuna, it's his first NASL season. Scyther 12, Fresh. Like Fresh feels weird calling him a rookie because he's an older guy, but like that guy's so good, bro. He's been playing so well, and yeah, the new players just took the stage and they've been all playing so well, and I can't wait to play against them in the playoffs. So yeah, that's the highlight of the season for me. All the new players.
Yeah, for me, it was mostly just honestly watching like the games this season. They were so hyped. There were so many set 5.5s, and honestly, I enjoyed watching the games this season more than playing. I had such a great time watching. Like all these new teams, like Hus said, all these rising stars, seeing them grow and improve, and the Sundubu Strikers, like Vaughn said, I just had a great time overall watching the season. And honestly, like our games have been really fun. So this has been a good season.
Yeah, on that same note, what do we think the sort of the gap between like the top tippy top teams and the like middle tier quote unquote teams is kind of closing? Like with teams like LC, Bun Bun, and EKC are kind of like I feel like they're doing a lot better now, you know? I feel like they're really I feel like there's a lot more contenders than it kind of felt like in previous S tier tournaments, I would say in the past. Even like Sundubu having some really great showings this season. What do we think?
I'm down to say yes. Gumi's allowed to say no because Demons Raw literally I don't think Demons Raw has lost a best of 3 to anyone but us. still. So, and they've also never lost an NASL match to anyone in a best of 3 ever with their main roster. So Gumi's allowed to nod no, but I will say yes as the guy who lost to all the teams you listed. I think what's really showing is that it's very admirable to, as someone who lived in, like, I'm going to call it the scrim dark ages of season 1. It's very admirable that all these teams routinely practice and put in so much effort, hours and hours every week. We can all see them on the client. Some of us are Steam friends with each other. Like, we know. And the hours are paying off. It's really cool to see. Like, I would say every team that made playoffs as like a new team, like you said, like Last Call, Bun Bun, Cow is a new team. I mean, the roster is completely new. Cow, and then EKC. Those people scrim like, I don't know, at least like 6 to 10 hours a week, every week for months. So I think they deserve it. I think that's really hard to do. I think when you stay together as a team, you have to like appreciate each other as well as just being good at the game. So I think it's a testament to those players and how they were dedicated. So I think in this playoffs, any team can take games off of anyone, even the like untouchable Demons Raw. Like there's games this season where a team is like 1 point away from taking a game off them. You never know what can happen. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't know where my team will end up, and that's honestly the most interesting part to me. I just won't know. I won't know what position we'll get, and usually I feel like I'm comfortable with that. So I'm looking forward to it.
Damn, man, this guy stole everything I was gonna say. Like, I was gonna say like how like I was gonna say how Gooby's like allowed to say no. Yeah, like he's the guy to beat right now. Everybody's looking at Demons, and they're the team to beat. I know they beat my team in regular season. We didn't have the best game against them, but we know we did wrong, and like we're ready to face them again. But as for the other teams as well, like they've all been playing so good. Every game we've had against them has been close, win or loss. I think only EKC beat us, and they've been playing really well too. But yeah, like look at these last weeks as well. These recent weeks, like Bun Bun's been playing really good. Last Call turned it up against 2 of the best teams. Like, and those guys are locked in for playoffs, and they can beat anybody. I think if they just play like that, especially like with this Asher goalie character now, fresh playing that. So yeah, but no, not to take away from him though. He's a good player. But yeah, like any of the teams can beat each other, but. We're all looking at Demons and we're like, these guys are the guys to beat. They're on top right now, and they're allowed to be cocky if they want, but they can't be too cocky because they just let one chance slip, they're gonna get punished. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at Nozzle season, I'm looking for the game to be advanced every single season, right? I want to see higher level gameplay every season. Season 1, it was like we're just getting started, right? Season 2, it got a bit better. Season 3, I think everyone would agree we're at the pinnacle right now. It's a lot better than it was last season, and I'm hoping season 4 gets better, but we'll have to see with that. I think there's lots of really good teams, and I think the gap is closing. But I'm not going to say much more than that until the grand finals of an S tier isn't Sad Boys versus Demons. So we'll have to see on that.
Yeah, we'll have to see that season. We'll have to see. That's super true. And honest, and we think we're going to go on to predictions now. Kind of quickly get through these. It's interesting to look at because although playoffs are locked, there are a lot of teams that are 5-3 right now, and any of them can still finish or start in playoffs winners bracket or losers bracket, which is a very significant difference. Being able to lose one game, especially when all the teams have sort of elevated, it's a pretty big deal. So the first match is Last Call versus Quest. Last Call need to win this for a chance at being in the winner side of bracket. So I'll go Joker first. Who do you think is winning?
I want Quest to win because that's my boy Hamster Quest, but I had to just say Last Call, bro. I can't just say they're not gonna win when they beat like Demons and Boys and they're on a like tear lately and Asher's a character. So yeah, I go Last Call.
Vaughn? For Last Call versus Quest, Vaughn?
Oh, yeah. I'm just gearing myself. Is the positivity part dead of this? Like it's over now.
Hey, there's no more points. I mean, you didn't
Okay.
have to care about them before.
Let's lay it on the table. This game is going in the gutter, and everything about it, including dreams, are dead. I don't care anymore. I want Quest to win so badly, but in my heart, I can't bring myself to say it. Just throw in the towel. It's a last call. Quest are the goats. Asher's gonna get abused on at least one team, and then Zentaro Kazan abuser on. I mean, bro. I hate the meta. It's last call 2-0. Just move on.
I mean, Fresh is a known Asher goalie one trick. And I've been practicing her new mechanic recently. Like last night, Vaughn was there. I was in the mines. I was trying to learn her new mechanics. It was really hard, honestly.
It was incredibly difficult for Gumi to master, but he was able to pull it off after hours of practice.
And I've
No
heard
shame.
Fresh was unbinding his secondary when he was playing Asher in solo queue. So we'll see if he does that against Quest. But I think it might be Quest's last call, and they might be having their Jade's Angels with the shotgun season.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also. I think it's going to last call. This team is. They have adapted to the meta very well, and they've adapted so well. They adapted to it before it even was the meta in some cases. But moving on to our next matchup, it'll be Core Overflow versus Oshi no Core Flip.
One thing I will say, because I'm sorry, the nice thing ended, but I do have to say this. There is someone who is never talked about on that team, and that's Hook Resets. That guy compared to NSL Season 2 has gotten so much better. I just have to say that because before, like, he was just an era one trick, and he had, like, a kind of an Estelle, and then when Era got banned, it was an immediate loss. This guy's, like, a real player now. Like, I don't know if Huss, maybe you have thoughts about it, but when I played them, I thought they played really well, so I need to give him a shout out because he has never talked about it. I just realized we still didn't talk about him today. He's a beast. He's developed well. He's got good passing plays. He's got vision. I wanted to say that.
Just to quickly add, like I think it was a smart move of him to add Juno to his pool as well. That's a really good character, and he's picked it up really nicely as well. So yeah, just to add on to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, gotta ban that Juno now instead of the Era.
Yeah.
We're on the next matchup. It is Core Overflow's matchup, so I'll start with Joker once again.
Mhm.
You guys taking it versus?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say we're not, but of course, and just to like explain it, like I think we're all like pretty disappointed that like we lost to Demons last week because that was our chance to like get first seed. It was kind of an important game, but you know we're in winners now. It's fine, but yeah, we just gotta like prove still like we're like on top as well. So we're just gonna go and take care of business.
Gumi?
Cow. I don't know what else to say. It's a cow.
And Vaughn?
I'm not here to be the hero or the hoper. It's Cow, and it's gonna be 2-0. It's just
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
heard
know.
a lot of playoff teams being picked over the
POV,
non-playoff teams.
I pick the playoff team to win against the non-playoff team. 2-0.
Yeah, I'm the same way here, but hey, still Cal. If Cal loses, then they might not get top 2. So there's still some stakes there for them. And that's about it. But for our next match, it is Bozo versus Bun Bun. So Vaughn, who you got?
You know what's funny is like there's a world where if they want to win and they don't for fun, Bozo could win this. I feel like their kryptonite generally is people killing them in the game. And I want to say that Lily's going to be on a melee goalie, which for guys all too happy to mirror. It's just comfort. And then Liari plays like now Juno or Estelle, and only one of those like really centers around a focus heavy play style. And then even then, I'm pretty sure she takes slick kicks on Estelle, can still do damage, but then like I mean, all I'm saying is there's a world where Bozo wins, and it'd be cool to see it happen because I like drop. You know, I'll just you know what? Okay, 2-1 Bozo. Let's vote for a non-playoff team for once. I'd like to see Drop Leto get some flowers. I'm gonna say 2-1 Bozo for fun. I don't think it'll happen, but I want it to happen, so I'm sticking with my gut. Just one more miracle. All right, that's all.
All right, cool. Non-playoff team voted. Give me, what do you think?
I mean, I was honestly gonna say the exact same thing Vaughn said at the start, where Bozo could win if they want to, but I think there's like a -10 chance they actually are gonna try this week. So I think it's just a bun bonanza.
Yeah.
Joker?
I just think Bun Bun's 2 on form right now. They're playing really good, so yeah, I'm gonna give it to them.
Yeah, I do agree with the points Vaughn was saying, but Bun Bun's looking really just too strong
They
right
are.
now. And
Yeah.
it's just probably just gonna be a Bun sweep. But they do need the win to give themselves better chances of starting in winners. So Bun are definitely gonna be sweating that one a bit harder than Bozo. Next we have EKC versus Sundubu Strikers, the Aaron's Kitten Club versus Sundubu Strikers. Gumi, who you got?
I think I'll probably be giving it to Era's Kitten Club. They're hungry for that top 4. I don't know if Sindubu's been practicing this last week after having a heartbreaking end to their season. I mean, I feel so bad for Sindubu. They just started getting their stripes towards the end of the season. Everyone was glazing them, and then they just couldn't get it done in the end. So I feel for them. But I think EKC has been looking really, really strong.
Joker?
Um, I'd say EKC as well. They've been looking good and strong, but my heart's telling me to go with Sundubu, and I'm gonna follow my heart. So I'm gonna go Sundubu. Actually, switch that up for me.
It's been switched. Vaughn?
Hey. Hey. There comes a time in every man's life where he's kicked down and out. But you know what you have to do in situations like those? You have to rise. Can I get a hashtag FLAMFSDBS in the chat? It's a Sundubu striker sweep. One final time. I've never voted against them on the desk. I won't start now. It's a 2-0 Sundubu. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, let's see if Sundubu can win their last ever NASL match.
Yo, that's crazy.
No, I believe in Sundubu as well. I want them to finish with a bang. And I think they can do it. And our final match, Demons Raw versus Sad Boys. Usually I start with who's playing, but because 2 people are playing, I'll start with Joker. Who's winning?
Damn, man. I mean, both these guys are my friends. I love them both, but I just had to be like logical here. I think it's just got to be Demons, man. Sorry, Vaughn.
You're
There's
chilling,
like
bro.
a 90% chance Vaun votes
Yeah.
Demons Raw, I think.
Yeah,
Vaun,
I think
what are
you're
you? Vaun, are you
Um,
voting?
Yeah, especially because my starting goalie cannot make it today. So if you guys, this is a warning. If you're here during the pre-show and you're betting channel points and you're feeling like a boys believer, just know that you already lose is not here. So I'm probably gonna vote Demons as well. I think it's gonna be a 2-0 for Demons. I don't know if Southwest has what it takes today. I mean, I'm not feeling the greatest myself. I mean, I'm gonna try my best, but like, is Taiko Temple legal even? No.
I mean, we're going to Taiko Temple.
I don't think it's legal. Okay. Yeah, it's not looking great, but you know what? We're already in playoffs, and grand finals will be this. So I mean, it's like I think someone calculated it. Fun fact: this is gonna be our like 80th game playing against each other in tournament since launch. Like over 80 individual games, I think, or is it 50? I don't know. It's an insane number. So we're passing some sort of milestone. It's just another day. I like playing against Demons. I wouldn't say we're favored to win, but I'm gonna try. So that's my 2 cents.
Jamie?
Yeah, for me, I mean, if Fudgy Waffles gets put in for Caleb, it might be winnable. Goalie Waffles knows no. but I think we might win this week, and I kind of want to play midfield, so there might be a win con for Sad Boys. But I'll vote for Demons.
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting for Sad Boys on the
Oh,
off
that's
chance they
my
put
boy.
in me and Drew, or they put me goalie. Then it's just sweep. It's just I completely gapped their entire team. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see
Bounty
if
Hunter.
they put in the Bounty Hunter. But that'll be it. All the matchups, although generally the consensus is leaning towards the playoff locked in teams. They do matter. If there is any upsets, then it will affect how playoffs happens, and it could maybe some big like what ifs later on. We might look back and be like, hey, what if this team didn't lose to Sundubu Strikers? Then they would have started in a better spot. And Tychos is still legal, by the way. So
Yo, let's go. We're going to Tycho.
imagine that'd be so funny if Give Me Bandit, but I don't think they will.
We will not be banning Tycho Temple.
I don't
Yeah, the
think
only
it
thing they
will.
ban is Atlas on Tycho. They're fucking
They might ban the
terrified.
Dubu.
They wouldn't Dubu Mirror either.
Yeah,
so
they
it's
might
all
not
good.
do Mirror, but
All good. I mean, Ali's low-key the best Dubu forward in the world, so I don't blame them.
yeah. But I think we should be just about ready to head into our first game. I'm going to hand it off to Gordo. Thanks for coming on the show, guys.
Thanks, and congrats to our TOs, by the way, for another successful season.
All right, take it, Gordo. Hoping you're ready. Up there.
I'm
in the
muted.
big
I'm
booth.
muted every time. Thank you very much, Fudgy. Appreciate you sending it on over. Welcome, everybody, to the North American Strikers League, week number 9. It's the final week of our third regular season. We're still going strong here on Nassau. And while the game's maybe not going to have the most implications, we already know who's in playoffs. We already know who's not. Still going to be some seeding to be fighting over here, Mystic.
I was muted as well.
Happens.
But yes, these matches do matter for those in playoffs. Other than that, it's still great practice for those no longer eligible to move forward, but still want to keep competing in a future NASL league or just in competitions in general. So we can still see some good quality matches come out today. And first up, we got Last Call versus Quest Esports.
Absolutely. And by the on that note, I got to call out the desk here a little bit. We're just like completely disregarding the possibility of requalifying here. Like these guys still get a chance, right? They're going to get to play against some of those potential promotion teams and get a chance to defend their slots. So it's not doomed yet. They definitely still have some stuff to play and practice for. And, getting these last couple of rounds in up against the Nassau teams might make you a little bit more prepared to play up against the Nassau teams that you're going to be facing in the promotion
I was going to say
tournament.
these. If you are in that like relegation section of NASL, watch out because the top of NASA is coming for those spots, right?
Oh yeah, it's dangerous territory, right? We've talked about this before on here, Mystic. Last promotion tournament, all 4 teams that were in relegations did end up exiting the league. We got 4 new
Yep.
teams in for season 3, but that's not guaranteed to happen every time. And in fact, I would say it's more likely than not that it doesn't happen every single time, especially when you have some of these teams that are starting to hit their stride in this promotion tournament, right? Like Bozo Bunch, they're still looking like they have the capacity to be competitive. We were talking earlier on about teams like Sudubu Strikers starting to hit their stride a little bit later here. If they can keep that stride going for a promotion tournament rather than the Nassau regular season, then they definitely have themselves a shot to be able to be a little bit more competitive, come back here next season and see if they can make that playoffs run there. But with that said, we're kicking things off here with a Last Call, the last entry into the playoffs off the back of a fantastic last couple of weeks where they've taken down both Sad Boys and Demons Raw. And they're going to keep putting the asterisk that it wasn't the full Demons Raw starting roster, but that does not matter to the standings, Mystic. They took them down. They handed Demons a regular season loss, and they have locked themselves playoffs partially due to that win, playing up against the still winless Quest Esports.
Yeah. So as you said, Last Call had a little bit of a not necessarily a miracle run, but definitely a series of unlikely events to go through to make it to this spot, and they are gonna take everything that they've gotten up until this point and run with it. So here they are. This is potential, I believe, seeding implications. So although Quest Esports does not have an outcome change for them based on the result of this game, they can they can still mess around with Last Call if they take this win. That being said, going into the map selection here for this set of 3 potential games, we have game 1 is Quest Esports pick, which will be Oni Village. We've been seeing Oni Village come up so frequently for Quest Esports, and they definitely take it all the way. A lot of times, it's either they're losing just by a hair, or they're actually winning their Oni Village game, but don't end up winning the series. Game 2 is going to be Last Call's pick, and that'll be Gates of Obscura. And then the final game, if we do make it, will be Atlas Lab. And it does seem like we are loading into the game now.
Yep, going to be kicking things off on Oni Village. Quest's pick, like you said. And I'm going to be honest here, Mystic. I may have bet the house on Quest here just a little bit. I believe in them. I believe in their ability to be able to turn this around, get a little bit of a win here at the end of the day. We've seen Last Call, slip up against some of the lower tier teams before. They did drop to Oshi earlier in the season. And you know what? I really like what Last Call's been able to put together the last couple of weeks. Since bringing in Sloopin, I've really liked what Sloopin's been able to show us. I want to see if they can get themselves up to 1-8 here. There's still a little bit of pride to be played for them. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off. But yeah, that Asher for Frightfully Fresh, everybody's talking about it, and it's a new feature, we can call it, is definitely giving everybody a bit of a hard time.
As a feature enjoyer myself, I went into the mines yesterday and did some practicing, like Gumi had mentioned, and just to go try it out. And it's definitely noticeable, and it's definitely strong. But I was not able to test it that much from what I understand, going for a little bit of a pride here, not locking in the Asher, although it was the hover here. That's Last Call saying that we don't really need it. But again, I haven't played too much of it. I think I only had like 2 games in. It is noticeable when you are looking to do it and use the extra cooldown on the strikes. Especially with quick strikes, but if you're not really going out of your way to do it, you won't use the value too much. But Asher is not in this game, Gordo, so I will stop talking about Asher as we load in, and both barriers dropped for Quest Esports as Last Call with a quick first point, and a slow-moving core just makes it right past Sloopin.
Yeah, Sloopin was hanging out on the top side, looked like he was relying on Hamster Quest there to be able to intercept and be able to send that back the other way, but just doesn't end up working out that way this time. There's another one here. I mean, a little sluggish to start off with, it definitely feels like here for Quest Esports, is giving up a couple of barriers there that it didn't feel like they absolutely needed to. Double Atlas, of course, can be very adept at being able to keep up the defense on especially the latter of those 2 barriers on this map, so I'm gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to pick that one up later. Hamster Quest finds himself very low, though, off the back of that trade earlier on. Going to have to go elusive just to avoid going down to Borg to get some of that health back. A nice little KO, though, found onto Frightfully Fresh. Going to buy them a little bit of a power play here and force Borg to come back and play the Zentaro goalie for a couple of seconds. Does look like he's going to be able to hold on to it for long enough for the respawn to come through for Fresh, and we're back to a parity state.
Yeah, not able to make use of that power play. Hamster Quest was able to get the Giga KO onto Fresh from just being slightly mispositioned. You know, one thing I didn't take a look at all was the starting awakenings, and it was that KO that made me hold the tab button. It is Twin Drive specialized training start here, and the specialized training definitely came into play there when getting the KO onto Fresh. But Twin Drive for everyone else probably played into the choice of the Atlas picks for both teams. As I say that, someone else destroyed off the map from the goalie side of Quest Esports. It is Borg, who is just now returning, but this has been a pretty slow point. It is Atlas with Twin Drive holding it down on Oni Village. These points can end up taking a really long time if the Atlas just cycles their cooldowns correctly. And the way Oni Village ends up being is that the core, especially in overtime, if the barriers aren't broken, ends up moving a lot of ends up moving really fast, and causes it to be a really difficult to maintain for like core control and set up plays. As I say, that KO after KO. First, Frightfully Fresh being taken out as the final barrier drops, and HQ Hamster Quest, aka Eric himself, comes in with the flip to get another KO and score the point, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, that's great stuff there out of Hamster Quest to be able to come in and find that second KO. Going to be able to open things up, going to be able to find them their first goal of the set. And what very well could be a long game here, as you said, the double Twin Drive Atlases on Oni Village. Oh boy, this is going to take quite a bit of work to actually be able to move on past Borg, going for an aggressive play. Going to get blocked away by Sloopin, but is going to cost him all of that energy that he's built up over the course of the first couple of rounds. Now going to be sent back on over. Hook resets, trying to take control in midfield, sending it back on over to Borg. There's going to be the point-blank flip, taking it on in with the rush to be able to open on up the goal and get them set up for a follow-up. Juggle on back from Fresh, going to get it over to Hook Reset, Switch taking control, trying to find his way out of the barriers. The Blabo's going to pass it up to Borg. Borg goes for the dribble, sends it on in, goes for the mix-up. Not going to find it this time, but I do love just how much usage the slice and dice into the shot has gotten in the last couple of weeks of Zentaro play.
Yeah, Borg was actually back at the LAN. Borg would mention how not many people were doing that, and he's become really consistent at it. And it's just like a new tool to add to the arsenal, because now that the enemies know that Borg can use that ability really frequently, he doesn't have to. It's just a mix-up in both using it and not using it.
Yeah, definitely. And the tech is starting to get a little bit more popular as well. I swear I saw NXZD do it last week in the match that we covered. So definitely, and by we I mean myself and Saya. So definitely starting to get a little bit more popular with Zentaros around the league, and do love to see that emergent gameplay coming on out here in Omega Strikers, even here in Season 3. Switch sending it back on over, though, trying to keep that pressure on a Frightfully Fresh. The goal's been open for forever, but Last Call have not been able to put themselves together a shot until Borg finds it here. 2-1, taking the lead.
The passive dash into the rush, able to get it through Sloopin, who did have the energy burst there as well. Unable to react to Borg's quick thinking. And it looks like the barriers eventually fall, but they require like a pretty good setup from Borg here to get it through, right? Like using the Zentaro abilities, cycling them through properly to just try to set it up in a way where the Atlas is either in hit stun or can't respond, and just like that, right? Like using the energy burst baits out both the primary and the secondary, isn't able to get it even after that. And now by the time it makes it back over to Borg, the twin drive will have probably accumulated another stack, and the primary will definitely be back up. But it is Hamster Quest able to get the final barrier there. Borg trading it right back, and now a dribbling passing play between Switch and Hamster Quest. Switch able to get the KO with the rush and score, and it is Hamster Quest, probably the barrage, touching it at the end, getting the point, tying it up 2-2 here in set number 1.
Really good. We're going to be going all the way to 0.5 here on this first set. And I hope everybody's settling in for a nice long game here, as we've been describing pretty much the whole way through. Really hard to find your way past the Atlas on these maps, and so far both have done a pretty good job of holding things down. It's only KOing the Atlas or managing to get one of those big mix-ups like you're talking about for Borg that's really going to be able to get you on towards that goal barrier. Sent back on down by hook resets. Now Borg juggling it to himself, sending it back up, tries to get the combo, not going to be able to find it onto the core. Sloopin clearing things back out once again. Oni's Blade going to hold on to it, but now Switch getting an opportunity up on the top side, going to be able to find the first of the barriers, going for that same combo, blocked back away by the Cosmic Expanse. Now just passed back over. Borg going to get another chance to reset and see if he can find this one. Slashing Strike going to be available here in just one more hit. He's got it now. Can he piece something together? He needs hook resets to set up for him.
Yeah, hook resets is like, I'm liking how frequently Hook is able to get the ball over to Borg, and collective effort. They're able to get the final barrier here. Core flip comes out, trades with Sloopin, but Sloopin not able to catch it in the rush, securing the final point in round number 1 as we go into the Awakening draft with Last Call advantage. Frightfully Fresh in the lead in terms of EXP. Taking a look at what we have here, though, surprisingly enough, Quest Esports managed to get more EXP in the middle of their roster, so they have 2 picks back-to-back here. Explosive Entrance most likely going over to who is that? Switch SSB, with Chrono Boost being taken away. That is 2 out of the 3 Dash Awakenings gone, leaving only Aerials up if Borg wants to compete now with Switch. It's actually a really big pickup there. Having the Twin Drive Explosive Entrance on Switch versus Borg, who will not be having it, is going to make like a noticeable difference here as we go into this round number 2. Other than that, 1-2 punch picked up for hook resets, which is a phenomenal pickup for Juno. About to start seeing the core flying as the Juno primaries come out and send it super fast. Other than that, we have a spark picked up for Fresh, so just something to keep in mind as the sets go on. Maybe a Spark of Leadership draft ends up happening and ends up being a deny. But overall, it's like pretty good picks for everyone.
Yeah, it's crazy just how high up the priority has gone on these Sparks since that Spark of Leadership getting the bug fix and actually inserting itself into the rotation. Just been so good to be able to pick up early on, to be able to guarantee the stacking and eventually be able to share it with the team if luck does end up favoring you, especially on these goalies. So Fresh just going to prioritize that one above everything. So far, though, been a good early advantage here for Quest in set number 2. They were able to find themselves both barriers. They've got an open goal to work with. Borg trying to piece himself something together over on the right side, see if he can make things even. There's going to be the Cosmic Expanse, or the Astral Projection, rather, out of Sloopin. Sends things back on over, does deny Borg's opportunity to actually use that energy burst, sending it back over. There's going to be hook resets, trying to take it with the blob bounce, ricocheting off the bottom, passed up to themselves. There's going to be Hamster Quest falling lower and lower, but gets another orb to stay healthy for the time being, and still that last barrier that is a thorn in the side of Last Call. They just cannot manage to piece it all together for themselves, and just going to try to keep up the defense as long as they can, but here's the two-pronged pressure coming in from Hamster Quest. The switch going to get cleared back out by that core flip. Now, Frightfully Fresh doesn't have the resource any longer and still has Switch launching himself into this goal arc, trying to put together the point. Giga Blast nearly finds it there for Hamster Quest, but going to still be just a little bit too far away. Now falling low on health, has that Celestial Intervention to stay up, but Switch pieces together the combo and sends it into the goal.
A good bounce off the bottom, setting up the Zentaro passive dash into the now explosive entrance extended blink of the rush, getting it through Frightfully Fresh, and Frightfully Fresh had no elusive there, wasn't able to protect himself against it, and then the hit stun was just long enough. But we're already seeing, like I said, from the draft, the difference that explosive entrance makes, because it just does so much for Zentaro. The passive gets extended, the secondary blink, and the ultimate, the distance at which you can press and teleport to on Zentaro with the ultimate is something that goes unnoticed quite frequently. So we're going to see Switch being a little bit more enabled as Borg tries to set up these plays constantly, but is getting stuffed by Sloopin, who's doing a good job. Was a little bit slow there in round number 1, but it's coming back. As I say that, the final barrier does drop though, but we do get a clear out, and Sloopin still has the energy burst available. I'm bringing the worst things out right now.
Great setup there from Hook Resets. I mean, you may call it the worst if you're a Quest fan, but I mean, great setup there from Hook, being able to find that hit along with the Blobbo bounce and getting it right into the goal there, going to tie things up at 1-1 for set number 2. Last Call, able to withhold that pressure there, going to be able to keep things up for Frightfully Fresh, but now it's all in the bottom. Switch nearly sends it through. Nice strike to be able to send it back out to the other side. Borg now going in for the dash combo once again, going to get stopped by Sloopin, but at the cost of all the energy. Cosmic Expanse not actually quite able to find the defense that time around, so it is going to be an opened up goal. Borg not able to convert it on the other side, so advantage in the hands of Quest Esports. Let's see if Switch can actually piece everything together. Down to Hamster Quest, back up to Switch. Blobbo's going to interrupt it. Now it's on Borg. Great setup with the rush. Going to be able to open on up the goal, and now Oni's blade might just be the end. It's going to be the Expanse once again, keeping up the defense, but not going to be able to help it this time. There's going to be the bounce between. Hamster Quest clears it back out. Switch sends up the shot, and Switch will piece it together, getting it 2-1.
Yeah, good setup there. And honestly, I want to give Sloopin props for that save, right? The secondary able to bounce it off the bottom and just barely catch it. The Expanse, I was surprised that it was able to touch it there. And the Frightfully Fresh in that last play, just not able to have the strike shot up, wasn't able to reach due to the slow character that Atlas is. Overall, good play from Quest Esports though, but they're on the back foot on this point as both barriers already gone. Switch SSB looking really low, and the ultimate already dropped. So we are at risk of losing some characters. But as I say that, Switch comes through, both barriers broken, setup being made. But oh my goodness, just barely survives that play. But no, the Zentaro ultimate is going to come through and secure that point here, or secure that play. Frightfully Fresh forced to use the energy burst just to keep the core from going into his net. And now Borg is setting up in front of their net. Is just trying to get into a proper spot so they can energy burst and then make a guaranteed point. But no, isn't able to catch it there. Might have been buffered. But the slice, that's the passive. The passive dash getting it right below the Expanse.
Yeah, the slashing strike coming up there at the bottom, sneaking it on past the Cosmic Expanse. I mean, yeah, it was really rough. They were trying so hard to be able to set up for an energy burst angle out of Borg, and it just never actually presented itself. Great use of the hit stun from Sloopin. A couple of astral projections there, interrupting Borg's ability to actually set up the shot, but it's all for naught at the end of the day, as Borg now coming alive in what is the final point of the set. They are going to be able to open on up the goal. Switch doing the same on the other side, though not quite going to be able to find that second barrier. Advantage for Last Call as they're going to try to convert and get themselves up 2-0. It's been 2 5 round sets Will it end up being enough here? Switch with a nice pass off the bottom, nearly taking it into the goal, trying to tie things up. This is the difference between a massively last call favored game and a tied game. Not able to convert off the back of Hamster Quest's core flip. Now Borg trying to take control with the rush, not going to be able to find his way onto it. It's going to be all up to Hook Resets to be able to set up, sends on forward the primary, but Hamster Quest now with control on the top side, uses the Giga Blast to send it out, and Switch hits it with the slashing strike, and they will be able to take themselves the point, all even here going into set number 3.
The tip of the primary, the slashing strike, just barely touching the core as it goes slowly past Frightfully Fresh. And now Quest Esports advantage in this draft here have a couple of options. Maybe the rapid fire goes over to, the rapid fire over for Hamster Quest. Don't want Frightfully Fresh picking that up, but the team player, a really strong pickup as well on this map too. But this is nerf team player, and I have noticed it that the angles at which team player is now getting activated are definitely less. But even if you feel like you're sending it a direct shot at your teammates, sometimes the core does not get that extra bonus. Other than that, pretty good pickups. We got Borg with some extra size, with the build different, heavy impact going over to Switch, has a lot of damage now. Then Hook resets on the Unstoppable. I don't think the Unstoppable is going to do much in this particular matchup. Hook hasn't really been in danger of dying or really needing the extra assistance, but more so a deny, I guess, from Sloopin, who instead has the recovery drone. Overall, again, strong set of awakenings for everyone, but I do think Quest Esports got a little bit of a better draft this time around.
Definitely feels that way, and Quest going to try to use that advantage to see if they can convert on their home map of choice. Still got that extra defense on Hook Resets like you called out with the Unstoppable. Let's see if it makes a difference. Switch comes in with the combo. Gonna go in for the flip. Rightfully Fresh is out of tools, and it will go to the bottom corner. A nice score set up from Switch, just checkmates up against Frightfully Fresh there.
Really good patience. I did not expect that to go through between Fresh and Hook, both there. The Expanse sitting as well, slowly shrinking, but able to find the angle there, starting off strong in set number 3. A good passing play does manage to get it out between Sloopin and Hamster Quest. One barrier falls, Switch trying to set up, has no energy though. Borg able to find one, uses the burst to find two, but isn't able to catch the core at the end of the day. And now we're kind of back in this neutral position. Switch using that ultimate on Zentaro, trying to get in position. Has to get through this energy burst of Frightfully Fresh. So this next point is going to be all about getting out Fresh's elusive.
Yeah, really rough now. That's twice in a row that Borg's used that energy burst, hasn't actually been able to find the core, and those resources are so limited and so necessary to actually be able to move past the Atlas goalie on this setup. Really starting to set last call a little bit behind here, that they can't actually convert off of those. Switch, meanwhile, has been doing a great job over the course of the last set or so of being able to open things on up. Ooh, great job sneaking it in there from Hook Resets, though. Borg coming in for the follow-up. Sloopin going to have to flip it to send it back to the other side. Now Switch trying to set up for himself with the slashing strike, but going to get cleared out by Hook. There's going to be Borg setting up on the other side, has access to the slashing strike of himself, but there's going to be the knockup onto the other side. Switch nearly setting up a fantastic play, and he converts it anyway. Passed back up by Hamster Quest, flipped in his face, and sent into the bottom corner. Switch takes it up 2-0.
Hamster Quest was so close to getting KO'd by Borg, but he ran up, hit the energy burst, and I really like the way he sent it. Not just a direct shot at Switch, but trying to bounce it down below to get a better angle and get it around Borg. Able to successfully get it to Switch, and a good reaction time from Switch to catch it and send it right back into the net here. But as we, a quick point starting off, or a quick set of barriers gone for Quest Esports, as Borg and Hook Reset start off super strong there with the energy burst of themselves. Borg trying to set up once again. We have this situation here where he has the energy burst and is just trying to get in position to use it. Not successful the last 2 times, but I think he's going to find it here on this one. Yeah, a good pass from Hook Reset gets to the Borg. A quick flip and an angle onto the bottom corner or the bottom pocket makes things a little bit closer. It's still not tied up here. 2-1 advantage for Quest Esports as they try to find one more. And the nice thing is the energy economy is looking more favored towards them, as no one on last call has energy burst. One Expanse popped out as well for Frightfully Fresh. This is the opportunity here to break a barrier or two if they can get in position. But Switch, take a look at his health bar. He is getting really low. Oh, but the ultimate from Atlas able to heal him up. It's getting close. It could be anyone's point. Sloopin does have the energy burst, but it looks like Hamster Quest is able to get it more frequently over to Switch at this point. I feel like Quest Esports has the advantage in terms of the core control.
Yeah, definitely. And now here's another pop-off coming in through from Switch. Going to be able to find that bottom barrier, nearly converting it into the goal, but Brightly Fresh going to be able to send it back out onto the other side. Now it's Borg's turn, trying to move forward, goes in for the full combo, going to have Sloop and flip it right away and negate all of that effort. And now going to be the KO here, found onto Fresh. Power play available for Quest. This is where they can take the lead. They go in for the flip. They set up with the rush. Blocked back away. Borg going to be able to clear it out. It is 2 more seconds to go until Fresh is back and available, but it's too late. Switch sends it up, and that will be 2-1 in sets in favor of Quest.
And that was a pretty convincing set overall, right? The previous set went to that final point here, but 3-1 lead this time around, and also the draft favoring them in the sense where last time it was 2 last call members before the members of Quest who got the draft. So the EXP is actually in line with them winning this set as well. Borg able to get his dash pick up here, which is going to make things a lot more even in terms of the Zentaro matchup. Not having the dash when the opponent Zentaro does is really rough, but it is Demolitionist going over to Switch. We have a Spark Denial for... I don't know if it's a denial at the same time as, since there was 2 up, maybe Hamster Quest just wanted the Rizal was getting a little bit low here in the trades. So it could have been both a denial and just a pick up for themselves. Other than that, Monumentalist picked up for Sloopin, and then Timeless Creator for the Juno. Hotshot as well for Frightfully Fresh. Overall, honestly, I'm going to say this is a really good-looking draft if you're last call. For being second in the draft, I like what they were able to pick up.
Yeah, definitely able to get themselves some really powerful tools there. Keep your eyes on how much that hot shot is going to allow Frightfully Fresh to set up for some really solid clears, and then the aerials for Borg to be able to get that extra dash range, trying to match what Switch has already been pumping out for the last couple of rounds. They're going to need to start to piece things together here in this set number 4, as this might just be their last chance to be able to save game number 1. But Reset setting themselves back on over, trying to recover the core. Nice angle from Borg, puts it where Sloopin can't reach it, and is going to be able to find that second barrier now opened up with the goal, sending it in, and there's that extra dash range, making itself relevant very, very quickly. Borg finds the first goal of set number 4.
Yeah, we've seen the amount of times Borg has been setting up these plays, but just barely missing. And now, once the aerials has come in, already making a play onto the net here, finding so much more success. Not using the energy burst there, feeling like he was able to get at least one barrier, then decided to use the energy burst after and not finding any success. But Borg has been getting pretty unfortunate with these energy burst usage. But trying to go back there to help out his teammate as he puts on some damage to Switch SSB. I believe the Atlas Ultimate is still available here. Getting a pass from Frightfully Fresh, still not able to find any barriers here as Switch and Hamster Quest able to put it together here. One barrier finally coming back here. Borg tries to set up his own play off the bottom corner, isn't able to find a hook resets, doing a great job of getting the core to him, but Sloopin holding it down. Monumental is definitely helping him in terms of covering the whole area of that final barrier. And now it's up to Hamster Quest to get this ball over to Switch, who has also the increased size and the range from his own set of awakenings here. They're so eager. These Zentaros are just hungry to make a play happen. So I feel like it's going to come down to the midfield. But as I say, that great bounce from Switch SSB on the top, finding the nice angle, getting it around Frightfully Fresh.
Double blinks there coming on in, going to be able to actually put it on into the goal there, tying things up at 1-1. And Quest, 2 goals away from being able to claim themselves the first game here. Be a great start off to a close series. Would give them the chance to be able to find their first Nassau win. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, though. There's still the game number 1 to close out. This has been where they've struggled even when they've found advantages in the past. Switch sending it on down towards the bottom, going to try to keep up that pressure on towards Frightfully Fresh, gets it towards Hamster Quest, who uses the barrage to push it forward, flipping his face, sending it forward, blocked away by the Cosmic Expanse. Switch tries to send it back with the Oni's blade, not going to be able to find it this time, but Borg solo, going to get staggered, going to get taken off, going to have to use that energy burst again just to prevent himself from flying off into the goal. Now going to be down those resources once again, making it all the harder to actually be able to push past Sloopin and get yourself an opportunity to score. It's just all going wrong here for last call. And Quest are set up for a fantastic position to be able to convert here as long as they have the time. Another KO found, this one onto Borg. And And now in the power play, this is their chance to score. Sloopin receiving it back on the other side. Hook resets stuck on the bottom. It's a 2 versus 1. Frightfully Fresh trying to clear it out. Borg going to respawn in time, but the pressure's not done yet. Going back into the Oni's blade, in for the slashing strike, flipped back away by Frightfully Fresh, and he manages to hold on for even longer.
I mean, although it wasn't looking good for last call earlier in this point, but they're able to hold on, wait for Borg to get back, and now the point is evened up a little bit here as the final barrier ends up dropping. Sloopin and Switch both have energy burst available. Oh, good catch from Sloopin, able to get it over back to Switch. Just wasn't in position though to make use of that clear here, and now we're trying to just get this ball over to Switch, who is looking so eagerly for a play here. Good strike from Borg, just able to get it back through Hamster Quest. Was not expecting that. Borg winning that strike where was so crucial. This point could have been everything. It definitely favored for Quest Esports. They don't want to make this go to a set 5 every time. They're trying to close it out here as fast as possible. One barrier about to be dropped, but no, it still holds on just fine. Borg using the energy burst isn't able to find the barrier here. Trying to get it over to Switch, but a good set of clears and strikes from both Borg and Hook Reset are making this really tough. Switch able to find one with the strikes, trying to set up for another point here. Uses the flip. Rush comes out, able to get the second barrier here, and Sloopin doing a great job holding down both, making it tough for last call to break in right now. And still, I'm expecting like these barriers to drop, Gordo, but they're not. Hamster Quest and Sloopin holding it down really well.
That's what I'm saying. Sloopin really been able to piece it together here over the last couple of weeks. Made a big difference for this squad in their ability to just withstand aggression and stay in this game for longer. That eventually Switch and Hamster Quest have been able to find the synergy to piece together the tools and actually find themselves goals. Now going to be looking to do more of that here in this set number 4, trying to close out on game 1. The Blabo's going to help out Borg here, sending it back over. Going to be able to find the barrier, sneaks it past Sloopin, and there's a scoring opportunity. Block back away, good strike to clear out from Sloopin. And now Switch going to have to regain the aggression on the other side. Going to be a very fast core getting launched over onto the other side. There's going to be that team player making the difference. Sent back over, Borg trying to convert, Borg trying to find the shot with the flip, but it's a bounce shot from Hamster Quest. Catches Frightfully Fresh unaware, and will be able to tie it up. It's 2-2. It's going to point 5 once again, Mystic.
Last call needs to win this point if they want to get a chance of winning game 1, but one thing that I will say favor for them, they have 2 energy bursts available here, and Sloopin's recovery drone was procced in that last fight. Although I wouldn't say he's really playing close to the edge or not, it couldn't make the difference if he ends up getting KO'd here. But a good barrier take from Switch. Unfortunately, the Expand's able to hold it down as the flip comes through. It seems to be a pretty common occurrence here as Switch tries to flip in front of the net. Borg forced to use the energy burst just to live, but it's looking really low. The ultimate not able to push him out, but the passive plus the primary from Switch SSB able to get it, and now being healed up back to full thanks to Sloopin is the power play coming out. And just trying to find some passing angles between the two, but Hook resets with the Juno blobs, able to do a good job holding it down until Borg returns.
Yeah, they've done a great job of being able to withstand these power plays. You got to at least give them that. Sloopin has bought them plenty of time on defense, but on offense, even when they have the numbers advantage, it's been tougher for them to actually be able to convert compared to how it feels like it is for most teams. And there's going to be the opened up goal for Borg, trying to convert here and take it to set number 5, and he'll do it, going all the distance here in game number 1. Borg sneaks it through, and we will be getting the full-length final draft, Mystic.
Let's see what ends up here. Spark of Leadership's not that big of a deal. Only 1 spark between the two, and not having Spark of Agility already on one of these characters means that the sparks are going to be pretty low prio. Maybe gets picked up for Hamster Quest. Just a little bit extra stats and second spark for him for the Rezel. The speed going over to Frightfully Fresh to pair with the Spark of Focus. Other than that, prime time for Sloopin, which is going to be a really powerful pickup. Quick strikes for Hook resets, and then the Stagger Swagger going over to Switch SSB. One thing I always like to mention for the Stagger Swagger, it is not about the speed you get from being hit. The base 12% speed on Stagger Swagger is plenty. It is really powerful, just as good as a Spark of Agility there, without any additional sparks already. So overall, the speed is being increased, the damage being increased. Hamster Quest already going down super low, but the Monumental is healing on the Atlas Ultimate, able to bring him right back up here. Other than that, 1 barrier being dropped already, second barrier being found. Lupin gets it back over to Hamster Quest, trying to set up a play here. Borg finding with the bottom barrier, and now just has to get this top one Switch doing so much damage over to Borg. I feel like these stray hits eventually are going to end up adding on and putting these players on last call, the forward duo, in a position where they're going to have to back off from the play just to survive.
Yeah, Borg trying to put together a nice rush combo there. Not going to be able to find it this time. That's both of his rushes off of the twin drive used. Got so much access to mobility on this character with this setup this game, but not quite able to convert on it either time here. Hook resets trying to jump on up, trying to get it away from Switch, who's setting up for their own goal here, has access to the core flip on both of their members here. Switch going to use it, going to get responded to in turn. Hamster Quest has one as well, so does Hook Resets. Hook Resets goes back over towards midfield, trying to get into Borg's hands. Borg going to be able to win the strike war and take it down towards the bottom side, but Switch piecing together yet another aggressive play. Not going to be able to get it into that corner, though. It's going to be Frightfully Fresh keeping up on the defense, but Hamster Quest flips it at midfield. He held on longest, he blinked last, and he is going to score.
The last blink, the last energy burst gets the point there. And a good start here over for Quest Esports. Fun little info knowledge I want to drop is, as I say that, both barriers being dropped immediately as last call. Want to quickly get back to the point that they just lost here and tie things up here. But no, a attempt from Switch not able to get either of the barriers. As Hamster Quest, though, popping off, getting so much support over to Switch SSB together, able to find both barriers here, but Borg is in a situation again where he has energy burst on an open goal, and we're going to see if he's able to successfully make a play off of this. A good flip from Sloopin, able to find it, and Borg, yes, the patience on there, waits for the astral projection to pass before sending in the shot. The strike shot, neither able to get the hit as well, and now we are tied up. I was going to mention before, Gordo, is that I saw, because Twin Drive and Fight or Flight are on Borg, the Fight or Flight proccing refills both aspects or both charges of the Twin Drive. So we saw Borg utilize that before, and my goodness, Borg is utilizing every ability in his kit as he quickly turned around this set and gave last call the lead.
That's a great point you made there, Mystic. I mean, absolutely crazy that it works that way, and it's really given Borg access to a whole bunch of these rushes over the course of these extended plays. And yeah, like you said there, able to convert 2 in a row there. Really impressive stuff, especially when you could tell on that first point really didn't want to use the core flip, ended up needing to use it to be able to get the score off, and then found the second goal anyway. And now it just hasn't left the right side of the map, and it feels like over a minute over the course of 2 different points. It's just been so tough for Sloopin to actually manage to clear things out. Hamster Quest falling back into the goal arc to be able to help out on the defense. The Expanse going to be able to clear it out this time, throwing on down the intervention as well. Trying to be able to get an angle for Switch to be able to take it back on the other side, actually find some of these barriers and get themselves an opportunity to go the full distance in this game. But there's the second barrier, take it down. KO onto Borg with full energy, absolutely critical there for Quest Esports as they try to fight their way back and keep this game number 1 alive. The flip coming on in there from Hamster Quest, not going to be able to find that second barrier. Switch, though, going to be able to take it for himself. Borg going aggressive, trying to end it right here. Sloopin going to be able to clear it out. Switch has access to the slashing strike, going back into the Oni's blade, keeping the aggression up. There's going to be Hamster Quest at midfield, but Borg finds the rush, finds the shot, and claims game number 1 for last call.
Borg absolutely popping off, especially on this 5th set, looking so dominant, showing that he was the original Zentaro player, and still has a lot to show to all the other Zentaro mains out there. I mean, what a phenomenal performance. And I did feel like that as the course of the game was going on, the precise shots from both Borg and Hook Resets, if you watch the way the barriers ended up breaking, it was usually not through abilities, but through a proper strike, just making it out of Sloopin's range. Whereas the barriers that ended up being broken on last call side usually were through ability usage from Quest Esports, which ended up leading them not having as many abilities to secure a play. But overall, a great performance from both teams. Once again, just falling slightly short here on Oni's Village, but it's not over yet. It's a best of 3, so although we are going to Gates of Obscura, which is last call's pick, it is still up to Quest Esports to take it at least to a game 3 if they take the win in this next one.
Definitely the case here. And now, yeah, like you said, Mystic, we are going to be getting into game number 2. That's got to hurt for Quest Esports to end up losing that first one here, but still an opportunity to fight back and find themselves their first win in Nassau. Going to Gates of Obscura for game number 2. Feels like a little bit of a last call special. They love to be on these wacky maps that we don't get to see too much of. So gonna be a fun, gonna have some fun with portals. Gonna think with portals a little bit in this game number 2.
As we go into Obscura, which is definitely one of the more lesser played maps, especially with now the change coming out pretty recently on the rework, now having the pizza barriers instead, and no longer having the corner teleporters. The amount of practice on this map is definitely less than any other map that's being played, and I'm not sure who that's going to favor at the end of the day here. Another thing to note is we were on the Atlas Dittos thanks to Twin Drive being picked out, but we might see the Asher being picked for Frightfully Fresh if the Awakenings are favored. And that is going to be definitely a strong pick coming out on Gates of Obscura. It makes stuffing on the corner or anti-stuffing. I mean, this Asher character can just break through anything she wants. Just presses the primary button and usually ends up with a clear. And I'm not sure if someone on the side of Quest Esports has an equivalent Asher, whether it's Lupin in the goal or Switch or Hamster Quest in the forward position. So I think that character could be a defining character of this next draft.
Absolutely. Could make a big difference. We talked about Asher all day long. Now we might actually get to see a little bit of it here out of Frightfully Fresh in game number 2. But was a close game number 1. Still seeing a little bit of that Quest magic. Got plenty of believers in the chat. I can see them, Mystic. So they definitely want to see a competitive final series out of this squad here. Want to see them get a little bit of momentum going for promotion relegation coming on up afterwards, and see if they can, at the very least, avoid the 0-9 season. Would definitely be a pretty feel-good moment for everybody around here, I think. Everybody except for Last Call. I think Last Call would rather end the season on a 3-0 win streak.
Absolutely. But I guess we are waiting for Hamster Quest to return as we load into this match. Another thing to note is I want to talk a little bit about the midfield matchup there. It was Hamster Quest on the Kai versus Hook Resets on the Juno. And one thing I noticed is that although Hamster Quest played phenomenally, Hook Resets was just getting so much value out of the slimes there. And I felt like it was adding a lot more pressure to the plays that Lupin had to defend. And that could be one of the potential targets there. If Hamster Quest chooses not to go Juno themselves, I do think the Kai pick was good and did get a lot of value. But Hook Resets felt like he scaled on the Juno as the round went on. Besides that, I think Borg can really pick anything he wants here in terms of a brawler. Most likely still just going to be Kazan or Zentaro unless it changes due to some Awakening draft. Besides, I mean, that's like a pretty standard set of drafts here. I feel like it's going to be Asher, Juno, and either Zentaro, Kazan being brought out on this map for Last Call.
Definitely. We are getting on into game number 2. Gates of Obscura, as expected. Going to be hovering on these bans. We'll see if the Asher gets let through this time. See if Frightfully Fresh. They're hovering the Atlas for now. Maybe just left over from game number 1. The Asher is banned. They are going to take it off the board here for Quest Esports. So no Asher in game number 2 either.
No Asher game number 2. And as we are told what the starting Awakenings are, it's going to be Spark of Strength and Knife's Edge coming out. So a little bit of speed and definitely some Spark shenanigans. Most likely the goalies will both take the Spark so that they can play into Spark of Leadership build. Maybe 2 people take the Sparks, but Knife's Edge definitely going to get picked up over to... I'm gonna say both forwards probably gonna opt in for the Knife's Edge speed. That extra 30% speed while near the edge is so meaningful. As I want to know, it's actually only Switch who ends up opting in for the Knife's Edge. Besides that, we got 5 Spark of Strength being brought up. Maybe just the extra damage there. Borg choosing to opt in for the KO route.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see that for sure. I would have expected more Knife's Edge play. And wow, Switch coming out of the gates aggressive here, no pun intended, as they are going to be able to find themselves the open goal already. Very low on stagger as a result, but as long as Hamster Quest can hold it down at midfield and give them some time to regen. Ooh, going in for another shot there off the slice and dice, nearly putting it on in. Not going to be able to find it past Rightfully Fresh there quite yet. Hamster Quest back on the defense, helping on out with that piercing shot. Nearly going to be able to take Hook Resets off the map. Now Switch going on up, going to be able to find it. Frightfully Fresh playing towards the center of the goal, not able to protect the corners. And it will be a 1-0 start.
Just barely missing the strike shot there. Good attempt from Fresh. The Switch SSB, a really aggressive start, like you said, indeed. Finding both barriers and then just the attempts on the net, eventually one of them making it in. And a good defense from Sloopin, able to hold it down, not really allow Borg to break through these barriers yet. And here we have almost a really good try from Switch, trying to, oh my god, the McDouble coming out on this map of all things, much harder than you would expect. But yeah, goal gate's open wide. Goal gate's completely open again here on last call's side as Switch tries to set up a dribble play here. Most likely has to force out the energy burst first before they get a good attempt here, as Borg uses one of their own to break the first barrier. Trying to set it up through the teleporter to themselves. Hamster Quest has energy burst, trying to, you can see how he's walking up to get a play here, and it's just a strike. No abilities needed on the Estelle. No beam, no dash, the Rose Warp, nothing. Just a simple strike in front of the net with an energy burst, able to get 2-0 lead for Quest Esports.
Great job there by Hamster Quest. And this is why everybody's rooting for these guys, Mystic. This does not look like a 0-8 These guys look like they are much more competitive almost every time I get to see them come out here. They're taking points, they're taking sets. It's just the actual converting into games that has ended up being quite a bit more difficult for them. But even in that last game was so close to being able to find it in their favor, losing it at the very last moment. They want to be able to come back here in game number 2. Switch especially looking ready and rearing to be able to fight their way back and try to take this set number 1. Piercing shot just a little bit wide, not finding its way onto the core, but will open things up afterwards with a follow-up play anyway, catching that rebound, sending it back on in. That's going to be Borg trying to push on the bottom side. Going to be able to find the second barrier there as well. Open goals for both teams. Hamster Quest tries to send it between the uprights. Going to get sent back through the portals. Hook resets. Point blank with the flip. And Sloopin going to be able to get the expanse off in time to be able to keep up that defense. There's going to be Borg receiving it through the portal onto the bottom side. Pass back up to Switch though. A little bit of a breakaway here. Bounce back over by Hook resets. Now Borg trying to convert again. Going in for the rush. Not going to be able to find it. Piercing shot going to get immuned by the core flip. And Borg sends it in.
Yep, good patience and good find on Borg with the energy burst. Sloopin just towards the top side of the net, right? Had to rely completely on that strike shot to get the save. But it's really hard timing there. Can't fault him for that. But as we go in, it is still advantage for Quest Esports here as Switch tries to find the first barrier, but Borg might get it first here using the... Oh my god. The ultimate comes out, but it is Borg who falls to the side of the map here as Sloopin heals up Switch, trying to set up a power play onto the barrier. Overall, they've been finding a good set of barriers really quickly, but not able to make use of the power play as Borg has returned, and now Hamster is looking really low. He's so close to the energy burst too. You know that he doesn't want to use any energy to protect himself, but we find a KO. A KO onto Switch, so Zintaro's trading lives over the course of this set here, or at the course of this point, as the first barrier drops, as Borg and Hook resets, able to find it onto Sloopin here. Second one almost found. A good catch there for Sloopin, able to get it out. Borg not able to find it on the ultimate here, but we still don't have a single barrier dropped for... First barrier dropped, second barrier traded away, and now the goal gates are wide open here for last call, or last call has opened the gates completely, as Hamster Quest tries to find the second one, but it's looking last call favored in terms of how the core control is going.
Really is. They are being able to keep it cleared on out. They have been able to keep up the defense on this last remaining barrier indefinitely. No matter what they're piecing together on Quest, it does not seem to be able to get past Frightfully Fresh's defense. Now Sloopin going to have to play in a tough scenario here. Back through the portal, coming back up. Borg trying to send it over. Not going to be able to get it that time, but there's the flip point blank, and it's going to go right down to the bottom corner. Sloopin can't gab that one. It's going to go 2-2 in set number 1 once again.
Real unfortunate. The expanse not able to fully materialize there. If Sloopin just took one step forward and then pressed the expanse button, it would actually completely stop that play, because although the core flip was immune, and same thing with Borg, even if they are elusive, if the expanse touches either one, I believe, especially the core, it'll just stay out, even if it doesn't hit it away. But a little bit of a knowledge check there, all good, as Switch returns back from the grave, trying to set up a play here. One barrier down as Sloopin protects the last one with all of his might here. Hamster Quest trying to help out there as well, but Switch getting taken down really low here. Has to sit back and heal up a little bit, is able to get back up, but now that Atlas ultimate isn't available to protect anyone from a KO, as the energy burst comes out to try to clear, going through the teleporter play back into it as Hamster Quest sends it out here, but not really able to get core control, as these seem to be more stray shots coming out for Quest Esports. A good set of Thorns able to get it, and then the piercing shot following up breaks it open. 2-2. We are looking like a replay of game number 1. If it could go either way, but I feel like we've seen these 0.5s all too well in terms of these Quest Esports games.
Absolutely. Dribbling back and forth, getting in on that second barrier. There is going to be open goals for both here in point number 5, but Borg shoots it forward once again, calls Sloopin out, and wins it for the squad. Last call going to take set number 1 in game number 2.
Last call having the advantage here. Let's see what options they have to take team player up, but because it is a Spark start, Spark of Focus being hovered by Frightfully Fresh, and it's always great when your goalie ends up being able to get it, because now the goalie can just play towards Spark of Focus. And now it's going to be immediate deny in any future draft here. If Fresh ever gets a priority, or if there's like 2 Sparks in the next draft, it's going to be really rough for Hamster Quest and Quest Esports in general. But overall, a lot of things being picked up. I mean, this looks pretty good if you're still Quest Esports there. Size on Switch, team player on Sloopin, a 1-2 punch on Hamster Quest. Although the 1-2 punch, I'm not sure if Hamster Quest is much of a Quangler, but if he finds these KO angles, it's gonna be really good.
Absolutely can be here. Hamster Quest taking it at midfield, going to be able to find the first of the barriers for the squad, and that's going to be 1-1 in barrier count here to kick off set number 2. Fighting back, Switch going to look to find the barrier, going to be able to get it, has access to Slashing Strike now as well. A little bit of a breakaway, a little bit of an opportunity to try to take a one-on-one up against Frightfully Fresh. It's actually going to be Hamster Quest in from the top side, uses the Crystal Thorns, and is able to push it through for a goal.
Yeah, the Rose Warp Crystal Thorns just repositioning himself and then using that ultimate on Estelle to help secure the point there. A typical Estelle setup, it's always tough, especially if you don't have any abilities up to protect. But a good play, Hamster Quest does at least get the lead in this set here. Switch finding the first barrier, able to find the second one as well. And now trying to set up a play onto Frightfully Fresh. Health bar looking really low here. And slow moving core might go in, isn't able to find it. Borg using that ultimate to try to catch it back, but a good expanse over from Sloopin, able to keep it keep the barriers up and running. But that was, I mean, that piercing shot could have been it right there if everything lined up. Yep.
Not going to be able to piece it together this time, though. Hamster Quest nearly sending it through. Now Borg striking back, taking advantage of the extra opportunity they've been given, and they're going to look to push it all the way through. Borg goes in for the flip, waits out the cooldowns, dashes forward, and sends it past Hamster Quest and Sloopin.
I mean, that's the typical Borg picture perfect or cookie cutter play there, using the flip, has the strikes available, has the flip into the rush, into the strike, into the primary, is able to find the point over there. And now we are tied up. But Switch does have a little bit of advantage here, has the energy burst available. But one thing we see quite frequently is whenever Switch tries to set up a play here, usually gets caught out by the expanse from Fresh. I feel like Fresh does a really good job of stuffing all these energy burst plays from Switch. But that is no twin drive around this time, so if one expanse is down, it's down for good, at least until the next one comes up. Won't have the second one available. Switch able to find the second barrier as well. Healing Pad comes out from Atlas, bringing Switch back up to full. Energy Burst being popped from hook resets, I believe. Not able to find it as Hamster Quest trying to set up a play in front of the net. Isn't able to get it, but a good pass into the teleport, set up a play, and Switch using a dribble, passing it to himself with the rush, able to get him the lead in this set.
All right, Quest fighting back in game number 2. Again, 1 point away from taking themselves a set. They want to at least try to drag this one out as long as possible. Enjoy the week number 9 of the Nassau season before having to come in and compete in the promotion relegation tournament. If they could leave with a win here, it would be fantastic for them. Going to be Borg trying to take control on the bottom side. Switch gets his hands on it once again. Going to go over to Hamster Quest, who pushes it back over, setting up for an aggressive angle, but Frightfully Fresh is going to be able to clear it out. Doesn't even lose a barrier for that one. Switch now going to try to do the same. Sends it up, looking for the double-double. Not going to be able to find it this time. Sent back on over. Switch going to be able to take the first of the barriers. There's going to be Hamster Quest finding the second one. A conversion here would be absolutely huge. Quest Esports looking to take themselves a set. Pass through the portal once again. Hamster Quest goes for the shot. Doesn't find it with the piercing light. And not going to be able to get it on through. Borg now with an opportunity to try to play this one nice and slow. Dribbling to himself off the bottom. Expanse going to protect for a time, but not going to be long enough. There's going to be the flip. There's going to be the dash. And we are going to .5.
I mean, that was, once again, we were at advantage there for Quest Esports, but we're going to .5. But if this is anything like game number 1 here, Quest Esports wins this if history is going to repeat itself as we go into set number 3. But it could go anywhere if Last Call definitely wants to close this out, right? If they take this win, they're only 1 set away from winning 2-0 in the series. And Borg has been looking really sharp here on the Zentaro, especially on these playmaking setups that with the Energy Burst, compared to the Oni Village game, especially in those first sets where he wasn't really finding success on the Energy Burst at all. These have been extremely well played, and a good set of defenses, able to clear it out there. No barriers found as Energy Burst being traded away left and right. Back over to Borg it goes, first barrier dropping, Switch SSB getting an opportunity here, but the strike shot able to put it into the teleporter as Hamster Quest tries to bring the ball forward. The piercing shot, the piercing light, able to get that first barrier switch with a nice strike, finds the second one, and it is now Quest Esports trying to find it with just a strike, and yes, a simple strike plus the primary on Zentaro able to get the barrier, and we are looking like a complete history repeat of game number 1 right now.
Switch pieces it together here. Not going to be up 2-0 in the series. Going to be tying it up at 1-1. So going to be looking at a best of 3 from this point onwards as we get into the next draft. A couple of sparks. Actually, just 1 spark sitting around here. Is anybody going to deny it? Yes, they will. Switch going to grab that one for himself.
I would actually... It's tough on whoever gets it, right? Like, if Borg gets it, it would still be 2 sparks being brought away. You can't really leave it down for Sloopin to pick up. I think Borg would have just grabbed the Spark of Agility himself, adding more to the damage there. But no matter what, Borg gets something good, right? Fighter Flight being dropped over to him, Frightfully Fresh, getting the Monumentalist on Atlas is going to be phenomenal. And then besides that, the hot shot being brought over for Sloopin. Again, these trainings are so good on the goalies. Other than that, they're a pretty average draft. Nothing too crazy here. It's just something to watch out as... Oh my goodness, Switch being deleted there. Not able to find the Atlas ultimate for the healing or the revive. As Borg and Hook resets. Good combo between the two. Passing, getting both barriers. Triangle being set up. Trying to find the passing lanes as a simple passing play. And a pretty slow point overall in terms of the speed of the core. Able to get that point.
I got to call this out here, Mystic. Borg's got the combo again. He's got Flight or Flight and Twin Drive once again.
Oh, you are right. So keep in mind that with the damage that he has, especially with the Spark of Strength and the Siphoning Wand, there'll be times where he'll just try to get the KO onto someone, or at least just try to stagger them, because staggering them, even if it causes using both of his secondaries, will just completely refresh it.
Yeah, gonna be a bit of a nightmare to deal with here. Borg was able to use that combo to piece together game number 1, now getting an opportunity to do so again. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it up. Brawling back and forth once again. Borg going to send it on up towards the top. Great defense there from Frightfully Fresh, going to be able to keep on holding out both barriers, although coming in through the portal. Ooh, the flip! He wants both portals. He's not willing to give one up without a fight. And now Switch going to get an opportunity here. No flip available. They can piece together an aggressive play here. It'd be huge. They find the first of the barriers. Hamster Quest ready to receive on the rebound. Setting up for a second one. There's going to be the flip on the other side from Sloopin, but Hook resets, ready to receive, blocks it back away, switch in a 1 versus 2. Not going to be able to find the barrier. Hamster Quest there to help him on out. The full 2-on-2 for the barrier. Not going to be able to be pushed past, cleared on out by Frightfully Fresh. Borg waiting on the other side, trying to get his refreshes on across, and there's going to be the Oni's Blade, pinching it into the corner. Going to be able to find the second barrier, setting up off the pass. A beautiful play there from Switch. Sends it into the goal and keeps things tied up.
I mean, I love the bounce off the bottom diagonal there, sets it up, and then Hamster Quest seeing exactly what Switch is doing, covered a parallel line right on top of the rush there, making sure that there was no possible way that Gore wasn't going in. Lupin just not finding the angle to clear, loses 1 barrier as Switch is falling down. Borg looking to get the reset on the Fighter Flight, is able to get it, and then Frightfully Fresh using the strike shot to send him off the map. Switch gone for the next 6 seconds as Borg tries to heal up here and set up a play, but Power Play 8 isn't able to come through here. Nothing found so far, but overall, it looks like the amount of damage that Last Call has, Borg is playing more for these, not necessarily the KOs, but definitely playing more to set up potential KOs, right? Stacking on the damage, and then allowing either Hamster Quest, or Frightfully Fresh or Hook Resets to help finish it off here. One barrier dropped. The Switch is looking really low, trying to find the the reset once again. I think Borg got it, and now Gold Gate's wide open. Slime's everywhere. A Hook resets, a pass from the Slime to himself, able to get it onto the top corner.
All right, so 2-1, set number 3. Last call in the lead once again. Going to need to piece something together here as Quest Esports to try to keep themselves competitive. There's going to be the aggressive play to start things off from Borg, though. Gets both barriers off of that one. Frightfully Fresh keeping up the defense on the other side. Switch falling on back. They would have a numbers advantage for a brief moment, but it does get cleared on out. Frightfully Fresh does not miss those. And Sloopin now finds himself incredibly low. There's going to be the counterplay, though. Switch trying to play the 1 versus 2, trying to send it on in with another rush. Not going to be able to get it there. Sloopin finds themselves staggered once again. It's Hamster Quest on the defense now, and they're going to have a tough time here without access to that strike shot. They are not willing to let this go without a fight. Sloopin caught on the wrong side of the map, goes in for the flip, sends it over, actually gets the barrier, waits out the expanse, passed over to Switch. They've switched back to their correct positions now, and it's all even Steven. There's going to be open goals up for both sides. Switch with a breakaway, one-on-one, cleared out by the strike shot. Borg trying to steal it back away. Blabo chasing that core, not going to be able to find it. Passed up to Hamster Quest, intercepted by Hook. Hook moves forward. Borg going in for the slashing strike, not going to get it there either, and it's Hook resets with access to the flip, going to use it, passes it down, intercepted by Hamster Quest, sent back over, flip from Switch into the goal. Full distance, 5-round set coming in here for Quest Esports.
Quest Esports played that point phenomenally, right? Borg, who was looking to get the KO onto Sloopin, gets him out of the box completely staggered as Sloopin lives and plays his life so well. Hamster Quest coming back over and protecting the goal gate with some meaningful saves there. It wasn't just like nothing happened there. There were some good attempts on the net that Hamster Quest was able to protect. And then Sloopin finding the energy burst to break the final barrier, coming back for the Celestial intervention to heal him back up, and then finish off the play. I mean, what a phenomenal point there as we go into set number 5. Sorry, point number 5 of this set. Which has to be low again, taken off the map. The fight or flight refresh coming through. One barrier most not being able to trade away, actually. As Hook tries to find a play to himself off the bottom teleporter, doesn't get it. Borg gets the pass, though, from the bottom side. Hamster Quest, that's the 1-2 punch power right there. If you saw how quickly Borg got deleted. And I believe Borg either had energy burst or was really close to it in this situation here. But it's time for Hamster Quest and Switch to find a barrier. They find one, try to look for the other one. They are able to get the energy burst out of Frightfully Fresh at least. So it's looking pretty good for them. Overall, I mean, Quest Esports has been playing this point really well.
Really coming out with a solid set of plays here and really want to be able to secure themselves this set win, take the lead in the game number 2. Switch with an opportunity to do so here, gets the open goal. Now the reset, Hamster Quest trying for the pass. Borg got himself in towards the right side, has Hook resets there for the backup. Blabo going to send it over, intercepted by Switch once again, goes on through the portal. Hamster Quest waiting, goes in for the piercing shot, blocked away by Frightfully Fresh. Sloopin's coming back on the defense as Borg keeping that pressure on towards the barrier. Switch going to be able to clear it back out through the portal once again. Hook resets going to be there at midfield, brawling with Hamster Quest, down towards Switch, intercepted by Borg, sent back to the right side. Switch with a shooting opportunity, piercing shot doing its job once again, not finding it with the slice and dice, but another opportunity, this time successful. Switch going to be able to take set number 3 and take a 2-1 lead over Last Call in game number 2.
I mean, once again, we are in a pretty much identical situation here to game number 1 on Oni Village, where Quest Esports had the lead going into round number 4. And now, taking a look at the draft here, we have 1 Spark still available, no Spark of Leadership, but the Spark being taken away this time by Sloopin. We have 3 different individuals who have 2 Sparks right now, or sorry, no, because Switch didn't have the initial starting Spark. But both Frightfully Fresh and Sloopin have 2 Sparks going into this, but the prime time is going to be a really great pickup for Frightfully Fresh. Overall, I mean, these are some tough awakening drafts for both sides in terms of, like, there's so much coming out, right? An extra ability for Frightfully Fresh. Both Borg and Switch get a Zataro Dash Awakening. Fresh getting the KO immediately. I mean, overall, this could be anyone's game, but one thing we do know is that we do not want Quest Esports, if they want to win this, they cannot allow this to go to a set 5, because if they lose this set, there's a good chance Fresh ends up being first pick and has access to Spark Leadership.
Definitely a big threat here. Borg going to be able to open up the goal, but going to get knocked back away by the astral projection of Sloopin. KO, though, found. Borg converts on the play immediately. Sloopin can't defend up against the straight-up Zentaro dash in, and it will be a first point going over to last call very, very quickly.
Quick indeed, but I mean, these points have been so back and forth. It could go either way here as HamsterQuest tries to use the Rose Warp to go in, isn't able to find it. Switch does get the first barrier though. Looking really low. Borg might try to set up on him to get those fight or flight resets. Isn't able to find the angle though. Switch goes back, gets the healing, or manages to heal up just a little bit, but already brought down so low as HamsterQuest helps clear out from with Sloopin. So many flips coming out. Switch could drop at any moment now, and we're looking at a tough set of plays here for Quest Esports as it looks like Switch is dropped once more. Power play coming out. Borg has the energy burst. Definitely doesn't want to use it if he's in this situation, right? Wants to get the barrier down without using that final burst and just have the energy burst for the play. HamsterQuest definitely much less patient in this situation, using the energy burst with any chance he gets to try to break that final barrier down. And might able to get it here with a nice strike from Switch, but once again it is just I mean, that was just a slime from hook resets between the glass cannon and the spark of strength, able to find the KO. The Switch SSB has spent more time dead than alive this point.
That's definitely the case, and it's definitely making a big difference there. Another KO for Borg, another point for last call. And the KOs are starting to become a real problem for Quest here in this set number 4, Mystic. They just keep going down earlier and earlier. That last extra bit of damage found the cooldown reduction for Juno, the dash distance for Borg. He's Exodia now with that full setup, fight or flight, twin drive, aerials. So much dash range on such a low cooldown with 2 of them. And it's just been so difficult to respond to.
Yeah, and if it goes to this next set, there's a good chance that Spark of Leadership is making its way over to last call, and depending on no matter who gets it. Oh, but a good reversal there from Switch SSB between him and HamsterQuest finds the final barrier and manages to get the points, or at least bring back some hope into the set here. But like I said, if it goes to a set 5, I don't think Quest Esports is able to clutch it out just because of that infamous Spark of Leadership going to be first pick for last call.
Yeah, and you know, they pieced together a beautiful play there to get that point number 3, and they're going to need to do that a couple more times here. No more room for error. You were going to that set number 5, trying to piece it in, going to be able to get both barriers. Really great stuff here. They want to take it to a point number 5 in set number 4, and this is going to be the recipe to be able to do it. Oni's blade on through, slashing strike, Switch takes it through, and this point could mean it all, Mystic. 1 goal away, Quest Esports could win game number 2 and take us the full distance.
1 point away indeed. I believe every single set this game has gone to a 0.5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cordo. But these are so close. And as of right now, I mean, Quest Esports
stuck on the wrong side.
Caught on the wrong side of the expanse here. HamsterQuest has the flip, trying to get it over to the Switch. But a good stuff, able to deny it back. Borg has, oh my goodness, I thought that was going in for a second. Almost find the perfect angle there. The piercing shot, not able to get it back, passing back and forth between Switch SSB and HamsterQuest. They're trying to just get these passing plays. Sloopin clears it out. No need for the energy burst there. Once again, good clears coming out. Passes it through the teleporter. HamsterQuest gets it over to Switch. Switch gets it down to the bottom. Not able to get it. Another passing play set up between the two. The rush comes through. And yes, HamsterQuest able to find the shot there. Switch and HamsterQuest make the play happen between themselves and close out game number 2.
From down 0-2 in set number 4, Quest Esports are keeping themselves alive. They want one more game in the North American Strikers League. They are going to take game number 2 and force a game number 3 on Last Call's home map. We are going to Atlas's lab as the tiebreaker. We have got ourselves a game number 3, Mystic.
Oh man, this was, I mean, they worked so hard to get that last set. The way it started off with Borg and hook resets just popping off, getting 2 points immediately, and then clutching back 1 point after another to secure that final set. I mean, they did not want a repeat of set of Only Village game, right? Where they were up advantaged in set number 4, and then ended up dropping finally to set number 5, and then weren't able to clutch it out there. But we are going to game number 3. This is the last the last attempt on last call to beat their first team in NASL. They have taken individual games off so many teams, and they've gone to 0.5 set 5 against so many teams. But this is it. This is week number 9 as Quest Esports. They're going in with momentum high, loaded into Atlas Lab. I mean, if it's any time, it's right now, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, and especially in the last couple of weeks. I mean, Quest, this is their 3rd game win of the season. They've been here before. They've been here against Core Overflow. They've been here against the Bozo Bunch, and they have not been able to take it all the way home. This could very well be their last chance. We keep saying it. I don't want to repeat the mistakes of my priors. I don't want to say that they have no chance of requalifying. They could still be here next season. But the risk is present, and getting yourself a win in Nassel, avoiding the 0-9, that is the only thing on your mind right now. Who cares about the promotion tournament right now on March 9th? You want to be able to come on up, find yourself the win, end the season 1-8, throw last call into a guaranteed 6th seed, give them a little bit of a goodbye on your way out, and let everybody know that you could have pieced it together. You had what it takes to be able to compete here at this level.
Yes, exactly. And they're playing and showing that they can compete for sure. It's just clutching out these final points here and there that have always been the downfall of Quest Esports. I mean, how many sets of Quest Esports that have we in particular casted together where we just see the repetition every single time, where we see Quest Esports either winning one game, winning the set, going to set 5, going to 0.5, and it's always just 1 point short. So they definitely belong in the league here. And they would just want to show that the record can also indicate that as well. But like you said, it's not over for Quest Esports. If this game doesn't go their way here, they can still make it back in for next season. They've been playing well. It's just right now on their mind. It's not about next season. It's not about requalifying. It's about going out on a win.
Yeah, time ticking down. Last possible chance to be able to take yourself a win here. And it is going to be game 3 against Last Call, the team that has been red hot in the last couple of weeks, taking down the 2 best teams in North American Omega Strikers, Sad Boys and Demons Raw, now taken to their limit up against Quest Esports, determined to win their first game of the North American Strikers League. I love it. I love the narrative, Mystic. I can't wait to see if they're going to be able to piece it together here. And Last Call, I mean, they got to feel the weight of the entire community's expectations on their shoulders here. I mean, and that's not in their favor. They do not want nobody other than Last Call here wants to see Quest Esports drop another game number 3. And it's got to get to you a little bit here. The crowd, you can hear them from all across North America and wherever else they may be watching from. Everybody here looking for Quest, hoping for Quest.
I mean, it's the underdog story. You can see it in the chat as we wait for Hamster Quest himself to ready up. Most likely needed a small break here. I mean, I would need a break after that. I see the check mark come through. I think we're ready to go in. Thumbs up, probably going all around as we go into Atlas Lab. And this is a map that I have not seen. I mean, this could go either way, but I know Last Call really favors playing. They have some good damage comps on here. Most likely, in terms of damage, I mean, I've seen Hook can go the Estelle, Vice, or Juno here to help pair with the board. And other than that, Fresh has been a really big Finny enjoyer, but I'm not sure what's going to be picked here, especially with the Asher still on the table, right? Not being picked the first 2 games, it's still something that, as we're going into game 3, something to consider. Could be a defining play or defining character once again.
Absolutely. One more call out here, Mystic. I'm looking at the predictions here from before the match started. It is 94% Last Call, 6% Quest. Quest has 30k bestie bucks on him. Last Call has 459,000. The economy will collapse with a Quest win here, and I'm here for it. I would love to see it.
I mean, the economy, oh my god, I did not see how many points are put into this pool. Almost 500k for Last Call.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that we have this to talk about now, because somebody's blue screened. It's going to be a little bit of extra time before we get to game number 3 here. So, fingers crossed. Thoughts and prayers with the PC of our missing player here until we're able to get back into it.
Yeah, gonna be a few more minutes as Hamster Quest loads back in. Not sure what the issue was there, but could have been anything. Hamster Quest. Oh, blue screen. I see. Might be a bit of a wait. That is all right.
Yeah.
But I will say, not being able to go right into that next game, the momentum could slip there. You never know.
But I don't know. I mean, you need a breather sometimes. He's already back, so doesn't look like they're going to lose too much. They're already ready. Let's do it. All right. They barely took any time at all. Let's get in there.
Okay, we're loading in.
Yeah. So Atlas's lab, as you said, some alternative strategies available now. You got to believe that the Asher ban might stay, given how much Frightfully Fresh has preferred that pick. But let's go and wait and see.
It might be the same bans as before, where now ends up getting banned, so that Last Call can take more advantage of damage here. We don't know what the starting awakenings are yet, although the chat does know, I believe. Explosive, Entrance, and Hotshot are our two bans, or our two awakenings here. So we have, of course, Explosive Entrance means Zentaro coming out, more damage, more dash range, and then Hotshot, most likely going to be picked up by the Juno here on Hook Resets. Juno Mirror coming through, and most likely going to be a Zentaro Mirror as well.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 Zentaro games apiece for both of these forwards. You are ready and warmed up on your Zentaro at this point, surely. Frightfully Fresh hovering the Rasmus goalie. See if anything spicy like that going to come on across. It's going to be the Aimee to round things out for the side of Quest Esports.
Aimee for Sloopin. So in terms of damage, it's definitely going to be favored for Quest Esports here. And we have the eject button, Explosive Entrance as well on the Aimee. So taking a look, other than that, pretty identical pickups. It's just a difference in the goalies here. And of course, these first drafts can always dictate how something goes, right? Something just like picking up like a heavy impact or 1-2 punch on one of the Zentaros instead of the other could start swinging the game really fast. As the first barrier ends up dropping, Switch able to find the strike onto it here. As the characters slowly become level 2, we'll have a pretty simple play starting off, but once you get level 2 on the Aimee and you have these firewall sentry plays with the eject button setting up, the damage starts becoming unbelievable here.
Really does. Gonna be 1 barrier piece to start things off for game number 3. The high pressure matchup. There's gonna be the open goal found by Quest. Hamster Quest waiting at midfield, getting it over to Switch. Switch going in for the slashing strike. Not quite gonna be able to find it on through. There's gonna be the Blobo bounce into the primary. Blobs on both sides. So I'm gonna send him back on over to Sloopin, who is waiting in on the defense. Does have access to a little bit more aggression there. Borg going to be able to use the Oni's blade to convert. There's going to be the flip, and there's going to be the score. The Blobo not quite in the bottom corner to protect, and Borg going to find the first point of game number 3.
Blobo not helping out Hamster Quest, but I like the attempt there. That is the correct way to kind of go about that. You don't want to just you want to drop the blob before you because it'll catch the core, but Borg finding the angle there, and then again Hook resets, and Borg finding both barriers really quickly here. Even though they have the advantage already, and then jumping in with the rush, using the flip, and finding a shot between the firewall sentry bullets. That's a quick 2-0 lead here for Last Call.
Yeah, Last Call off to an explosive start, really piecing together their composition and finding both barriers right off the start as well. Sloopin not in position to be able to defend, misses the strike, and is going to end up losing plenty for it. Switch, though, with the first play here, passed on over, going to use their own flip. Both flips coming on out here. Might as well. This could be the end of the set if you don't manage to convert, and you don't either way. Borg sends it home, one-on-one up against Sloopin, and that is going to be a 3-0 set. Last Call making a statement at the start of game number 3.
I mean, if you're Borg, you're absolutely loving the start, right? This is one of the perfect Zentaro starts ever. Has a dash train, never has to worry about picking up another one ever again. It can get something like the fight or flight or heavy impact this game. I'm not sure which one he's going to opt in for. Going for the heavy impact instead. Fight or flight going to be picked up by... Oh, sorry, that was Switch who got the heavy impact, and then fight or flight for the 3rd game in a row going over to Borg.
If he gets Twin Drive again, I don't even know what to say. It's destiny at that point. He's got to piece together all the pieces every single game.
But a really important pickup here for Sloopin as well on the Timeless Creator, right? The Happy Star Extra Special is something that we're going to have to watch out for as a denial, but the Firewall Sentry is going to be doing so much, and especially with things like Siege Machine being introduced to the pool, as well as Castellas to help extend the duration, or Monumentalist. The creation trainings definitely favor IME on this patch here, as the Firewall Sentry able to successfully defend and get one barrier back with the help of Hamster Quest. We go in, but Borg finding the angle once again. The rush just does so much when you have the extended range here, and Borg a clean shot there, using that Zentaro tech to use the strike right after you send the primary out. Getting a nice juke onto Sloopin, starting off this point, or starting off this round 1-0, as Last Call is heading in with momentum, winning the first set already.
Yeah, and that's it's 4 in a row already found here by Last Call. You got to stop the bleeding at this point if you're Quest Esports trying to fight their way back into this one and get themselves this win. It's going to be Hamster Quest dribbling back and forth here, trying to get into Switch's hands, but Hook Resets and Borg have been in the way each and every time. Tons of damage off that center explosion, and they're going to be able to take him off the top. Switch no longer going to be on the map for about 10 more seconds, and Borg and Hook Resets not going to look to let this point last that long. Coming on together once again, the flip into the bottom, and Sloopin cannot defend that, not in a million years. It is 5 points in a row for Last Call.
I want to point out there that the way Switch died, I was really surprised at how fast he flew off the map, and I have to double check. It was Frightfully Fresh who picked up the Deadeye, and for those unfamiliar, especially with one slice training, but I don't even think you need one slice training anymore to do it, but the pendulum swing on Rasmus can proc Deadeye at the edge of the range, so that's why Switch ended up flying so far away here. Rasmus with Deadeye is very, very deadly, and I know Fresh is an avid user of this set of awakenings here.
Yep. Great placement on the turret here, nearly going to find that barrier, but Fresh able to keep up on the defense, able to be disciplined about it. Borg coming on in, looking for the aggressive play. KO found by Switch, though. It's a power play to Quest Esports to try to break the streak here and keep themselves from going down 0-2 in sets. Switch going to try to pressure it up against Frightfully Fresh. Cleared back out once again. That pendulum swing damage, that was like half of his health bar. Just so difficult to play around here. Another one nearly finds the KO. It's so dangerous. And Borg nearly going to be able to send it home. Will be cleared back out once again, but the pressure is mounting. The full strength squad of Last Call are back on the field. There's going to be the second barrier found. A shot back over. Switch going to be able to find the KO up against Borg. Hamster Quest sending it back in once again. The elusive to stay alive out of Switch, but they still haven't been able to find the point. It's not out of the woods just yet, as Fresh is still able to keep up the defense, sending it back on up, waiting for Borg to respawn. Borg is here at the full-on 3-on-3 once again. There's going to be the push in. Hook Reset sending the shot in towards the goal. Borg moving in as well. Sloopin keeping up the defense, but there's going to be the Oni's Blade once again. Switch trying to clear it out, but Hook Resets waiting on the rebound. Sends it back on over to Borg, coming in off the center, going in for another shot, and Hook Resets sends it to the top corner. 6 in a row for Last Call. 2-0 already on match point.
Last Call was not happy with last game. They are going strong. 6 points in a row here. And oh my goodness, I mean, the amount of damage coming through from them. We saw the pendulum swings coming through, Borg dealing so much damage. Even Hook Resets with the slimes just does so much. The core moving extremely fast because of the hot shots in play. And we have size picked up for Frightfully Fresh. I mean, this is an insane draft if you are Rasmus Goalie. Double size thanks to the Pauldrons with the Deadeye. 5% more impact damage. 1-2 punch going over to Hook Resets. And then a spark being picked up for Borg. Nothing too crazy there, but I mean, between the 1-2 punch and the build different, that is a Last Call draft if I've seen one.
Yeah, it feels really good for them here, getting some best in slot items, of course. And the build different going to be so valuable, but look at this full court press coming in through from Switch. Going to be able to find both barriers alongside Hamster Quest, but here is the clapback on the other side. Looking to get at least one of those. Switch going to look to find the score, going to look to break the streak. Not going to be able to find it, even with Sloopin's assistance. And the point will go on, but an open goal available for Quest Esports. Pass on down, Switch takes it into the bottom. And with their backs up against the wall, Quest Esports find their first point of game number 3, and it might just be the start.
And that was a clean strike, just able to get it onto the bottom corner there. But both barriers fell pretty well, or I should say both barriers fell really early on to that point. If Last Call can maintain the barriers, then Frightfully Fresh can walk up a little bit more, use that Deadeye proc, get some damage onto Switch, and whoever's walking up there. We can already see damage being traded back as Switch trying to get the KO here. Sloopin jumps in, uses the eject button to try to help trade back, right? One of the big trade-offs that you have in terms of this draft is Aimi is supposed to help out with the damage, but Frightfully Fresh has the build going for him. He can kind of just walk up halfway to midfield and then primary with the pendulum swing and deal someone's like 50% of their HP bar. Both barriers dropped as Last Call trying to make a play here, going in for the passive dash plus the rush. Unable to find it as the core is moving too fast. Barrier being dropped. Switch trying to set up a play there and is able to find it.
2 in a row. Switch pieces it together yet again. Frightfully Fresh not able to keep up the defense. And Quest Esports, they are not out of this just yet. They were looking dead in the water for 2 sets. But now in this set number 3, they want to be able to turn it back around. They would have to take it the full distance up against Last Call to be able to come on up with the win here, and they are welcoming the challenge. Moving up from midfield, Hamster Quest gets it back down to Switch. Switch going to look for the first of the barriers, going to be able to find it, and has the assistance of that sentry turret. It's just hammering onto Borg and stopping him from being able to get involved in this play, but they will finally be able to clear it back away. Hamster Quest intercepting at midfield, going to be able to send it back out. Up the flip, going to be used to clear things back out for the side of Last Call. Hamster Quest moving back up on the top side, going to take the flip, going to open things up for the squad, and there's the save from Sloopin as well. Goodness. Quest Esports piecing everything together here in the last possible moment. Switch now with an opportunity for the breakaway. He has the flip, he has the cooldowns, he has the slashing strike, he has everything, but Hook Reset's going to be able to keep up the defense, going to be able to prevent it from coming on through, but Hamster Quest waiting on the bottom. There's going to be that sentry turret sending things back up, but Switch not able to find a shot on off of it. Takes the KO onto Borg. It's a 3 versus 2 power play for Quest Esports as they are looking to take it to set number 4. Good defense from Frightfully Fresh once again. Going to be able to clear things back out. The pendulum swing not going to be able to find its way on towards that core. The flip comes on in, but Switch stops it in its tracks. It puts it in the goal. We're going to set 4.
6 points in a row from Last Call, being stopped by immediate 3-point reversal for Quest Esports. As the damage, as the pieces start clicking together in this puzzle, Last Call faltering a little bit in that set as Quest Esports finding their stride. Going into it, now we have a couple of options here. Demo being picked up for Switch SSB. A lot of things that could have gone there, but Borg is going to be the last pick here and is going to get a Spark of Strength, by the way. So just keep that in mind. That's Rezil plus Spark of Strength. Twin Drive being picked up over for...
Dream. It's dead.
Oh, the Spark of Strength denied. I'm glad that they were able to recognize that, because sometimes that goes like unnoticed. And then if you have that double spark going into that final draft, we know there's still multiple sparks available, especially Spark of Leadership. You don't want that as a kind of like bailout condition for Last Call there. So good denial from Sloopin. I like that. Hamster Quest being able to pick up the Monumentalist, but a good and I'm not gonna say underrated, a strong pickup for Borg on the point, but I was gonna say a strong pickup on the Unstoppable for Frightfully Fresh there as well. It's just a really good goalie pickup, right? Every 7.5 seconds, you just have this free knockback resistance that allows you to continue to strike the ball or at least participate in the play and not get hit during the hit stun. But starting off strong here, one barrier being broken, Switch loses a lot of HP or stagger for it, is able to survive, but a good slime from Hook resets, finds a double barrier as the goal gate's wide open. Sloopin trying to clear it out here, but aiming in an open net, it's going to be tough.
Definitely is here. Hook resets coming in at midfield, doing a great job of being able to carry things forward, but Switch manages to snag it away and find that second barrier. Now going to be open goals for both sides. Hamster Quest brawling with it with Borg. KO found by Switch. He's on a streak now, trying to steal it away from Borg. Captured at midfield by Hamster Quest and sent into the bottom corner. A beautiful shot from Switch. Going to be able to take it 1-1 and keep Quest Esports competitive.
Only 2 points away from bringing this over to set 5. Could go either way, but I think it's going to rely on getting some of these KO plays with Sloopin participating in, right? Because in terms of the defense, Frightfully Fresh is on that melee character on the Rasmus and can prevent a lot of these points from even, or prevent the core from even getting to him because of that extra size and the pendulum swing. So if you watch how far up he is, this is what I want to see from Fresh. One of the criticisms was that he wouldn't really take advantage of the barriers the same way as some other teams would, but Borg being dropped off still, only a couple seconds until he returns, both barriers available. I mean, this is open net here as Borg returns. Ultimate coming out. A good flip from Switch SSB to help clear it out, but Switch can drop at any second. No energy and pretty much no stagger.
A big missed opportunity there while Borg was down, not able to find anything, not even a barrier for it. They finally are able to find one on the backside after Borg's respawn, but pretty down on resources here, and that health bar from Switch, definitely a big risk, as you said, Mystic, but they will manage to find the barrier somehow, and cleared back out by the glitch pop. Borg with an opportunity on the bottom. Lupin waiting on the top, gonna be able to get it. Switch goes in for the slice and dice, gonna be able to find it into the Oni's blade. KO'd off the center explosion, and now a power play for last call. Could give them the lead in the set. Sent back away, Sloopin blinks on over, throwing down the sentry turret to cover the entirety of the goal, and going to buy them that crucial time. Blocked once again off the bottom corner. Now gonna be able to keep up that defense. A KO found for Switch, and the power play has changed hands. Hamster Quest and Switch advancing forward. Sloopin barely able to get back in time for the defense. Hook resets his elusive. He's not going to be able to keep up the defense. And Switch finds the goal again. 2-1 Quest advantage in set number 4.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire here. 1 point left. They want to make it over to set number 5. And the KOs are coming through, right? We are seeing the power plays. Even if one power play isn't successful, eventually another one will be, as one barrier drops. Trying to get in position to get the second one. The Unstoppable being popped over for Freshly Fresh, but only a couple seconds until it comes back up. Borg trying to set up a play here. Is able to end up catching it thanks to the help of Hook resets with the slime. And now a corner play coming out. The Firewall Sentry dropped as defense, but now that means it won't be available on offense, which has been one of their helping tools in terms of securing either the barrier or the point here. Trying to just clear it out. Hook resets having some trouble getting it past both Switch and Hamster Quest. But a good clear up to the top corner, able to find it, and Borg finds the angle there as Sloopin goes wide with the eject button towards the bottom.
Going the full distance in set number 4. One more point would close it out for last call. Quest Esports going to have to dig deep and find themselves their opportunity to be able to win on out and take it to set number 5, losing their first barrier to start things off. There's going to be the flip from Switch, finding the first of the barriers. Sloopin going to be able to send it back on down, and now another play from Switch with the Oni's blade. Nearly going to be able to find the second barrier. It's 1-1 in that department for now. Switch trying to capture it at midfield, but Borg is popping off on the enemy side. Going to be able to find his way on towards that barrier. Not going to be able to find it yet, though. Borg sending it back on up. Hook resets coming in with the assistance off the bounce, but sent in through the bottom. Death touch from Frightfully Fresh keeps up the defense, but it's not going to be able to save it. Up against the slashing strike once again. Slice and dice out of Switch. Another slashing strike, another rush. This time not finding the core. It's sent back past Sloopin to be able to open up the goal. It's open goals for both sides with everything on the line here. An opportunity to get into set number 5 for Quest Esports, and an opportunity to close it now for last call. Flip from Sloopin finds the goal, and we're going to set number 5, Mystic. The full distance on the Cinderella story for Quest Esports.
I mean, we were in a situation where it was 6 points in a row, with last call being favored in terms of the momentum of this particular game, and then the reversal, 3 points, and then the 5 point set here. We're now going to 0.5 game 3 on the last match of Quest Esports of this season here. And I mean, they're showing that this is a game that they're willing to put everything on the line to take here. As Sparky Leadership not picked up for Borg, surprisingly, instead opting in. Oh, I guess he didn't have the second. I thought he had one more spark. I forgot that the spark of strength was denied over by Sloopin. So yes, no leadership being picked up. Instead, the Timeless Creator extra special combo is going to be really powerful to watch out for. Other than that, I mean, the recovery drone might add some value for Hook Resets, who has not been getting KO'd as much as Borg, but I think has fallen off the map once or twice. Overall, a strong set of awakenings here for Quest Esports.
Quest with their opportunity now. They were counted out after 2 sets, and they have an opportunity here to turn it all around and take themselves a win in North American Strikers League week number 9, the last possible opportunity. Looking to convert it here. Borg looking to say no. Borg playing aggressively in the face of Sloopin and Hamster Quest. Gonna get it cleared back out up against him, though. Hook resets waiting here on the defense. Gonna go in for the flip. Gonna be able to send it off the center. Hamster Quest finds himself on very low stagger. And Borg going to take it off the dribble. 1 versus 2. He moves it into the goal and takes the first point for last call.
2 points left for last call. Quest Esports needs to step up right here, but being disadvantaged in the set hasn't stopped them before. They've made the comeback before. Firewall Sentry being dropped here because of that Timeless Creator plus extra special. You can drop that at the start of every single round, and with the extra 30%, I believe. 30% cooldown. We're going to be seeing a lot more IME turrets being dropped here, 1-to-1 in terms of barrier. Trying to find the clear, rightfully fresh, using that Deadeye Pendulum Swing so well, and a good clear to get it out, but no Unstoppable isn't able to protect it. The energy burst in front of his face as the goal gates open wide, and Switch SSB tying things up 1-to-1 in set number 5.
What a call out there from Switch, able to sneak his way through, get the barrier, and make the goal all in one smooth motion. He has been so critical for the comeback here from Quest Esports, and he is going to need to be the one that they play through to be able to take it all the way here. Already one barrier down apiece. Looking to recover onto the other side. Sloopin able to blink back. It's going to be Borg moving in from the top corner. Switch dueling with him. Going to be trying to get it on in. They're going to have the conversion off of the Oni's Blade. They're going to be able to find themselves that first barrier. Hamster Quest sends it back over. Switch looking to dash in. It's going to be Borg taking it back on towards the other side. Switch going to look for the KO on a hook reset's not going to be able to take down that battery. We're going to be able to stagger him for now and keep them out of the play. Sent onto the other side. It's a 1-turn-2. It's rightfully fresh. Has to keep up the defense. There's going to be Borg coming on in with the flip to send it back, cleared on over. Hook resets going in for the bounce, trying to get it onto the barrier. Not going to be able to find it here as Switch has a 1 versus 2 play to try to find the goal. Sloopin not able to keep up the defense, and Switch now finds themselves so low on HP. Dash forward from Switch, moving forward. There's going to be the pass up, interrupted by a Blabo once again. Oni's Blade not going to find it, and frightfully fresh from across the map takes it to set point for last call.
Core gets shot forward, Switch gets shot into the goal gates there. It was looking really close. Could have gone either way. But man, these points are going neck and neck as we get into what could be the final point of the game here. Hamster Quest starting off strong, jumping in, but doesn't have any energy. Firewall Sentry has to drop defensively as we try to clear it out. One barrier already being taken down on Quest Esports side. Second barrier being dropped as well. A little bit slow on the reaction there as Sloopin is in a disadvantaged situation here as he has to protect an open net with no barriers to trade back yet. Switch just trying to find at least one barrier here. No energy being available on the side of Quest Esports is not looking good in terms of that economy. And again, Elusive coming out, Switch looking low, being slammed down with the pendulum swing just to keep that stagger from going back up. But a great Firewall Sentry gets one barrier, almost gets the second one. But no, having to play a little bit defensively. I mean, they're on the back foot right now, and a good flip from Borg secures the final point, drops Quest Esports from fulfilling their dreams of finishing off with a 1 win, and it could have been the miracle run, but just short once again on game number 5, set number 5. Stop this from happening every single time I get to cast these games. It's always the same. It's always just 1 point or 2 points short, Gordo, and it's so sad to see. But again, it's such a phenomenal performance from both teams.
I mean, the best possible showing you could have gone out on here for Quest Esports. A 0-9 regular season will end their journey here for Nassau season number 3. They will get an opportunity to defend their spot in the promotion tournament. And if they can play like they did here today, they definitely have a solid shot of being able to come back for season number 4. But last call, they wanted that positive record more than anything, and they will get it at the end of the day. 5-4 in favor of Last Call will be the final score for them in the regular season, and they will be waiting in playoffs here to see if they can keep that upset train that they had run in the last couple of weeks going.
Yes, indeed. As Quest Esports has to recoup and get ready for getting back in for NASL Season 4, Last Call goes into the playoff, going strong with a positive record, like you said, prepping for potentially taking the cup, going into this playoff set of games. But as we say that, there are more games to be played, with the next game, I believe, being Oshi versus Core Overflow.
That is the case. It's another playoff team versus non-playoff team matchup. Core Overflow going to be looking to move themselves up to 7-2. Oshinor Core Flip already in that relegation territory, but still posturing for some seeding in the promotion tournament. They certainly would prefer to end 3-6 versus 2-7. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that here in just a few minutes. Wait to hear what the map picks are going to be for these two squads.
Yep. Waiting in for the teams to load in. I mean, it could go. This is definitely going to be favored for Core Overflow as we go in, right? Being towards the top in that second place position. I'm not sure what implications this match has in particular in terms of seeding. If the record ends up changing anything, if like for example Core Overflow lose and someone like EKC or Sad Boys win, will that alter what ends up happening in terms of who goes on winner's side and who does not? So I'm not sure in terms of that. But again, Oshi currently record is 2-6 here. Would love to finish off with one more win going out. And Core Overflow is a team that is strong, but again, Oshi is another one of these teams like Quest Esports where we see them go the distance against so many of the other NASL teams, but end up just falling slightly short.
Yeah, definitely. They've been able to pick up some clutch wins throughout the season as well. We know they were able to take down Last Call back during the regular season. They were also able to come on up with a win. Who was their other win? Their win was Quest Esports. Yeah, that I should have been able to call that. It feels like salt in the wound a little bit, but yeah, I mean that's where the other win came through.
That's all right. We do have the map selection here. Game number 1 is going to be Gates, which is the Oshi pick. Game number 2 for Cal is going to be going over to Inky Splash Zone. And then game 3 will be Oni Village if we make it to that point.
All right. Oshi no Core Flip going to have their pick first, and it will be Gates of Obscura. See what they've been cooking over there with the time they have had available to them. And yeah, going to be seeing.
I wasn't there for the pre-show, but it looks like we will not be having the full roster of Core Overflow, with Shapeshifting being subbed in the goalie position with against the full roster of Oshi right now.
Yeah, interesting. I definitely missed that part as well, but looks like they do not have Slop for the day. It will be Leo and Joker pairing up with Shapeshifting, maybe making this matchup a little bit more interesting than just playoff team versus non-playoff team. The substitute throwing an extra little wrench into things here for Core Overflow. We'll see if they're still able to come out on top.
Now, looking at this, I was going to say, I'm looking at the map picks, and I'm glad that the maps are in opposite orders, where Atlas Lab is first and Oni Village is second. I mean, is last. Because in the case this does not go to game 3, these maps at least, I mean, the Oni Village game was such a long game, so it's nice to have a quicker pace of map selection here in terms of smaller maps coming out.
Yeah, definitely a smaller map. Let's see how much that's going to affect things here. We are just waiting to get on into game number 1, waiting for everybody to ready on up. Will be Gates of Obscura here first. And Oshino Core Flip, feel like I haven't gotten to see too much of them this season. At least I haven't gotten to cover them too much. They haven't been in my early window here, but definitely feels like they've been able to take some very close matches up against some of the other squads here, just not quite able to end up coming away with the wins. It's really kind of a familiar story to what we've ended up seeing here. They took Demon's Raw to 3 sets back in week number 1,
Yep.
And it's kind of been downhill from there. I mean, it's been a lot of 2-0 sweeps.
You should have seen them at the LAN. This merchant guy on the Vice has a sixth sense. This guy will place his secondary down, and it'll be like 5 seconds in advance of when the core is nowhere near that spot, and the core will magically appear in front of where he set up his secondary, and he'll just teleport, take a barrier, get a KO, get the point. This guy just is the Vice father in terms of I mean, he's the only one that I can say is like, if I see anyone else playing Vice Vice goalie on my team, I'm always feeling less confident than if Merchant's on it. So with that in mind, I'm gassing him up. He's being glazed. I want to see a good performance here, Merchant, and Oshi in general. But yeah, they played so well at the LAN. I'm hoping that kind of momentum continues going on to the rest of NASL.
For sure. Eyes on Merchant here then as we get into Gates of Obscura. See what the selections are going to end up being here. We'll see how Shapeshifting is going to be able to do. I think this is their first game of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So going to be an interesting one to witness for sure as Core Overflow looks to make a change here.
Looking at the ban, that makes sense. I was glazing up the Vice. It's being taken down. And then the Zentaro for the other one. I'm gonna see if we have access to the starting awakenings here. Built different, prime time seems to be the two pickups. So some extra damage coming through no matter what angle you look at it. Prime time always an interesting start. Just having so many extra abilities, right? It ends up playing into those KO comps even more. Joker on Gates of Obscura has the Estelle pick. Keep in mind that this guy loves going something like Siphoning Wand. And then just looking for KOs because of how quickly, especially with like primetime pickup, there's a good chance that Joker ends up going Siphoning Wand primetime on the start to just cycle abilities and chip down people, and then have Leo Leon help finish them off with the close primary or some of the other abilities.
Yep.
No,
So
opting for the slick kicks, Joker. I don't like that. He's been talking up this Siphoning Wand so much, and then he doesn't pick it. I'm gonna have a stern word with him after this game.
Prime times across the board, and yeah, maybe a little bit of mind games coming on through from Joker there. Going to be that double Kazan matchup. Will be interesting to check on out, as early on it's Leo Leon who's able to find the aggressive angles, going to be moved on out as there's going to be one barrier taken apiece. Leo going back on in, looking to see if he could sneak something on in there with the umbrella. Going to be that elusive force on out Merchant on the Luna. Definitely can be plenty dangerous. Good use of that crooked leverage. Going to be able to find themselves the first of the barriers back through the portal. Set on up, and there's going to be a KO and a score all in one. Joker gets it all.
First point going over to Core Overflow, and one thing to keep in mind is that Mirror Meg is still level 1. This Kazan character only has half of his abilities at level 1, and not being able to break down the barrier or get that point is going to make it a lot tougher here, as the goalie Merchant being the one to drop here on the Luna gets taken off the side. Double barriers being taken here as Leo Leon attempts to get the pass, isn't able to get it from Joker. Mirror Meg trading it right back though. Goal gate's wide open, tries to find the piercing shot onto the net, isn't able to get the angle there, but the close primary, snatching it out of the clutches of Kashikoma, is able to send it in. 2-0 lead. Quick start in this round in terms of the advantage going out for Core Overflow.
Leo spinning away there, feeling good about what he's been able to accomplish with that leverage over the course of the first couple of points. Been really critical in their ability to actually convert on these points, and looking really comfortable on the Kazan here. Now taking a ton of damage on the Kazan here. Not even going to be able to get to the orbit time. This is looking rough for Leo. Leo's going down. And now a power play available for Oshi as they look to strike back and get themselves back into this game. Already down 0-2, but that is not the end of it, as Quest Esports proved to us time and time again. Last game, double KO for Merchant, though, certainly making it look like they are going to be able to get themselves back into this one. There's going to be a flip coming on through Joker, just keeping up the defense. Merchant coming in for a header, going to send it back over to Mirror Meg, going to be cleared back away by Leo, and they buy enough time for shape-shifting. Core Overflow hold on, still looking for the 3-0 in set number 1, and they're finally going to find their first barrier now that they're back at full power, but there's the Kazan taking down again, another double KO. Merchant's got 4 in a row now, and surely they can convert this 3 versus 1. Shape-shifting going to get hit stunned, and there is the score for Kashikoma.
Now able to find it after getting the KOs back to back. Taking out both of the forwards there. This is an aggressive reverse in terms of that point for Oshino Core Flip here. Getting a lot of EXP from that as well, and the energy being completely deleted for both of the forwards. Leo Leon already getting completely staggered there. And is now in a position to get KO'd, being able to use the open primary since Kashikoma through the teleport instead of getting the KO. And now it is Leo Leon. No, I'm sorry, Mirror Meg being taken out here. So advantage in terms of Core Overflow having the extra man up, but are down a barrier right now. Aren't able to find anything out of this power play. But one crooked leverage comes out, gets one barrier there as Leo Leon able to find one, trying to find the second one, setting up here. Forces the flip out of Merchant and still manages to get the barrier. Could end up finding the final point that they need to set the score straight. 3-1 going over to Core Overflow.
Yeah, Leo Leon converting once again there, and that is going to be a 3-1 set. Going over to Core Overflow. Looking good, even with the substitute in the goal arc. Coming on up with a strong start. We get into the first draft here.
Going into the draft, oh my goodness, I looked away for 1 second, Gordo, and staring at this now, we have specialized training going to Leo Leon on the Kazan. I mean, this is one of the worst feelings if you're on the enemy team. These type of awakenings, especially. So, not only did Core Overflow win, it was the Kazan who was first pick on the first draft, getting specialized training. I didn't even look at the rest of the Awakenings here. Just watch Leo Leon deal out the damage for this set here. Any abilities is just going to do so much, but now actually taking a look at what else is being picked up here, we got a Spark from Mirrormeg. Kashikoma has the Quick Strikes, which is going to be a nice pickup here on the Juno, and then Joker on the Fight or Flight, which is going to help out because he's getting staggered, so the Fight or Flight also resets his Rose Warp, not only on offensive stagger breaks here, but Merchant plus the team coming out, breaking out both barriers, and now they have the advantage here. One barrier being traded back as Mirrormeg tries to get the pass over to Kashikoma, able to find it, but not able to find the second barrier, as Kashikoma playing a little bit more forward than Mirrormeg here. Not something that you would expect between the Kazan and the Juno. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at this completely reversed here as a passing play between Mirrormeg and Kashikoma. I was looking at it as if Mirrormeg and Kashikoma were attacking Merchant for a good 30 seconds, and I was confused about that. But 1 point being picked up over for Oji Nakor Flip as we go into point number 2.
Yeah, and a great job by Oshi to pretty much nullify Leo Leon on that first point there. They somehow managed to come on up with the score. They're dodging out on everything he can pump out, but there's that specialized training Kazan that we were expecting, maybe a little bit more, going to be taking Kashikoma very, very low to start things off, finding both barriers, and now they just need to recover up against this aggression coming on through from Kashi to be able to find their way, to be able to turn things back around, to be able to get themselves their first point of the set. Leo has to fall back on defense, though, as they are short a midfielder for the time being. Shapeshifting, getting some good damage back over to Mirrormeg, though, and going to be able to deny the flip from being able to find its way onto the core. That's going to be a KO before too long. Second barrier down, but a power play available for Core Overflow as they look to send it on through. One more poke from Leo will push it in.
A poke is all you need. If I was in Leo's position, you know I would have hit the panic button and slammed the energy burst there. But knowing that he was super confident in that strike, knows that he doesn't need it there, and now has the energy burst for this play here. On top of that, always kind of fishing for these damage opportunities. We see a quick combo come out onto Mirrormeg, taking out over 3/4 of his HP bar, and there it is, jumping in with the open secondary, takes out almost all of Kashikoma as well. Energy burst comes out, isn't able to find a point off of that or the barrier, but a good set of rebounds, manages to get it back over from Joker to Leo Leon here, and Mirrormeg finding the exit gates of the map as he gets taken out. And now we're in a power play over for Core Overflow as they have both of their barriers and a staggered Kashikoma to go up against. And the piercing shot, the perfect lineup from the Joker, finding the KO, finding the point, 2-1 lead in this set as they have the one set advantage as well. I mean, this is looking so dominating for Core Overflow. The way they're linking up their plays, the damage coming through, I mean, everything just looks clean.
Yeah, I mean, this story's been told a million times this season already with Core Overflow, but Joker, what a fantastic swap over to midfielder he has had over the course of this season, right? Previously, playing a lot more forward, playing a lot more brawler, but he looks so great on picks like this, Estelle, lining up some fantastic piercing shots, getting himself plenty done over the course of this game and over the course of the entire season on these sorts of picks. And looking to pop off once again here as 1 point away from a 2-0 start, going over to Core Overflow. Although both barriers going to get found by Kashikoma here. Mirrormeg looking for the top spin, nearly puts it through. But Leo on the steal away, goes in for a top spin of their own, going to be able to find the open goal, and now it's open for both sides. Shapeshifting gets hit by the breaker, though. Will nearly go on down to that crater, but will be able to keep on standing. Somehow manages to clear it out, and now the setup from Leo back down to Joker. Joker's got access to the flip, gonna look to send it home, and there it goes. Joker takes a 3-1 set for Core Overflow.
I mean, what a clean play from the Joker there. Using the Rose War, bounces it down, uses a dribble to bounce it once again, walks up, flips, piercing shot, cookie cutter play once again here as we have a two-set advantage for Core Overflow. Joker in the lead here. Not sure what it's going to take. Explosive entrance is the first thing that I see, but no, Stagger Swagger rather opting in for the speed, making sure that the damage keeps coming through onto Ocean of Core Flip. Hotshot being responded back for Kashikoma. Explosive entrance is now going to go onto the Kazan. Now, guys, remember, explosive entrance is just upgraded Super Surge when it comes to Kazan, as all of his abilities are impacts. And can take use of that extra range on the secondary as well, which was slightly nerfed in terms of the size on one of the most, I believe, the most recent patch.
Certainly here. Nice little bit of damage coming on across. Shapeshifting Trying to keep that health bar low for Miramed. Gets a good bit of damage on across with a perfect pitch, and just going to finish him off alongside Joker. The ensnare drums into the piercing shot, and already going to be a power play available for Core Overflow. Joker sneaks it on past Merchant, just trying to get into Leo's hands, and Leo finally gets to play some juggling with it. Going to be able to push it on forward, topspin in for the second barrier. Cleared back out. Good defense from Kashikomo all in all, but Joker's not done yet. Sends it back in with the Crystal Thorns. Going to get it knocked back away, and off of the blink, there is going to be a sneak past Merchant and an open goal available for Core Overflow. Joker now on the breakaway, waiting for Leo to come on up and support. Has access to the core flip now. Back through the portal, passed on up, and Joker sends it through.
No abilities needed, no need to panic. A good bounce off the bottom diagonal and then waiting out the timer on the Luna ultimate as he passes up to Joker. And with the Luna in the net, I mean, these are some pretty free points, but the upside to having the Luna instead is the extra damage coming through, which we saw more in that first set, but unable to kind of find more opportunities here to get the KOs as the sets progress and the Awakenings kind of changed how everything's being dictated.
Absolutely. Ooh, snagged back in. Really cool move there by Leo. Going in for the flip, grabbing it with the leverage, sending it back through. And going to have the open goal. Oh, that was nearly a score as well. The angle just a little bit off. Shape-shifting now, going to get hit by the crater once again, but still going to be able to keep up the defense. Mirameg not finding the topspin that time. Joker goes for the combo, not finding it there. The pass back on up, and these two, they're going to be able to get it through one way or the other. Merchant had access to the flip, but was not quite in range. It will be a 2-0 start for Core Overflow once again as they look to close out this game with one more goal.
One more goal is all they need. A quick start. I mean, these points are going extremely fast. We saw the power of Core Overflow as the sets were progressing, but Oceano Core Flip, we're starting off strong. Like I said, they had like the four KO streak on Merchant. They were finding KOs and they were finding more barriers, but as we go on, we can see like the damage coming out onto Kachikoma is in a position where he's going to be forced to use that energy burst just to live. Doesn't even use the energy burst, instead gets comboed off the map. Between all the abilities of Joker and Leo Leon, second barrier being found as Leo Leon tries to... Oh my goodness, I was going to say, Joker taking over the helm as Leo tries to get back the stagger, and Joker fully staggered himself, goes in, teleporter play, walks in, using the Crystal Thorns first, follows it up with the piercing shot. Game number 1 goes over to Core Overflow.
And it just feels like it's the forward experience, right? Joker's so comfortable just switching up roles, moving forward and pushing through the score for himself. Doesn't always need to hang out at midfield, and that's part of what makes this Core Overflow squad so dangerous. A great 3-0 there. Shape-shifting, looking pretty good on the sub in, able to hold down the defense even up against some dangerous positions that they were put into by Merchant's ranged damage. And they let through barely anything. 2 goals all in all for Oceano Core Flip across game number 1.
I mean, that was a dominating performance, but we saw how it could be dictated early on, and I mentioned how warping the specialized training pickup was for the Kazan, right, at the start of round 1. You hate to see something like that go immediately round 1 and kind of alter how much damage is being outputted from Kazan. If they were lucky, you know, that awakening doesn't appear until much later on. But regardless, that was the outcome of Cal winning set number 1, and they took it and they snowballed all the way through. Now the second map, let me double check what it is.
Inkies.
Inkies, yes. Oh my god, it's gonna be an Inkies map. It's been a while. So again, another quick map where not necessarily quick on KOs in terms of how big the map is, but the water cannon can definitely help add to the pressure being dropped in, and with how big the goal gate is and across the top and bottom diagonals rather than on the sides, ends up being a map where the goal gates end up breaking really fast and the points end up being extremely quick.
Yeah, definitely the case here. And, you know, looking at the stats after that last game, I mean, it's crazy how, like, statistically Joker performed in that game, even compared to Leo. We focus so much on that Kazan and how strong the Awakenings were, but I mean, it's 4 goals to Joker to 5 to Leo, 6 KOs to Joker to 1 to Leo, only about 3k separating them in damage, only 3 more shots for Leo, only about 10 more redirects for Leo. I mean, Joker really doing everything in that game number 1.
I mean, one of the things that I know Joker absolutely loves about Estelle is that being able to finish off the points, or being able to finish off the KOs, is something that Estelle really excels at, right? Using the Rose Warp and having a targeted point and click pushback, and then lining it up. If you know the angle at which you're sending them out, you can just kind of finish them off pretty easily. And it's something that, although Kazan can stack a lot of damage, he doesn't really have too much control over sending them off the map. It's more so just hit them with the ability and they'll eventually get staggered completely. But yes, loading into this Inky Splash Zone map, we have the Vice Band coming out once again here. And the Estelle, they do not want to deal with the Estelle. The first time it was the Zentaro band, they said, screw it, Zentaro can come through. Just get this Estelle off the map, please.
I mean, that's dangerous to let Leo Leon have, too. There's no right answers here up against Core Overflow. There's a reason that, if there's a team that folks are pegging to be able to kind of sneak into that grand finals that isn't Sad Boys and Demon's Raw, I think most people would pick Core Overflow at the top of their list. And Joker coming in with the Octavia El Clasico here. Love to see it. And Leo Leon on the Zentaro. I mean, really doesn't feel like the Estelle van has set them behind too much. They are comfortable on what they've managed to pick for their midfielder and forward.
Octavia being picked up for Joker, one of the original characters this man has pumped hundreds and hundreds of games into. Going through, let's take a look at what the starting awakenings are. It is Spark of Leadership. Who knows what the other one was, but it's Spark of Leadership being picked up by all 6 members here.
All right, Core Overflow decline the remake. It will be the full Spark of Leadership start. This is ridiculous. So let's see exactly how it's going to play on out. Already an aggressive start here, launching everything that they can at Oshino Core Flip, but not going to be able to take it all the way home. They did manage to find that barrier, though, and Leo going to keep that hit stun, going to keep Merchant away from the core, but it won't be enough.
Joker able to manage to keep the flow state up. I thought for sure that it was going to run out just before he touched it, and now we have this Octavia kind of hovering the midfield position. Would love to get anything like Spark of Agility or some sort of duration on the buff as Leo Leon tries to set up a play on the net. Merchant able to secure it out. I was for sure thinking that that point was over, done and gone, but the Luna holding it down as Joker tries to set up a play, being stopped from the flow state, being completely stopped thanks to the water cannon coming through, and we're only a few seconds away from the core overflow cannon, but not needed as Leo Leon able to set up a play by himself on the top corner onto Merchant, which again, having these ranged goalies like Luna end up offering so much more offense instead of defense. When you're in front of a net against a Zentaro, it's just tough, right?
It is. It is really, really tough to deal with, and that's going to end up with a very close point number 1 going on over towards Core Overflow. Joker going to have to use the elusive there, but actually manages to get the flip off of it. That all comes up Joker, and Leo nearly converts it. Merchant has been so clutch on these saves in this set so far, but it just hasn't even mattered. Leo and Joker going to be able to send it home that time as well. It is crazy, some of these defenses coming out of Merchant, but it's just all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant is playing really well on this set number 1 here, but the forward duo of Joker and Leo Leon has so much pressure, right? The core is being kept on, in terms of possession, the core is pretty much always on Ocean Core Flip side, but the barrier being dropped early for Core Overflow being traded right back. Watch the button as the first cannon comes out. And the cannon not able to do... I got kind of... I don't know what the word is. I saw, yeah, bamboozled by the water cannon. I was staring at it for a second, and I thought someone got KO'd, and then I looked at it, and there was all 6 members still there, but it is Oshino Core Flip who got the point, and maybe the water cannon was just there as a little distraction to help assist on the rebounds.
There really are. This map really has a lot more going on in the background, I think, than a lot of maps. You know, these little guys moving up and down. There's not really that much. The birds flying around in the corners. There's not all that much going on in these other maps, and sometimes they can get a little bit distracting. But
oh, no.
KO found here by Core Overflow. Kashikoma very low on HP, and I don't know if Merchant can have the 6 saves when he's not even on the map, but will they be able to buy enough time? Kashikoma saves it again, continuously nearly getting KO'd, but able to keep up the defense. Joker now in that flow state, doesn't even need it. Leo gonna be able to get in there with a slice and dice off the water cannon.
I like what Joker did there. As the water cannon came down, he pushed the core further into the middle of the cannon because of where Mirameg was standing. If he doesn't do that, Mirameg is able to snatch it out of the cannon.
Oh my god, look at all the sparks.
Oh my, okay. Well, this is probably best case scenario if you're Core Overflow here, or sorry, if you're Oshino Core Flip, right? Not having to worry about a singular person stacking up multiple sparks. That's 3 of the 4 sparks gone. And now only have to worry about Spark of Agility later being stacked on to someone who already has one.
For sure. I'm surprised, actually, that Core Overflow doesn't end up taking 2 sparks there, deciding that Joker would rather have the quick strikes. So those benefits, going to be getting shared around. Yeah, you're not stacking sparks on one person, but you are still sharing the love around with everybody wearing Sparkle leadership here. Oh, and an early KO found there onto Joker. Going to open up for a power play for Oshi no Core Flip. What are they going to be able to make happen? It will be anything. Shapeshifting, passing it back up. Leo thinks that they have a shot to score here. Nearly going to find it, but blocked back away by Merchant yet again. Buying enough time for Joker to be able to arrive, though. Base drop nearly sends it through. We'll have access to this flow state here before too long. And the quick strikes as well, favoring them in these strike wars. How much will it help? They are going to be able to get it past Miromeg there, but back into Miromeg's hands one way or the other. Kashikoma there on the help. Flow state going to drop. And they will be able to open on up that goal. There's going to be the water cannon buying a little bit of time, but it will be able to be survived. Leo waiting at midfield, sends it back down, waiting on the cooldown for their own water cannon, which will be available here before too long. Joker has access to the flip, going to send it through, setting up, and there's going to be Leo nearly putting it in. Merchant with the core flip, and they're both KO'd. It's a 2-on-2 on the map. Joker, though, in the flow state, thinks he can convert. Ooh, nearly sent down. Shapeshifting going to be able to save it with the Giga Blast. And Miromeg going to use the pendulum swing, try to set up for it once again. There's the water cannon, sending it through, blocked by that crater, and Miromeg finds the shot.
Yeah, tough position if you're shapeshifting there. One thing I completely forgot, Gordo, is the diagonals of the map, once the gold barrier drops, are open for KOs because of where the water cannon comes out. So that's where the double KO ended up happening, is that that KO zone on the bottom corner after the Oshi goal gate opened up. So completely forgot that is a possibility as Leon here finding the angle after the Oni blade, but being taked out by the pendulum swing, I believe. Now Joker just trying to set up here, keeping the core to himself, has the quick strikes available, isn't able to maintain the dribble though long enough, only a second off until Leon comes back, but Miromeg looking to get a KO onto shapeshifting here, is gonna try to use the flip, I believe. But a good eject button gets shapeshifting back to safety. Still not out of the loop yet though. Joker able to find the goal there in the meantime as shapeshifting is playing League of Legends there on the back corner, hiding from Miromeg.
Yeah, Joker got up to full speed there, just kept on stacking up that flow state and was just able to do it all on his own once you're at that point. The Octavia play just goes absolutely crazy here once you're able to get those stacks on up, and the quick strikes doing their job, helping him out of being able to maintain that. Also disciplined use of the flow state, only really popping it. As I say that, pops it when he can't get to the core and is going to end up losing out on that cooldown. So going to be a little bit of a weaker Octavia for the foreseeable future. There's the flip in their face, and Kashikoma sends it home. Now 1 point away from being able to tie things up here for Oshi no Core Flip.
Yeah, good play between Kashi and Miromeg, able to find it, but 2 energy bursts used, and now only Joker has one available. Merchant really close to it on the defense, but Joker is definitely going to be looking for an angle here to either break the barrier immediately or try to save it for the scoring opportunity. Joker looking really low. I really like what he did there, right? Not only does he get the KO there, he uses the energy burst to prevent Merchant from getting the KO, because the angle at which Merchant was going through, Joker was going to get taken off the map here. And for their reward, they get a barrier. Leon in front of the net ties things up 2-2.
And all coming down to the point number 5 for set number 2. Core Overflow yet to drop a set in this series. We'll certainly want to keep that one going and see if they can take themselves a solid win once again. Going to be passed on up. Joker going to come on forward. Leo just going to flip it right in front of the barrier, guaranteeing that will be able to be secured. Here's going to be the juice once again. Coming on across. Joker going to be able to knock it in. And there is the slice and dice. Beautifully positioned there. Well timed by Leon. And it's a 3-2 set. Core Overflow now 1 set win away from being able to take down Oshi.
Was it the slice and dice, or was it the Luna ultimate that sent it at that angle? I think Merchant cleared it back into his own ultimate, but I'm not quite positive there.
That's possible too. I'm not sure.
But either way, finding the point there, 2-0 lead, and although it went to a set a 0.5, we still have the advantage here for Core Overflow, and a nice pickup from the Joker manages to get him both fight or flight and quick strike on this Octavia. I mean, if you're the Joker, you're in a wonderful position here. You don't really need the chrono boost. You don't really need the cast last. This is good enough to kind of just take over the game as well.
Good enough to take over the game for sure. Rolling on the bottom side, Joker going to look to sneak it on past. Might just be able to do so. There's Leo dashing forward, looking to get it on towards that barrier. Not coming on across here yet. Shape-shifting, dueling on the top side. There's going to be that second barrier going down. Merchant looking to take it all the way. Getting on towards that goal and will be able to find it. Mirameg going to be the one who comes up with credit.
Yeah, starting off strong, 1 point being picked up here for Ocean and Core Flip, but the last 2 times we saw this, it ended up being reversed over by Core Overflow. But still, it's not looking like the same way Game 1 got out of control. Each set still breathes some life into Ocean and Core Flip. Leon, though, finds the angle after the rush and the slice and dice to get the strike onto the barrier here. Water Cannon coming out here, trying to set up a play, but a good ultimate puts him, good ultimate from Merchant puts Leon into hit stun, not able to get a strike onto the net here. And now Stagger Bar is low, no energy available. Leon might get taken off the map, but Merchant finding the shot. I was going to say Leon has found the point once or twice while being completely staggered. Not able to find it this time, as Shapeshifting is just trying to hold it down and stall until Leon manages to come back up, who's only a second off from being brought back on the bottom side on this map instead of the top side like every other map. And Shapeshifting looking for the play himself. Eject button gets disappeared here. Joker gets taken off, and now it is Mirameg who has an opportunity in front of the net against the 2v2 power play of Leon Shapeshifting, while Kashikoma tries to bring up the rebounds here, and yes, finds the angle with the Slime catching that rebound and sends it in, giving 2 points now as Joker was taken off. Good use of that power play.
Yeah, great Slime angle there. Going to be a 2-0 lead for Oshino Core Flip. That's exactly where you want to be. Starting things on off, coming back aggressive in game number 2. This is very possibly their final game in the North American Strikers League as well. Definitely is their last one for Season 3, unless they can manage to force a game number 3 here. And fighting back here in set number 3, definitely what you want to see out of this squad as they start to get ready. Pushed on forward, Joker looking for the score. Here's going to be Shapeshifting, passing it back from midfield, coming out of the goal arc to get aggressive with it, but a KO found on a Joker. Will be a power play going on over to Oshi. Going to be cleared out once again. Leo and Shapeshifting have been pretty good at being able to buy time when the KO does come on through, and Leo going to look to convert here, coming back on alive. There's going to be the flow state from Joker coming in to help out on the aggression, going to get blocked away off the back of the combo, off the core flip. Mirameg going to be able to death touch it right back to himself and going to be able to find their way on towards the barrier. Here comes the juice, and it sneaks past Shapeshifting. It's a 3-0 set for Oshi.
Walking up a little too far, Shapeshifting not able to catch it as the angle sends it towards the bottom corner and doesn't really nick that bottom diagonal at all, which would have given him some more time to pick it up. But a 3-0 for this set number 3 here. Not what you were expecting if you were not what you were expecting on Gal's side for sure here. And at least a good denial of the Chrono Boost makes it so that Joker, who is last pick, is not going to get any pickup there. Still has access to the aerials, but most likely aerials gets denied from between the Juno and the Zentaro. Going over to the Juno here, Deadeye being picked up so that Merchant cannot get these KOs. But a good unstoppable pick. It's not really what you want, but it's not the worst pickup on the Octavia either. Just helping out with the stagger and knockback in general. Because Joker, we've been seeing, at least in this last set, got KO'd quite a bit.
Definitely. Coming back alive here, Oshi in game number 2. Trying to fight their way back in, but Leo going to be able to convert that real fast. Nice play on towards the barrier, set up by Joker for the score on the second. They will be able to start off 1-0 with a quick 10-second goal.
Yeah, not allowing kind of the last set to really sting in terms of the momentum. Just moving straight on. They only need one more set to win, and they know that they got the skills that are needed. But as I say that, Shapeshifting strikes it into the slime, which immediately redirects it right back, and Kashikoma able to find it the timing past Shapeshifting.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a whoopsie there from Shapeshifting, and gonna get us tied up here in set number 4. Stolen away by Kashikoma now, and you got to start believing at this point. I mean, it's been a clean couple of sets coming on through from the side of Oshino Core Flip, but as I say that, I will curse them a little bit, and it will be another clean point coming through for Core Overflow, now 1 point away from being able to take the whole dang series.
A simple strike, just watching the core slowly go in, a 2-1 advantage here for Cow as we go into what could be the final point of the entire 3-game series. Joker using that flow state, trying to get it up, but a good clear from Kashikoma manages to get it past him. The flow state still manages to keep up though, using the energy burst to help reset it. Finally gone now. Merchant staying up a little bit longer, trying to help set up the play. Isn't able to get the barrier, but it looks like Ocean and Core Flipper have a little bit of an advantage right now as they tie things up 2-2.
Great stuff there. That rocket from Merchant was critical, staggering Joker and stopping him from being able to contribute to the defense.
Yeah, even with the Unstoppable, still getting knocked back quite a bit and being pushed out with the hit stun. But a good find here from Leo. Leon gets the angle onto the top corner of that barrier. A water cannon coming out. He just needs to clear it over to Leo Leon, but a good slime. I saw that happen as they touched the second slime. And now it could go back to a game number. Nope. I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
There is going to be the win. Core Overflow coming on up. Not the most exciting final point that we could have gotten, but they will close out the regular season with a win. 7-2 will be Core Overflow's final record. Oshino Core Flip will end 2-7. They were already destined for promotion relegation before the game started, but will not be able to find themselves a game win in their final series here up against a top 2 team in the league. I do believe Core Overflow locks themselves top 2 with this win and will be sitting right up there alongside Demon's Ra as one of those dangerous teams as one of the top seeds in the league.
Yeah, Core Overflow coming up, right? The original predictions showing that at least towards the of the original predictions at the beginning of the NASL season put Core Overflow closer to the 3, maybe even 4, I believe, on some people's rosters. Yep. But coming in strong at a second place finish, right? It's not a wishy-washy finish. One of their losses being as well to EKC with a disconnect on the Joker. So take that as you will. I mean, this was a strong finish if you are Cap.
Yeah, definitely. I completely forgot, but yeah, we were there for that, Mystic, and yeah, a little bit of a disaster when that happened to him, but recovering quite nicely. And, you know, maybe a couple of things a little bit different here. They could be even contending for first place with Demons.
Exactly.
Yeah, but not going to be the case this time. Either way, second seed, nothing to be ashamed of. Going to be a perfect position to be in coming into the postseason. And Core Overflow definitely going to be one of those teams to keep your eyes on going on forward, as they are well positioned to be able to make a deep run in the NASL playoffs. But that's going to do it for our section here, Mystic. We are going to be done with regular season for season number 3. I'm sure we'll be back for playoffs, but going to hand over the reins to some new casters for the rest of the day.
Of course. Thank you again, Gordo. It's been wonderful casting this NASL season 3 block with you time and time again. See us in playoffs, guys. But coming up next is EKC versus Sundubu Strikers.
Watch this shit.
Wait, what is this guy doing?
Yeah, where's he going?
Up.
Watch this shit. To you?
What the fuck are you doing?
That was disgusting!
Whoa. Oh!
Oh yeah.
Oh no. And as you can see, you can hear the sound of the dinging ball.
One step closer.
Already found, rocketed right past Vaughn, sends it back over, cleared away by Frightfully Fresh again. Now it's in Borg's hands. Borg is 1 versus 1, and what a mix-up. I'm coming for you.
He was being very patient with it, get that one out of Gatubo, but she sends the top barrier, and what a jump from Gatubo!
I am so lucky. I am the lucky.
Get in there, Marissa.
Bang! What the fuck was that?
Nice unstoppable pickup as well. It seems they've gotten a lot of survivability on the right side too, but do they need survivability? What? What? I'm sorry, what? Just happened?
Trying to like pretend to be like us with our dash range.
Oh yeah.
Alright, that flip saved him. Can we hit the core?
Okay, I see you, please. Yo, no.
How did she not unlock that? What?
No!
Oh, what?
Oh.
Oh! 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 Ah! Help!
You wanna die?
Wait for it.
Wait,
Wait.
wait.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh!
I'm dead. Dude, I can't even play the game. Oh, that was too funny. Welcome back to Nassel. I'm here with Shia. We're here casting the soon Dubilee Strikers versus Aaron's Kitten League Club. And although the matches right now, especially today, there's always been like one playoff team where the match does matter and one non-playoff team where the match doesn't matter. I'm still really hoping for Duba to show performance. They've been showing some great performances throughout the season so far. And it does matter for EKC, though. If they lose this, there is a chance that they do not start in winner's side, which would be pretty dangerous for playoffs, especially if how many good teams are in this season. What do you think of this matchup, Saya?
Yeah, it's tough to get into a winner's side of playoffs now. The standings are getting close. The Sad Boys, I think, are in a very, very precarious spot at the moment as well. So EKC definitely want this win, want to lock in that top 4 placement. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially because we're seeing a bit of a substitution in the goalie role for Eris Kitten's club. They're getting the superior goalie, the ego check winner.
Is this what he won? Is this what he won for winning the ego check? Is Zoro's heading in, the new king of collegiate? I just saw Zoro and NXCD were warming up together. I was helping them out a little bit. We'll see how they do. Honestly, it's going to be really interesting because I think EKC is a team. A lot of people like to say like better than some of their parts, blah blah blah. But like they really do just play really really well together. And they're used to playing damage, which is something that Zoro isn't really a specialist in. So I could see some problems arise there. But at the same time, like Katsuna, NXCD, Zoro are also just 3 solid players. And Sundibu probably haven't been practicing as much or preparing for this match as much as they have in previous weeks. So we'll have to see how each sort of downside for each team balances out.
Yeah, and the Sundibu Strikers, as mentioned earlier, right? A team that has performed admirably throughout the entire season, falling short at the end, but this is a team that can contend with the best of them, and EKC will not be pulling any punches in this matchup, especially because it looks like the Sundibu Strikers have declined the leadership remake. So if that comes up, we're sure to have a very interesting game on our hands.
Yeah, you have to wonder if it's just they don't mind the start or if they don't want a remake because it would take longer. It's either way. If we see it, we see it. And some people, honestly, have been talking about how Spark Leadership start in a way is kind of nice in that it means that there's no like one player that has Spark of Leadership that kind of causes an imbalance. Usually everyone will just take Spark of Leadership, which will make it almost more fair. Like maybe there's a 2 Spark first draft, so you split them. Which is pretty likely for there to be more than 1 Spark in a draft. Which it gets weird though. Like there's a lot of reasons why people don't like it, and we see the now ban very EKC-esque. But with Zoro this time, it's interesting to see if they'll go damage or if this like Rune Hover is going to get picked. I know Kasten has been playing it quite a bit, and especially on the lab. But instead of Juno's being locked in, very popular pick.
Yeah, and speaking of the draft, the Starting Awakenings, Chrono Boost and Quick Strikes, I think, going to be the pick of choice for the midfielders, and it's definitely very game warping. They can do so much more in the midfield with it, especially as a starter when both sides have it. Grumella, I think, has been a very, very standout midfielder that's been talked about throughout this entire season. And if he's able to really be the difference maker, that could be what drives Dubu by EKC in this first game. But Atlas's Lab has historically been a map that EKC has really liked going to, so it could go either way.
Yeah, it's usually a pretty good damage map, but it's interesting. I'm really interested in this Dubu coming out because Breads used to be like really well known for this Dubu. I feel like it was kind of a signature pick, like just hold it down goalies. And then Breads kind of tried to shift with the meta, and it was working for a long time. But now melee goalies are coming a little bit farther back into favor. Everyone took quick strikes on Sundubu, while Zoro and NXCD opting for the Chrono Boost. I think it might be a big mistake. I think it's really, really hard to deal with quick strikes, especially as a goalie when you don't have it yourself. But as I say that, EKC is able to take both barriers and are looking in a pretty comfy spot.
Yeah, maybe the EKC game plan is to just not let it get to Zoro, but it does, and 2 barriers are instantly taken. Maybe you're right as the core goes all the way back around NXED looking for a play, but 3Z Breezy sends it forward. But Grimella is low, 3Z as well. This damage is nothing to be scoffed at, but the hook goes wide from NXED. Katsuna now trying it, but 3Z Breezy getting possession in front of the net. Against Zoro, the mind game goes directly to the goalie, and they won't be successful this time as Bread's forced to step up to defend. Grimella as well, and they get to 3Z once more. Zoro, though, will defend with the barrage. Grimella now, but a slime from Katsuna will clear it away. No, again into the corner, and Katsuna has to flip.
Oh, barely able to get it out. Breads is able to save it. Grimella has flipped now. Was able to reach on a lot of health too, but isn't going to be able to find anything. Good block in the midfield from Katsuna and NXCD making a wall. But now 3Z has a shot. It's going to get flipped soon as well. Both Razmai even are going to have their respective flips, but Zoro is going to hit a Giga Blast, but so is Grimella. It's going to keep the possession on the offensive line. Breads now has flipped to deal with NXCDs, but NXCD isn't going to have to use it. Instead, Breads having to pop it early, but Zoro kind of in a scary spot, but has the blazing pace in order to save it out. NXCD in a great spot. Bread's not ready to deal with that whiplash, and it's going to be the first goal going to EKC. What a hectic point.
Way closer than I thought, but with that first goal going over, I think it's more than just that. As a lead, looking at the energy bars, Katsuna, NXCD, and Zoro looking really good. 2 core flips and almost one more, while on the side of the Sundubu Strikers, they're quite far away. If they can convert with these core flips, they can get a barrier quickly. This could be another EKC point, but so far Grimella and Obscure Breads are just keeping the core locked down in the midfield. Finally, one barrier goes down. Katsuna getting in there with the slimes, but still, it's really just staying in the midfield, and Zoro not having to do too much, barraging at the perfect times to keep these barriers up for EKC.
Yeah, the quick strikes almost came into play pretty big there. I think if 3Z can find these like good quick strikes plays in the corner, then they will be able to find more barriers. Like Grimella tried to use quick strikes there to get through, but the problem is Katsuna also has it, so it's able to equalize there. NXCD is able to use the flip, has the whiplash, but isn't able to get it. Katsuna also not able to quite get there in time, but Zoro doing a great job defending, has this flip too, just behind everything, but 3Z is the one to finally find the KO. And on that note, they should be able to use this power play to get barriers, but Zoro has the flip and stall for time. Zoro now flying, even trying to not only get a bunch of damage on Grimella, but forcing the core up and giving enough time for NXT to respawn. Has the chrono boost on the whiplash, the Dubu moment, but not going to result in anything crazy happening. Katsuna now in overtime of Juno, so having to red core Juno slimes, but 3Z's the one who's going to get the last barrier. Now, flip is used pretty, like almost a little bit early, but Katsuna's gets this insane save there, uses the flip to get it out. NXCD has whiplash, runs up forward with it, but isn't in a great position to use that whiplash to score. It needs a little bit more, like less space, if anything. Now this double goalie versus this double forward is working out pretty well for the Juno. Juno just really good at sitting in the net, but 3Z hooked out, did not score this one. It feels like this offense from Sundubu has been relentless, but it's 3Z that's now looking really low and is forced to back up and orb up. And if Grimella can't score here, it's probably going to be like an EKC offense.
Yeah, Zoro's been holding on for so long, and as you said, the double goalie coming in, defending against Reezy Breezy as well. And now Obscure Breads forced to flip to the bottom side, but Katsuna keeps the offense up. Pass up to NXZD, mixes up Obscure Breads, a 50-50, and that's another goal on the board for Eris Kittens Club. 2-0, as Zoro's looking pretty comfortable, I think, in Soren's spot here.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the peak of Zoro's career. Has won the ego check, is now playing in the NASL for maybe the first time. Has Zoro subbed? I'm not sure if Zoro subbed in any other time this season, but now has the chance to prove himself against the best, the Sundubu Strikers, and has been doing really, really well. Is able to hold on the open net for a long time, and maybe even though it's not a damage comp, it's Atlas Labs, so damage is going to come out one way or another. And 3C was staggered for a bit, but now it's fine. It's doing the thing that 3C does that I hate, and I keep flaming this guy for it, where he just AFKs in a spot where you can't pass to him, which results in them losing barrier. But they've been in this situation so far a billion times, but Zoro owned barriers, being a little bit too cocky, tries to go for a crazy play, and doesn't get anything out of it. The energy should favor the side of Sundubu because of these quick strikes, but it's not going to matter if that one. Huh?
Katsuna? Well, a very interesting slime play from Katsuna there, trying to stun Grimella away, but only ends up own goaling, as only NXZD is a true EKC member, because Zoro and Katsuna have both been self-barriering and own goaling, so I think NXZD might feel like a bit alone in that BC right now.
Yeah, well, I guess Zoro owned gold, so Katsuna said, I mean, gotta keep it within the team. Honestly, good for the team mental, because if more than one person's messing up, then like no one feels bad. Everyone's like, you know what? We're all just gotta boss up, and then surely that'll be the change needed to make it work. But NXTD, a great hook, mixes up Obscure Breads, isn't able to get the goal though. Grimella flips to kind of stall time, make sure Breads can get back into position and make things work out. But now 3Z's having an opportunity to get another barrier. Grimella's there to help out, but Zoro has enough time to strike that one out of the barrage. But Katsuno just playing Juno, being really annoying with these slimes covering the space that Grimella wants to be able to pass and dribble to. But great play from 3Z, uses the Whiplash exceptionally well in order to get past. And now the Giga comes a little bit too early, and it's going to be Katsuna who jumps in to steal that one. And it's going to get their first draft. Everyone's like level 5 and 6 already. Quite the long first set.
And this draft is very scary if you're a fan of the Sundubu Strikers. So many good picks available. Rapid Fire on Juno, so oppressive. Will it be taken here? Is the question. Waiting to see what is picked up later on. And Missile Propulsion taken on the Dubu. No team player for Obscure Breads, which means EKC gets both Rapid Fire and team player. Even though Sundubu are set up better for a potential leadership later on, I just feel like EKC's just in a really good position to win the game outright.
Yeah, on even the Deadeye on Rasmus, it kind of felt like both sparks being taken by Sundubu does provide scaling opportunities. I kind of wish Breads almost got one of the sparks, to be honest. I think Dubu scales really, really well with specifically Spark of Focus, but this Missile Prop's going to be really good for keeping the core up and honestly provide some offensive pressure that they don't really have from their goalie. Zoro using the eject button like right now in order to get that barrier, being really, really good. Breads maybe will be able to help a little bit more with that Missile Prop though. We'll have to see. But other than that, I really like Deadeye on Rasmus. Great hook play from NXTD. The Deadeye on Rasmus is actually, I don't even know if you guaranteed need size to trigger Deadeye on your primary. You might be able to do it without it with the buff from Deadeye a few patches ago. But with size, it's like really not that hard to proc it and can result in some pretty crazy things happening. So I'm looking forward to that as these teams scale up.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really like about Zoro's gameplay so far this game is that he's not disrespecting anyone, right? When someone goes in as Obscure Breads across the entire map, the Missile Prop Tofu Fortress, but Zoro is like super respectful. He will use Barrage if he's in your face. He will not go for the Ego Strike War, and that's just winning him situations where I think a lot of goalies would go for, I guess, a less reliable play, trying to conserve the resources.
Yeah, just trust your teammates. If you play well enough, just hold it down. Your forwards will score eventually, and Zoro has been holding it down. A lot of flips have been used on both sides. Finally, both barriers are taken. Now 3Z's the one that's walking up. Grimella is low, but probably we won't be able to get KO'd with too much with open barriers especially. It's really hard to find these KOs, but the evade isn't able to come out in time. So the hook is able to work it out, but 3Z's hook is going to be the one that goes cross map and perfectly hits the top corner. Zoro a little bit too late to react to that one. Such an insane angle, hard to react to. The Giga does not reach, and there's a point for Sundubu to get back in this.
Yeah, and now Zoro has to give up a barrier there. Tough spot as NXZD, though, manages to slip it past. That's one barrier, looking for two, wins the Strike War. And EKC, out of nowhere, take the lead. They still have to score this one, though, and 3Z Breeze is approaching with a flip. A barrier taking a flip. NXZD, though, with a flip in the top side, but so much defense from Sundubu. They collapse on the play, and that flip is wasted. NXZD now trying to toss it up, trying to get a play through Obscure Breads, and Katsuna jumping in, but no goal still found for NXZD as he is chasing the core. Grimella in the midfield now on a breakaway, trying to send the core forward with the barrage, and the Tofu Fortress doing a lot of work for the Sundubu Strikers, but still, the offense is halted. NXZD trying to get into position. Katsuna as well in the bottom corner, continuing to send in the pocket, but again, the defense from both sides is so good.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see like the Juno versus Kai matchup in this midfield. Both of them good picks in their own right. I do think Kai is one of the better midfielders into Juno, who's generally seen as like with Now as the strongest characters. But Kasuna's gonna hit its flip, the KO Obscure Breads and score it in right after. It just doesn't matter that like it might not look like a damage comp, but they're just finding KO after KO. Able to get Gramella, able to get Obscure Breads. It's just you can take the KO characters out of EKC, but you can't take the EKC out of KO. I don't know. There was a line there. You know what I'm saying.
I was thinking about it, and I can't figure it out either, so it's whatever. But 3Z Breezy a flip down to Gramella. It almost works, but 3Z doesn't get the secondary out. Tries to win the strike war, but Zoro is so patient, not letting any of these goals go too easily as Katsuna plays the bottom corner, but Gramella strike warring there and preventing any goal from occurring. And again, Zoro so patient, not letting 3Z Breezy capitalize. And Gramella does have flip though, trying to push the core up, but Katsuna is halting the momentum so well as Zoro a play forward. Not quite what EKC is finding here, but Katsuna somehow a great clear by Obscure Breads. And again, the defense so good on both sides. Zoro like with the barrage, but Gramella is there, gets a little bit ahead of Katsuna, and it's all tied up in the second set.
Yeah, when Breads gets these opportunities to fly, has the momentum boots as opposed to like something like Strike Shot, that's really where you can see this team's offense shine. Once you have 3 people moving up, Breads has a huge body. This Dubu character is just ginormous. You're able to just kind of block so much of the map, but the double barrier is going to be taking great angle from NXCD, but both flips from Gramella and Breads, and immediately he's going to get one back with another great angle. Now both goalies have flip. Kasuna using it to set up NXCD, just hoping to get it all out right here, but now Zoro's the one who's flying. It's probably going to stay up, has the flip, but now it's no eject, but it's going to go right through Gramella and Obscure Breads. A good strike timing, I guess. Must have saw them strike and hit it through them or something like that. Is able to get the goal off of that and turn a scary situation into a great one. And now they're in a interesting spot, because I was going to talk about how Sparks should be a big deal this draft, but not really any Sparks to see. So 1-2 punch going to be taken. Pretty good big power spike for the Juno.
Yeah, it's a little tough for the Sunubu Strikers. Can't really find a way back into the game with multiple Sparks on the board, and that 1-2 punch Juno going to be so scary. EKC could just win this without any of that spark scaling ever coming into play. And so it's interesting, right? Size is allowed to fall down to the members of EKC. Sundubu do pick up the Among Titans on Obscure Breads, which I think is a great pick here, but NXCD and Zoro being allowed size here, I think is just so scary.
Yeah, it's hard. It's they kind of were probably hoping 3C would be able to get a Size Awakening, but the double deny comes through, and also Size is just really good, especially when a lot of these points are going to overtime. Size is, the faster the core is moving, the even better Size can get, because you're just able to cover more space. Especially on now that this Dubu's smaller, like you see those strike wars become way harder for Breads to win without that size and versus members of the opposing team who have even more size. But once again, barriers are going to go even, which has happened a lot this game so far. A lot of barriers going even. Now 3C has to 1v1, but Zoro almost gets it out, but 3C is going to knock that one in with the strike war. Zoro hitting a bit of a Soren angle, maybe a bit of a Zoran angle. I don't know.
Maybe even just the Zoro angle after his victory here. He is the goalie for EKC, but maybe he's wishing he wasn't for that point, because both barriers go down instantly. Zoro does have a lot of meter though, building it up, but dances a little too close to the wall, but it's traded away. NXZD with a clutch KO to keep the power play from being too oppressive, and both teams will just let the core stall out for the respawn. 3Z Breezy though gets ahead of NXZD for a moment, gets the core forward with the pendulum swing, and Katsuna not quite there to save it.
Yeah, that's crazy. 2 pendulum swings take out 2 members of each, or 1 member of each team. One being the goalie, and then 4 is in the net moment. Like honestly, like 2 flips are up. They had a lot of time to stall, but instead just weren't prepared for 3Z's play there, and were able to get a lot out of it. The flip for damage. This might end up in 3Z's grave soon, but instead, Zoro's going to barrage and overextend a little bit too far. The hook's going to result in the last barrier being taken. That's 2-0. Breads has flipped to even stall even longer as 3Z walks back to get a little bit more health, gets the orb. Now, really tough flip is going to be dealt with a flip strike to guarantee that it's beat. And now the triple goalie is not. Oh, no, the spawn of the middle. It's going to take out 3Z, so no longer is going to be able to hold the 3-man defense. NXT is a little low, though. It's probably trying to play a little bit far back, but you do have that lifeline of the recovery drone. But it's another KO. Flip off the table. Things are looking really, really good for EKC. This point is what I would say if 3Z didn't just straight up KO. Zoro was not confident enough to go for that angle. Maybe the angle between the hook and the wall was not possible. But either way, didn't want to go for it. Wanted to keep possession. And the power play is up. This point is going back and forth. But kind of coming to a bit of a lull here. Although it is overtime, so of course better move a million miles per hour.
And it is Katsuna in the corner, sending the core so fast with the 1-2 punch. Grimella, though, keeping up, keeping the core in the hands of the Sundubu Strikers as 3Z Breezy goes for a play. But Katsuna halts it with the flip up to NXZD. A great passing play comes through, but Skirbreads with the roll will prevent the barrier from going down as Katsuna goes down to a pendulum swing from 3Z Breezy. Now 3Z trying to get a strike up to the top side, but Zoro has already read that strike, but is not fast enough to read that pendulum swing. 3-0 Sundubu Strikers still in this and have a lot of scaling that they could work with.
Yeah, 3Z has been able to find so many of these pendulum swing KOs. I think they aren't really expecting just a spark of strength and the extra 12.5% on impacts from explosive entrance to do that much, but it can be a big deal. And now you have Spark of Leadership available to pick up here, but instead it's just going to opt for the fight or flight. The Slick Kicks fight or fight quick strike combo is nothing to laugh at, and it's going to end up being a really, really big deal this game. If not that many Sparks to scale with in the future, in fact, all of them being wiped off of this draft, the Spark of Leadership is just going to end up being for 1 spark of focus, which is one of the better ones to get a 2. Just like if you're going to get 2 sparks, especially in this game, honestly, I do think you want it on the focus. So makes a lot of sense why 3Z left it up. And wow, great Giga to get the both barriers, and Sundubu are looking just alive right now.
But EKC somehow managed to get it out. Katsuna bailed out by quickly striking a little bit there as Zoro gets caught out by 3Z Breezy, and that situation where he was the goalie, it's a little tough. Another goal for the Sundubu Strikers. That's 4 in a row now as they look to scale. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, all the sparks now off the table, so that part of the scaling is just completely out of the game. A little bit unlucky that all the sparks also came up in the leadership draft.
Yeah, that means there's not going to be more scaling in that next draft, but they have to get there first. And with that last draft, they definitely can. 3Z has been able to do quite a lot with the speed that he already had, and now it's just going to have even more. Lost a strike war that would have gotten the barrier there, but like those opportunities where it's just up to 3Z to perform means that they're in a good spot. As long as they're in spots where they should, like they have the ability to score, that's what you want to be creating more than anything. But I mean, just hitting the core extremely fast. The team player helping out a lot there. 3Z now just going to play forward and try to survive. Wow, what a weird interaction between the slimes and the Giga, but the barrier is going to stand tall. Bread's moving really quickly right now with this debut of Mom Boots and the Among Titans. This small, fast debut. 3Z once again staggered, but isn't going to be found as a KO quite yet, but it might be over unless Bread's can hold this, and he's standing there, has the Teal'c Fortress, which could be enough, but it's not. Team player might be weak as Zoro just hits it a million miles per hour to NXCD, who gets to keep that speed into a great shot into the bottom corner.
Core speed is king when these rounds are going to overtime. That team player pickup, that was allowed by the Sundubu Strikers, I believe, right? Obscure Bread's going for the missile prop instead. Really coming back to bite them a little bit, especially when NXZD gets a barrier just like that. The flip burn to prevent the double barrier, and a great clear by Zoro away from the pendulum swing, not allowing even a single barrier taken, but NXZD's looking low, has to be careful. A great slime by Katsuna will be the one to take the barrier there, and Zoro gets in the midst of things. The eject Kai really, really looking like Soren from a year ago, but better.
Yeah, Soren, avid hater of this pick. It's a Chrono Boost start, even though I was questioning the Chrono Boost take. The eject button plus Chrono Boost has been giving so much more forward pressure. People have been saying this is the age of the melee goalie, but Zoro kind of bringing some questions to that, as the eject button has just been providing so much more offensive pressure. Maybe Breads need something like strike shot, or I don't know, just some way of providing a little bit more forward pressure. See here, we see Breads walking up a bit more closer to the midfield to try to help out to get this barrier, but not able to find anything yet. We see the recovery drone finally trigger for NXCD though. 3Z trying to strike through all three people, but just too hard. This triple goalie strategy, Sad Boys lore, is just working out a little bit too well. And eventually, they're just able to stack up enough damage. But in the meantime, Gramella's able to stack up the energy in order to get that flip, to get that last barrier. But they are able to finally get that KO. Now NXCD is in front of the net, but it's going to die to missile prop. But Katsuna does have flip in this double power play, or double KO rather. It's going to be a power play soon once 3C respawns. But Zoro flies all the way forward. Breads has flip, but doesn't expect the need to use it. And Zoro just going absolutely crazy that game. Gets the last 2 goals. One of them pretty much solo, and takes game 1 for EKC.
And Obscure Breads didn't even use flip there. I don't think Breads was expecting that to work out at all, but Zoro makes it happen, gets in there. And that's an EKC victory. I thought we were going for like another set 5 banger, but EKC stopped it in its tracks.
Yeah, like what an interesting game. Like the stats, 9 KOs, 3 KOs for each member of EKC. Still kind of running that comp. Just in general, all their stats being split up. Their goals, like Zoro with the 2 goals, Katsuna of 3, and XCD of 4, just kind of splitting it all around. Meanwhile, like 3Z kind of being the main scorer for Sundubu Strikers, kind of their game plan being a little bit more linear, where EKC just kind of throwing everything at Breads makes it a little bit harder. And just in general, like kind of like Breads having more saves than Zoro, but like a pretty similar amount of redirects, just kind of showing that like a lot of Zoro's strikes being more offensive than Obscure Breads. Just kind of showing how the team's playstyles work against each other, and the forward's able to do some good stuff and making it work. Maybe Zoro is not going to be the problem, but the solution this series.
It's like SLU versus UCLA, but different. Just a little bit different. And the second map's going to be, I think, a lot more interesting, though. This second map is a Sundubu pick. It is Taiko Temple. And I'm not quite sure what they're going to pick on it, but it's going to be different. And EKC, we know that they have some picks that they like to use on this map, of course. They pull out the IME forward as well on NXCD, but after they faced a bit of a crushing loss to the Sad Boys on this map, trying that strategy, I'm not sure if they'll try something different.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I know that we've seen Gramella and 3Z play, and I've seen them practice the Dubu Atlas comp. Whether this Atlas midfield pick is actually good is like a big question mark still, or if it's just like no one knows what to do against it. It's interesting, I think, against EKC, because you think EKC are the ones that are going to be able to KO the Atlas and the Dubu and make it work, but it's not quite that easy when the core is moving as fast as it is on Taiko Temple. So we'll have to see if they still go for these kinds of comps. If I wouldn't be too surprised to see NXCD pick IME. I know NXCD loves to pick it, and any excuse to, like Taiko Temple, like a map they've practiced it on, especially against a team that isn't Sad Boys, where it's going to might be a little bit harder than usual, as opposed to, not that Sundubu are like that significantly worse. It's just that them probably not practicing as much this week gives you a better chance to bring out this IME and try to make it work. But as we queue in, we'll have to see what these teams pick, and it's going to be really interesting to see the comps. I think Taiko's super interesting. I think Juno's OP on the map, and Katsuna can just pick that again, and it could be a problem. But we'll see. Gramella has one too.
Yeah. And it's a Spark of Resilience prize fighter start, so we're probably going to see a lot of resilience coming out this game. The Spark starts, I think, in general, not just the Spark of Leadership, pretty controversial, right? It makes drafting a little bit weird to navigate. You pick Sparks head empty, unless you get Biss. And even sometimes if you get Biss, sometimes you just pick the Spark, as no ban on the Sundubu end as now is taken away from them.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think there was any name off or anything, so they must have just decided not to ban. There is a sort of thing you can do where if you feel like you have the best comp and there's nothing that you could possibly ban to make your comp lose, then why ban? Because you're just gonna, if they were gonna pick something worse, then you'd want that. But We see the rune coming out from Katsuna, another pick that this team likes to play. They seemed pretty ready to lock in this comp, so both teams pretty ready to play exactly this. So
that's Dubu Atlas forward duo, right?
Yep, it's Dubu Atlas forward, Drakkar goalie, probably with the strike shot. And this is honestly a great start for this comp. Spark of Rezil and Stagger Swagger are probably the two best starts you can get. And Spark of Resilience being one of them, forcing EKC off damage. And you're just going to scale your health even more as the game goes on. So there's really no point trying to KO the Dubu as much, making that your game plan. But so I don't know. I'm really leaning towards Dubu to win this one. I know they practice comp a lot, and they already got the first goal, like just absolutely walking over them, which is what you expect from this comp. Honestly, it's just you're just gonna walk over the Mako.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult, right? Especially if they get to an open net situation. The shot angles for Dreezy Breezy are going to be so good, especially when this Mako without size or speed on the board is going to have a tough time defending in the open net against that Dubu that has a lot of ways to mix up the timing of the shot. The double banish comes out for a moment as EKC push forward. NXZD trying to use this Asher to send the core forward, but Dreezy Breezy, a perfect Tofu Fortress, means the offense continues for a while longer. Grumella piloting this Atlas midfield pretty well, actually, just keeping the core up, using the expanse for so much value, but Zoro is defending for what seems like forever against the giant Dubu in his face.
Yeah, I've been a big proponent of, as Dubu, you want to use your ult only for second barrier. People have kind of disagreed as time goes on. I still kind of stick by it, though. I think when you use it on the first barrier, sometimes you can get two, but the first barrier is so easy to get on this map that I just feel like it's a waste. You'll have a better chance to set up for the second one eventually anyway, so just save it for that. But they're able to get the second barrier anyway. Everyone has flip except Zoro right now. Getting caught in the roll by that banish, but Gramella, oh, what a play! Uses the expanse off of the flip, but even though it's saved by the billion rune pillars, Threesy's right there to knock that one in, and now it's 2 flips to 2, but 2 points to none. So not a great spot to be even on energy for EKC.
Yeah, and NXZD now almost getting KO, staying alive near the wall. Katsuna almost getting KO'd as well. Dreezy Breezy feeling a little violent here with the Tofu Fortress, but 2 barriers are taking Obscure Breads with a defensive flip. A barrier traded on the other side as Dreezy Breezy wants a barrier into a swift goal, but it's not allowed so far by Zoro. But Dreezy Breezy navigating this midfield, not letting NXZD get out, and that's the barrier is gone. Dreezy Breezy has flip in front of the net, a KO and a goal. 3-0 Sundubu Strikers. They're looking good.
CCL lore. Let's see if we can count how many times the goalies die in their box. I don't think it's going to happen that often. But yeah, Zoro didn't really have any options to stand farther forward against the flip, but gets KO'd by that flip. And no Sparks showing up this time, although we do have a Stagger Swagger and Team Player that are going to be pretty interesting to see if we see those taken this time around. Timeless is going to be a pickup for this rune, which is going to be a big deal. We see the Team Player taken, maybe because there's honestly not that much for breads to take anyway, but it's a pretty important on maps like this, in my opinion, to get that Team Player where the core moves so fast, because you want to be able to be the one that's making the core move fast instead of reacting to it. On the other end, like pretty much everyone getting stuff really good. I'm really excited to see Gramello with the 1-2 punch on Atlas. You can kind of get some silly dash punch plays, and also just your secondary in general. The expanse can end up going really fast if they hit into it twice. So things to look out for in general in this next set.
Yeah, for sure. And Obscure Breads. Oh, but Dreezy Breezy actually getting a little unlucky with the Tofu Fortress there. The core spit right out as the Fortress turns into a solid block. But Katsuna with the Timeless Creator, so much more midfield presence to back up NXZD with these pillars. But Zoro, the core slips right by, and again Obscure Bread sending it to the other side, and Grumella keeping it up with the expanse, and Obscure Bread's trying to do so with the strike shot, not quite, but Grumella again I feel is playing really well on this Atlas midfield that's usually feeling so immobile, but Grumella is moving so efficiently.
Yeah, really, midfield on this map, a lot of it is just playing second goalie. It's kind of why it's one of the okay maps for Rune, is that you can just put your pillars on your barriers or on your net and just help out your goalie. Oh, that pass was almost insane to 3Z, but not going to result in anything great. But now Gramella's not in the box to save Brett's now. Insane double barrier take. But Brez does have flip and team players, so really scary at any moment, but it's going to be NXCD with a dash into flip KO. And Brez hits the fudgy angle, gets right past Zoro. And what is going on? I think it's Taiko Temple.
Yeah, Breads, I think, capitalizing on the impatience of EKC, right? Just did two very obvious options on Drakkar to get it past them twice, and then when they spaced up to try and cover something like that again, punished them with the flip. But NXCD, wait a second, 2 barriers, a goal in 10 seconds. It's all evened up again. You're muted.
Oh, I was muted, but you know what? I had nothing. I was just yapping. That's all I do.
Nothing has changed as NXCD
nothing
now
of value's loss
in the midfield, but again, they're just dribbling it around NXCD. Katsuna's pillars are doing a lot of work, but it's really up to Zoro in this game to find an efficient clear past the pillars, and 3Z Breezy as well. Katsuna trying to set up the defense here as 3Z Breezy goes in with the Tofu Fortress. That's that second barrier Tofu Fortress you were talking about, and it just gets pushed right through.
Yeah, I've been a big Mako hater for a while, especially without Strike Shot. You just can't really hold when they throw all this crap at you. Breads can kind of prevent the crap from being thrown at him, but Mako, you want to be able to prevent it if you're primary, but if you can't, then you just kind of hope your hitboxes are enough. But versus creations, no amount of hitboxes is enough. You just need a creation. And kind of have to count on the Katsuna on the rune to be able to play double goalie well enough to help out there. The flip is going to end up taking that barrier. Gramella's Expanse not coming out in time to defend. But 3C has flip as well. Could be scary to go for a double barrier or something here. Or maybe they just play it safe and wait for next, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Not going to do anything too crazy. Just going to do their best to hold on and come into this next set next point with a slight energy advantage.
It's 0.5. It's getting close as Zoro holds the core in for a second. A great pillar from Katsuna to stop the offense from the Sundubu Strikers, but they get it through anyway. The Expanse is good. The Tofu Fortress is good as well, but it slips right by. No 2 barriers found, only 1 as Obscure Breads goes for a strike shot, but gets a little cursed there. Only 1 barrier on each side remaining as Gramel has flipped, trying to find a time to use it. The defense has to come through from the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z Breezy needs to find a time to get forward as Gramella is hunting for this barrier. The Expanse goes out, but not much found. The log is good, and Zoro holds on to the secondary for a little too long. Gramella goes for a crazy angle that doesn't pan out, but the possession is kept by the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, even though the angle didn't work out, was able to stall out for a little bit and help 3C out, who was in jail in snare drums. Oh, but the Tofu Fortress just completely falls a little bit farther back than they would have wished. But Gramella keeps the speed up there, is providing a really good offensive opportunity, but is not going to be able to find anything. Zoro able to get that one out. But now it's a 2v1 with these really scary characters. The pillar in an awkward spot, kind of blocking Zoro's only out. And Gramella is going to put that one in and show the power of this Tubu plus Atlas composition.
Really tough situation for Zoro. Had to defend against 3 people there, and unfortunately, this draft might be the last one of the game. Some great picks for everyone, but it kind of feels rough that Obscure Breads' first pick here, right? The Drakkar goalie is doing its job. You don't really want it to be first pick, and with 2 EKC members next up, like this is not the draft order that Sundubu wanted.
Yeah, I do think I hard agree. 1-2-2-1 is super rough. I think this draft they lucked out a little bit in that rune. I think Fighter Flight is it's super good. Maybe on rune it has some crazy interactions if you're primary, especially if Timeless I don't know about. But rest in peace 3G. Probably gonna just needs to restart the PC for some reason. It is weird. It can't be an internet issue because Gramella's still here and they are roommates.
Wait,
so.
Wait a second, you're still here.
Well, what do you mean? What does that mean?
No, sorry. Don't worry about it.
One day I'll be living with this Gramella guy, and then we'll be the ones getting 7th place in NASL. But actually, since Boso haven't played yet, if you care about placements, Sundubu can still. They can get 7th or 8th depending on if they win this game. If they win this game, they're locked into 7th place. If they lose this, then there's if Bozo win later, then
Bozo 7th.
Yeah, then Bozo 7th. So personally, I would want to win this and be 7th and not 8th. But
crazy controversial take.
You know, we'll have to see how the Sundubu Strikers are feeling. Maybe 3Z was just like, nah, I'm cool with 8th and then just DC'd. But unlikely. I'm sure he'll be back very soon. Gives us more time to talk about the draft. How there was a spark of agility up that Brett's decided not to take. Decided we'll risk NXCD scaling and becoming God at the cost of getting heavy impact, which is honestly really scary. That's not a bet I'd want to take. If Spark of Leadership comes up next draft and NXCD's MVP, that's really scary. But 3C's now back in. We are in overtime, so the core's already going to move 1,000,000 miles per hour. One of the sad parts of not having a pause feature is that this stuff happens, and 3C might be back in game, but not going to be back for long. But Gramella doing some fancy dribbling plays doesn't amount to much, but it looked really cool. So, oh my god, look at that! It just goes like Zoro. It doesn't matter. The secondary just isn't strong enough to hold back the speed of the core. It just goes right through and takes the last barrier. Gramella now up in front, going to hit the core really, really fast. So Zoro has to be really careful about these ping pong scenarios. 3C looking for a spot, but goes a little bit too late to kind of initiate a possible checkmating sequence. But now it's Gramella who once again is able to get to the corner and use that primary to slot that one in. Just really using this astral projection very well on offense, and the 1-2 punch is helping out for sure.
Yeah, and that last point was hectic. This one will be a lot calmer in the early stages, but NXCD, I think, the player to watch out for here. If he can get in position, he can force out flips, he can force out abilities and take down barriers, as Gramella has to watch out near the edge there. NXCD does have flip, Katsuna stuck on double goalie duty, like you said. And 3Z Breezy getting in there, almost getting in position for another strike, but a good flip by Obscure Breads on the other side. No, not quite. NXCD uses the flip to get the barrier, and Katsuna trying to set up for a rune play, not quite, but the meter still being built up for the rune.
Yeah, gonna have flip up soon. Should try to play around that to get this barrier. Might not need it though. Really fancy play there isn't enough, which just kind of shows how like rune kind of sucks. Is that even when you do good plays, it's just not enough most of the time. You need to just kind of hope you get lucky. But once again, Katsuno accidentally playing a little bit 2v or for the wrong team, kind of forces Zoro into losing that barrier, barely having a small hole in the defense. The result in that barrier being taken. Now Zoro wants to slow the game down, uses the flip, not to initiate offense, but to kind of give the team more time to position. But it's going to be a really scary spot. Great pass from Katsuna to Zoro to clear that one out. But Gramella is about to hit the core really hard. But Katsuna has the hard read and is able to get red core on that because overtime. And that one's going to go in. And there's Rune doing something.
Yeah. Katsuna finally decides to mess up the wrong side of the field instead of the other one. And I don't know, Katsuna's been really good in this midfield, right? We haven't really seen that type of rune scoring, but Gramella is the one killing with the Atlas, and 3Z Breeze is going in. But look at this, Katsuna on the defense. The rune pillar lasts for so long, but the barrier is still taken. Katsuna now on the defense as well with Zoro. And 3Z Breezy stuck for a second as Gramella as well. NXCD almost getting KO'd off the respawn, but does stay alive. And 3Z Breezy now looking so scary, but Zoro gets the clear. The banish goes wide, and NXCD now pushing up Gramella. Obscure Breads with the flip, trying to get it out of there around the primary of NXCD, but that's another great pillar from Katsuna. And well, I'm not sure what that pillar was, though, as this is really scary for Erskine Club.
Yeah, it doesn't have that primary to help defend this barrier until, never mind, just has it, but the secondary used right after. This timeless creator allowed so much earlier in round 2 has provided so much value for Katsuna so far. Has really allowed to just completely stop some of the offensive opportunities. It just completely ties a Tofu Fortress. So that's like a 6-second cooldown versus a like 30-second cooldown or something, going even, which is something really, really valuable for Rune. But it's going to be the barrier taken this time for Sundubu Strikers. 3Z waiting for the dimer, gets it, and then immediately strikes it towards the enemy goalie. You know, brawler things. Brawlers get it done. I'm a hater, but 3Z has been shown to be able to score a lot this game, getting these really good situations, helping the corner, especially when Grimella hits it to the corner. 3Z knows how to collapse very well, and was able to do so there, despite not hitting the core, was able to get that last barrier. Now it's slowing down a little bit once again. We're seeing the bounces go crazy. 3Z Breezy trying to get a dribble going, but it's just so hard with these Taiko drums. But, ooh! Lock Runner straight shot. Just goes straight through the middle. Sort of tries to read up, but 3Z reads the read up into and shoots that one right down the middle.
Yeah, great job by 3Z Breezy, and 3Z's getting a lot of chances to play with this game. Of course, converting when it matters most, and now just dead. Okay, well, he won't be able to convert now as Grimella on the defense. His Atlas character, when played midfield, becomes a good goalie anyway. But a double banish comes in, the core banish too, and the flip used, the barrier taken. EKC looking to extend this game a little bit further with the pillar, backing NXZD up, but it doesn't matter for the moment. Katsuna has to run all the way back to assist on defense, but 3Z Breezy's already there, and the flip available to 3Z Breezy possibly. The game stalls out for a moment, and that's not what you want if you're a Sundubu Strikers fan, because now you're in a tough spot with the pillar in the corner, but 3Z Breezy pulls the core out finally with a great pass. Grimella now looking to push the core up into the bottom corner, but again, Katsuna has been on point with these rune pillars.
Yeah, just providing the second person in the box, but this time it's Grimella that's being KO'd. It's not going to be able to live, and instead it's going to die. And that passing play is going to be just enough. NXCD in a great spot, shoots it right in. Brett's not in position to shotgun it. And it's going to be another opportunity for EKC to take a set, which is really, really scary. NXCD has been getting a lot of points from these KOs, or a lot of XP. Might be the one to get MVP into a Spark of Leadership, into everyone getting third Spark of Agility Spark plus Spark of Leadership. And then things are not going to be looking as good. But this time the dice are going to be rolled by Dubu and not result in a barrier. Instead, the flip will be used on defense alongside a lot of other cooldowns to leave them in a much different situation. Katsuna can throw out that banish, which actually helps a lot on defense, but also allows Grimella and 3Z to set up for a great offensive play. Now 3Z has the flip, has the shot, is able to hit it before the ensnare drums hit, and bring them to a map 3. That's a 3-0, although a lot of 3-2s. A 3-0 for Sundubu Strikers. They're here to win.
Yeah, map 3 coming in, and that is the final pick of the draft. It's Night Market, one of the more popular maps of all time. That'll be interesting. But on this map, they piloted the Atlas Dubu quite well. Obscure Breads on the Drakkar Comfort pick. It looked good. They looked very, very good on Taiko Temple.
Yep, the Dubu showing why it's had to be nerfed, you know? The Dubu 4 just too strong. Had to be nerfed with that reduced stagger growth, but still has proven to be strong, especially against Mako. There's nothing you can really do as Mako versus Tofu Fortress. The Rune can use, if you can get a fully formed pillar or banish the core, you can buy yourself some time. Honestly, Asher even better at defending against it than Mako, but Mako just has generally a hard time against this comp in general, and I think that really kind of shown through with how Sundubu played, like, pretty dominantly throughout that set. But like you said, we're moving on to Night Market. I think that is going to be really interesting. I think it's pretty comfort for both teams, which makes sense because it's map 3, which means no one wanted to ban it. We could see 3Z hasn't played X in a while, has really been committing to the Zentaro and Kazan meta that's been going on. Occasionally picking the Dubu, sometimes picking the Julie, Rasmus on especially Oni Village, but not going to see. Oni Village definitely was like first banned by this team, knowing that that's what Sundubu probably wanted, or what they seem to always want. So I'm really interested to see EKC's comp. I'm pretty sure they're just going to ban now again. Grimella's going to pick probably something like Era or Juno, and maybe a Juno mirror comes up. Maybe we finally see that.
Yeah,
Really strong character right now.
Definitely a really big possibility. It feels like every single midfielder has picked up that Juno in the past few weeks. And as we head into draft, the Starting Awakening is revealed. It's specialized training and another spark of resilience coming out. Another spark start for the haters. And this will be interesting, right? The character pools do accommodate for specialized training, especially if the Kazan comes out. The Kazan ban hovered. Will they ban the Now or the Kazan? They're deciding to ban the Kazan, which I think is a bit of a mistake here. Like, even not considering
they
the double
both banned
ban.
it.
Yeah, even not considering the double ban, EKC, I think, would be better off getting rid of that Now that Grimella has been so good on.
Yeah, now that Now is going to be able to pick, they get Giga Comfort, because now probably X is going to be picked up too, because now you have specialized X. With your Now, so like not as traditional as the Era now. But Castaneda also locking in Luna, has picked it on Night Market before. Even with a spec start, it's also pretty doable. You can have your Julie walk up and ult someone, force their evade out, and then Luna can just ult them with spec ult and almost guarantee a kill if you're talented on the character, which Castaneda definitely is. Going pummelers as well, so trying to get these KOs, it's going to be strange, I think. Bread's also taking the spec training just to deal more damage. Is going to be interesting. Grimella is going to be having the healing and the spark of resilience to survive. I think it's going to be a really big issue for EKC this game. I'm honestly pretty surprised. I don't know if how much of it if the Luna pick is for fun or how much of it is just real. Because I mean, it's hard to say it's not real when Katsuna is so proficient on the pick, and it's just used to be known as like just a Luna player. So we'll have to see. 3C finally gets to play X, so I'm sure he's excited about that as well.
Yeah, and this is a very important series for EKC, right? Losing here means that there's a very good chance that EKC start in the loser's bracket of playoffs instead of that upper bracket where you have that extra life, and that's not the place you want to be at. And Grimella and 3Z looking comfortable, but so is Zoro on this melee goalie. Unless 3Z Breezy goes in for the KOs, I think Zoro will be holding it down for quite a while, but Grimella has been maintaining this flip for a long time, and if that barrier ever goes down, then Zoro has to be very, very careful, especially when it goes back into the possession like that. But a great crater from Katsuna will stop everything, but a pass from Grimella up to 3Z Breezy, and now 3Z staggered, but both barriers gone. Grimella navigating this midfield and looking so scary, but the KO comes through. It's a power play for Aris Kittens Club.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Dash punch flip is going to take out one more. Breads almost gets the cross map KO, but instead it's just going to own barrier for fun and then use flip to save. 3C's back online now. Playing well around Katsuna. If they can have someone stand on Katsuna too, like as you watch 3C doing right now, just completely denies the character any ability to do anything. But wow, that's awkward. A little bit of a slight miss is going to result in Zoro getting the goal despite all that. But what I want to talk about is that both these teams scale incredibly hard. Extra Special is going to be a huge pickup for either 3Z or Katsuna. Monumentalist on Now is something that's going to be really hard to deny when your team doesn't have anyone that's good on. The best you could, like some people even say, and I agree with them, that like Zoro getting Monumentalist isn't even good. So Grimella might just pick that up for free at some point. But KOing Zoro should be a win con. But Zoro also spark a Resil, so it's just gonna be also health scaling coming out of Zoro as well. It's just like all of these players are pretty scary except Julie, I will say. But Julie also has the dash punch X factor. Not gonna find it on the Grimella though. So I think those are the main things to look out for this game. Katsuna looking really low, but it's going to be interesting to watch these drafts. But there's specialized training.
Yeah, and specialized training, not usually considered like a super duper bis on Luna, right? But when you're a team like Aris Kittens Club that can force out these elusives, that can put people in bad situations, and when you're a player like Katsuna that can be really precise with the timings on your ult, then specialized training suddenly looks even better than it already is, because it'll just KO from so far away. Grimella though now with a flip looking so scary, but a great clear from Zoro, but it goes back to Grimella and 3Z, and this time they will convert. It's all evened up again, and this first draft win could decide the entire game with how crazy the picks could be.
Yeah, I mean, imagine one team just gets Monumentalist extra special and it's just feeling really not good for the other team. But I'm thinking else to point out, I mean, XCD not been able to find these Dash Punch KOs kind of, and it really sucks if you use Dash Punch and don't get a KO, because now you lost your main scoring ability, and you don't have as much pressure to put on the enemy midfield because you can't Dash Punch them for a while. And it's just rough. But there we see a well-timed ult from Katsuna. Even though they lose a barrier there, it just forces a bunch of damage onto 3Z and Grimella, and which is really scary. They're able to grab the orbs and be playing now, so they can just heal. But still scary nonetheless. Zoro, although, has been doing a really good job of holding it down so far. Katsuna gets the dash punch as Luna. Whammy into boost combo is really, really good. Even if you know how to use it well too, you can kind of combo it from no space. You don't really need extra space to do it. You can just primary, then dash, and then that'll be enough range for the rocket. The knockback from your dash into someone will be enough to get someone to KO. But how did Breads live there? Like, what's going on?
I think the Julie ult actually canceled the knockback from the rocket, like instantly, which is really tough if you're NXZD and Katsuna on that KO attempt there. Which is, yeah, that's tough. Like, the hits that hold you in on the Julie ult, canceling the knockback of the rocket, not what you want to see. And that means Sundubu is up 1 here, looking to take a draft win and try to convert it into a series win here, a critical series for EKC. And Sundubu definitely want to finish a little bit higher in the standings at the end of the season.
Yeah, both teams scale really hard, but this Sundubu definitely scales harder. So if they're winning the first set, that's a really bad look for EKC. Or it's looking bad for EKC. That's a better way to phrase it, I guess. But Grimella has flipped now, looking for an opportunity. Great box out from 3Z, but Katsuna's going to be there to help out. Grimella not able to find something great. XCD did a weird thing. Maybe that's just like a indicator bug or something, but looks like he just dashed and then punched backwards because he missed Grimella and still wanted to punch him. But if Grimella can find a way to get this to 3Z in a spot where 3Z has ult, like right now, and Zoro doesn't have as much, those are kind of the spots you want. But now 3Z won't have ult for a while, which means that specialized ult is not going to be on the table. Now Grimella trying to navigate the midfield, should have this advantage over this Luna pretty heavily in the midfield. Should be super scary. Picking Luna into now is a really rough matchup for Luna, especially if Grimella decides that Grimella just wants to sit on Luna for the rest of the game at any given point and just allow Katsuna to not do anything. But we'll have to see if that's what happens. 3Z does a great setup to do a cross with that bull rush, and honestly Zora was probably second guessing, wondering if 3Z was going to strike again after the bull rush. So the no mix-up going to come through and provide a great opportunity for this team to scale, and Spark of Leadership's on the table.
Spark of Leadership, but also 2 other Sparks. The only remaining Spark after this draft is Focus. But yeah, Leadership looking good, but instead Hotshot, a great pick on the Rasmus. As will Leadership be taken here? No, right? Because Katsuna hasn't taken a Spark, so it falls down to 3Z, who has taken the Specialized as well, but just to prevent it falling down to Zoro. Bit rough for the first 3 picks in this draft, but it is what it is. And in the end, I think I'm not sure who ends up better here. I'll be real.
Yeah, I think Hotshot on Obscure Breads is a pretty big deal, actually. I think it's pretty much Rasmus Goalie like Gigabyss, as your primary now will red the core every time, so you will be able to just send it across map over and over again. It's kind of interesting that this explosive entrance was taken by Grimella. I think it was a deny from NXCD. It's definitely good on now as well, but Dash Awakenings on Julie, I genuinely think have been giga underrated since the inception of Omega Strikers. I think the Dash Awakening gives you so much more options, so seeing it denied, if that was the case, is something I respect, but we'll have to see how it pans out.
Yeah, and that's a little tough. The flip doesn't find its mark and ends up taking a barrier on the other side of the map. Katsuna hunting, Breezy Breezy looking very low, and the KO still not found by EKC. Katsuna now mixing up Obscure Breads a little bit with the angle, with the timing, NXZ with the KO. A big advantage for EKC, especially if they could force out a few flips here. as Zoro is just setting it up, but this means Grimella has a chance for an outplay and does do so. Mixes up the timing on Zoro and mixes up the timing on Katsuna as well. This is Grimella. This season, Grimella's been so good and continues to do so in this final game of the season.
Yeah, just absolutely swags out on them. It's midfield lore. I mean, midfielders get it done. Your brawler dies, your brawler's not scoring enough, you just gotta walk up and do it yourself sometimes. Grimella does exactly that, and it's a great play. And is now back to midfield duty, and now it's just back to giving your brawler a billion chances and hoping that Dubu runs out of abilities, because this Dubu character is extremely hard to get through. And Dash Punch is finally going to find a KO, and then the ult's going to find another KO. It's a power play, but it's honestly pretty savable. Just Luna and versus, you know, as I say that, it gets owned. But yeah, great play. You know, they just completely dismantled Obscure Breads there. I guess there wasn't really much you could do, but NXT having no abilities there was kind of scary, honestly. Like, there's a Julie body and Luna, who is pretty limited in what you can do by yourself. You kind of want to make, instead of setting yourself up, you tend to kind of abuse other people's mistakes and like find open part. Like when the core's open is the best time for you to strike, but they just play it really well. Breads isn't able to do much. Katsuna now, though, the one looking low, if 3Z can kind of just be a problem for Katsuna constantly, then Grimella and Brez will be able to keep the core up and work together, especially with Hotshot, to cause some issues for Zoro with just the fast-moving core in general. But now, it's going to be NXTD and Katsuna getting an open passing lane and a 2v1 basically versus Obscure Brez, which is going to result in a barrier. Now Katsuna looking for another setup, but it's Grimella, I mean, who's going to be able to find instead. Great patience from Breads there. Once again, great patience, but Katsuna able to hit that strike just at the right time. To get the mid-range strike war is what I like to call it, versus Breads, who didn't have strike up in time to save that.
Yeah, well played by the entirety of VKC. Zoro holding it down and NXZD covering the other angle, so Breads couldn't clear away from Katsuna without it going directly to a Juliet, about to strike it in the goal. Katsuna and Grimella in the midfield, but this time it is Zoro who manages to get it out for a moment, but does have to give up one barrier. 3C goes for two, not quite, as Katsuna trying to catch another out clear, but the Sundubu Strikers have been very disciplined on the defense in that aspect, not letting any of these rockets get a barrier for free. And now 3Z Breezy getting in there, cleared away by Zoro. This guy is holding it down, the newly minted king of collegiate. And NXZD continuing to get a barrier, looking for two, but 3Z Breezy doing a bit of a Grimella impression in the midfield, getting the strikes out, getting it cleared away. Obscure Breads with the clear as well, and they hold on until Grimella gets back.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro, like, I played against this guy's Dubu. It is hard to get through. It is so annoying. This guy will use every cooldown. You have to exhaust all his cooldowns or somehow get around him. He's not going to just, like, noob out and not use a cooldown and give you something for free. You're going to have to work for it. And the combos that X has haven't been enough so far to just deal with it. But there we go. Finally, the ult strike resets, able to get a good strike war onto Zoro and force that out, but it just doesn't matter. NXTD finds the core in a great spot and just hits the shot cross, and it's now their chance to scale a little bit more.
And we have to see what the awakenings are here. And there's a 1-2 punch and a Deadeye and a Rapid Fire and a Twin Drive. So many good awakenings on the board here, and the Monumentalist as well. You'll probably just have to trade Deadeye and Monumentalist unless it gets denied here and Katsuna goes for something like the Rapid Fire or the Twin Drive. But no, yeah, okay. Everyone getting way more powerful here. 3Z Breezy, I think, would have liked a few better choices. Castellas, not the greatest on X anymore, but we'll still take it.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best anymore. It's definitely, like, it's worse than a lot of things, really, but once you have spec training, at least, it's a pretty good combo still. So I think you have something else to scale it with, like 1-2 punch or like spec training. Then suddenly the awakening is good, but NXTD is going to dash punch to get the second barrier, uses the ult to catch it, and just a masterclass offensive performance from NXTD. Just kind of solos that entire point. And it doesn't really matter that all these awakenings got picked up. Just when you're able to just blitz through like that. I do think if they can disable Katsuna from kind of popping off of this Deadeye, then it's pretty scary to play against just Grimella, who has Manu now in the midfield. It's just, you covered a whole lane if you're secondary now. So looking for those drones to kind of take up that space, just completely take over the midfield is kind of their win con right now. But so far, just Zoro been able to hold it down. It hasn't really mattered which side the midfield goes to, but 3Z's going to get a KO. That's immediately traded. The dash punch into flip is a huge way to prevent this power play from causing any issues. The unstoppable there, letting NXCD win the strike war versus the pendulum swing, which is a pretty cool interaction. That we'll probably see a good amount of, because it's not unless Grimella is able to get that unstoppable off. But now it's going to be NXCD running all the way forward, able to get the KO. 1-2 punch coming in huge there to get that KO. And now it's going to be Grimella that has to play defense. Has the giant drone area of effect, though, to help out. Kasuna doesn't time to strike after at the right exact timing, so is going to not be able to set up a play there, which allows Obscure Breads to respawn. So now Grimella back to trying to set up 3Z into something, but Zoro's just playing in the right positions, just making it really hard. Like, even when it gets through, it just feels like it's immediately out. And how Sundubu are going to find a way through is kind of the question here, but Breads gets unstoppable, and NXCD just hits that one in right after.
That unstoppable pickup for NXZD in the first draft has been the bane of Obscure Bread's existence so far. The Rasmus goalie feeling completely non-functional against the unstoppable on the Julie. Ed can't stun the Julie away, can't really do anything here if it's not burned by a teammate or burned by one of your abilities, but that means that's a defensive tool down, and here again you just have to strike war everything. This time though, NXCD getting a bit lazy with that dash punch from a mile away, and Grimella here to clear it away. 3Z Breezy in there, a flip used by Zoro though, and will get out, and 3Z Breezy still in the play despite being almost staggered, regenning, getting back, going for 2 different orbs. Usually goes for that Luna orbing emote, but not today it seems. All business is Grimella. What a setup with the primary to the top side.
I mean, midfielders get it done, man. Grimella gets the barrier and then gets the goal. Like this I think Grimella, the win con is Grimella just needs to play a little bit more aggressive. Just kind of help out 3Z, play together with them instead of just trying to feed him the core. Because it's just way too hard to get through this Dubu solo. It felt like this entire game. Like if Grimella gets like a bit farther up, Barretts also plays a bit farther up, just kind of have their whole team move up when they're on offense, then I think they have some much better chances. But we'll have to see if that adaptation is made. Instead, it's going to be Grimella KO'd into a really rough situation. Both barriers taken. Kasuna using that dash to midfield very well. And now it's going to be NXCD in front of the goal, but doesn't seem to have the cooldowns to make the best use of that play. And now, no dash punch. 3Z has an opportunity here. Has the ult, but Zoro has every cooldown, and it just doesn't matter. Like, this is what I mean. Like, without the help of some extra abilities or strikes from Grimella, it doesn't seem like Zoro's going to falter. It's like 3C's really relying on this ult in order to get barriers, but if the ult alone isn't enough, then they need something more. Even if that means playing a little bit more riskier and having Grimella play in some kind of harder spots.
Yeah.
Oh, Katsuna just went from down.
And as you highlighted earlier, Katsuna's being allowed to play the game a little too much, it feels like. But that crazy angle, Katsuna with a rocket almost, as 3Z Breezy gets stunned away by the log. But yeah, if Katsuna was stood on a little more, I feel like this Luna would basically be erased from the game. But instead, being allowed to fly all across the map, 3Z Breezy now trying to find a shot against Zoro. But Zoro has the flip available, sends it to the bottom, and Obscure Breads will send it around the world back to 3Z Breezy. But the log will halt the bull rush. Grimella goes in, but the flip will not score at 3Z Breezy, trying to find the angle, trying to find the strike war. But it's saved away by Zoro and NXCD. So many cooldowns available. The log still coming back up with the rapid fire, which has been a really good pickup for Zoro on this defense. So good with the log. That's a KO with the flip for NXZD. Unstoppable is back, now gone. But that was an ability negated, and NXZD is now getting in there, trying to attack the vulnerable Obscure Reds, keep the regen down as Zoro sends it back and forth. And over to NXZD, a great rocket from Katsuna to halt that knockback from even landing on NXZD. Goes in again, but saved by Obscure Breads. The defense so good for both sides. Katsuna trying to find an angle around this now, but kind of hard to get around. A good rocket will send it forward. Katsuna to the top side, trying to set up NXZD, and the punch will send it in for a set win. 2-1 right now for Aris Kittens Club.
I was saying that. I thought Sundibu would scale better, but I guess I was wrong. Honestly, that was insane, that last point. I feel like that the Luna ult was able to, like, smoke screen the core, which is why they weren't able to react and strike to it in time. But here we see another spark picked up. It's going to be XCD's second spark. Just kind of denying 3Z and Spark with Spark of Leadership. But it's going to get extra specialized instead. So this is the type of scaling I was talking about that could be a really, really big deal. Is that extra special plus specialized? It's just it's such an old but good combo. It's so obviously good. Having your special that does more damage more often is just going to be really good. It allows 3Z more scoring opportunities. It allows more damage to be put on to Katsuna, especially who's a huge target right now, has no survivability awakenings and no slick kicks for speed or anything like that. So it's going to be huge if they can get that damage onto Katsuna consistently. But that's something we'll have to just kind of look out for. Grimella also getting this fighter flight. Like, Grimella might just take over the entire game from here. Is also just the case. But you can't take over the game if you're dead. XCD finding another dash punch on the Grimella, which has just been kind of a problem this game. Like, I was talking about how I don't feel like the Julie scales, but it doesn't matter if you don't scale if you get KOs every single point. Almost getting another one there.
But Breezy finding an opening, but Zoro still managing to defend, getting in position again. The flip available to the top side around the log. And Sundibu will put one on the board early in this set, trying to prevent the game from ending here, trying to still win this series, go to a set 5. But like you said, that Grimella in the midfield with that fighter flight might just be the key for them, especially if Grimella can stay alive a little more. Elusives the Crater not trying to take any extra damage, and Obscure Breads keeps both barriers alive, but 3Z Breezy is the target now, taking so much damage and being stopped from regenning over and over. Does get the now healing, but keeps getting hit by NXZD and Katsuna, but does finally regen. The now healing was enough, and the Sundibu Strikers are healthy again. Katsuna the one in trouble this time. KO, the power play available for 10 more seconds, but Zoro not even needing to burn the flip, continuing to find these clears. Will probably flip soon, but no, not even necessary. Just uses the cooldown so well, and Katsuna has respawned.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Zoro just holding down both barriers in the power play with just flip. And now 3Z's the one off the table. Grimella does have the speed and the abilities to stall, though. And now it's going to be the power play going the other way and not resolving into a barrier until that unfortunate bounce. Now, 2 flips. Grimella and Breads both holding it. Looking for their opportunities here. Breads trying to keep that forward pressure up with that primary. The hot shot doing like a lot of work with that speed. 3Z going to be able to use that ult to break through and get one barrier, which feels like it's fine. One barrier, we got there. If we can get one more, great play there. 3Z in position for the Grimella pass to get that last barrier. Now Grimella looking for 3Z one more time to finish it off, but it's a weirdly placed now mine. It's going to result in a bit of a stalling that they don't want, which leads all the way up into Scarecrow's getting KO'd immediately after. Katsuna finds a great dash to get the last barrier. Now Grimella is going to have to hold with 3Z, but look at how fast Grimella is. Zooms through the entire field. Isn't able to score off of it, but is going to be able to clear it out once again. Now 3Z playing a little bit too far back now, is now finally finding the opportunity to move back up from Grimella's offensive attempt. And it finds a great pass to Grimella through Zoro and Katsuna, using that Exus Maximus with the specialized training. Like, once again, just having extra special to have it up more often is just resulting in like what looks like a brand new team.
They're really making it happen. We didn't really see the Monumentalists now feel oppressive when it was first picked, but I feel like we're seeing it way more now. Grimella finding angles to make use of it much more, but 3Z Breeze is a little low. A barrier is taken 3Z with no meter available, and this could be a KO for EKC pretty soon, but Sundibu take a barrier, and they're threatening another one here. 3Z Breezy getting healed up as well, and healthy for a tiny bit longer, especially with that rocket not connecting. Zoro continuing to win the strike wars on the defense, and even getting a KO with the core flip. A great rocket from Katsuna to snipe out the barrier, and EKC are coming back. They're finding ways to get back in the game, but Grimella in the midfield, so scary. Finally, they navigate it away, but a KO comes through. Katsuna is down, and a power play starts for the Sundibu Strikers. Grimella dribbling all over, but Zoro manages to find a clear regardless, and This is a tough situation. The Sundubu Strikers need to score here, but a great stun by Zoro. So good on the Dubu, so good at utilizing all the cooldowns and still gets the clear.
Yeah, now 3Z has no ult. It's taking a lot of damage right now. It's pretty scary. And this 1-2 punch from an XCD just hitting the core a million miles per hour. It's a little ridiculous. And just a random rocket, missile prop, Deadeye, Spark of Strength is going to be enough to knock Obscure Breads back into the net. Gramella, insane dribble there. That is so scary. Hey, props. It's going to make it work out. Cause enough to dash. They should be able to hold this, but no! A great dash punch off the dribble from the flip. Going to stun Obscure Breads and give EKC another chance of finishing it right now.
Definitely looking possible, but it's definitely a slog. So much pressure put on Zoro in each of these points, and Obscure Breads as well. We haven't talked about him nearly as much, but Breezy, a fast start here. 2 barriers taken in an instant. Zoro with a hard read on the roll, not paying off because they're trying to get in there, but a great whiplash from Obscure Breads will prevent that barrier from going down. But NXZD finding another KO onto Gramella. These have been happening a little too many for the Sundubu Strikers fans to have normal heart rates here, because Breezy and Obscure Breads now must find a way to survive. But that barrier goes down. Breezy in position, but the strike war won by Zoro. Again, another KO onto Gramella. Gramella just falling over and over again, and EKC are in such a good spot now.
Yeah, I was going to say they stalled out the first one really well, but that's going to be it on that point. Kasuna finds a good angle, and the stun onto the goalie is going to just result that in it being it. Gramella died 2 times that point, and then the team couldn't really do anything about him. I mean, he's really like the core of this team, like especially this game in particular, where he has Giga winning Bisoculars. So there we go. Dodges the dash punch, so this is a completely new round this time. Gramella has the opportunity to help out a lot here. Good strike wars wins, no barriers going down with multiple ults and flips used. Now Kasuna's in a pretty scary spot right now if they can find enough damage onto them, but now Gramella looking for a great pass. 3C is able to box out both, clears the path, and is able to get both barriers. Now Gramella almost has flipped, so they can just play around that too. Breads will have it as well for a great setup, but they might not need it. 3Z in a pretty good spot right now, tries to win the strike war, but Log might be weak. Is able to hold back everything. Now 3Z looking really low right now. A little trying to just survive. Has the slick kick, so no way of regenerating that health. And is going to be KO'd. Now it's Obscure Breads who has the flip to buy time, but NXCD is able to punch flip to find another power play. Breads has a lot though up here right now to stall out. 3Z is up to help out as well. The flip is gone, but Hotshot's going to be helpful for these cooldowns. Now Gramella is up. Is able to move the corp just a little bit, and now they're looking for their second opportunity. Now that they're all back up again, the insane bounce goes through. 3Z gets stunned once again, however, though. Hezuna flies in, but misses the strike just ever so slightly. 3Z Breezy does the dribble, gets around Zoro, and we're going to a set 5 banger. I mean, Quick Strikes is still on the board for Gramella, and I would not be surprised if that's just taken.
What a play. And yeah, that unlocks the Quick Strikes, Fighter Flight, Slick Kicks combination for Gramella. Can absolutely take over the midfield even more, but decides to deny the Knife's Edge away from the Juliet instead. Does not want NXZD taking over the game himself, but that's still a Demolitionist pick. I mean, that's Quick Strikes on Zoro, who has been defending so well. So I think that EKC are actually pretty happy with that, all things considered.
Yeah, I was so excited for Gramella to just go 1v Glizzy on them. I really feel like that was a mistake. I think a lot of people have been underrating Quick Strikes really hard. I think especially on this map, it just lets you take over midfield extremely hard. I think Gramella is capable of playing with the Quick Strikes the right way to do it. It's going to be scary that Zoro has it when he's already been able to hold it down this hard. But we'll see if it ends up being that big of a deal right now. 3C's been finding these great opportunities to get through, has the extra special still. So that is going to be really, really good if that ult is up to break through. But if Zoro's just able to keep holding like as he's been able to so far, then it might be a bit of a problem. The flips are going to be up that much more often for Zoro as well, which is going to be rough in games like this where the points have been extended for so long.
NXZD and Katsuna now finding the barrier. just navigating around Obscure Breads, but a KO onto Katsuna. 3Z, Breezy, and Grimella combined, but they can't get the barrier here. The flip used, finally the barrier taken, but NXZD has a flip of his own, but a Strike War win by 3Z, Breezy. Zoro can win those, but not every single time, and the soon-to-be Strikers will take a firm lead here.
Yeah, finding the power play. These are the things that need to happen if Sundibu want to win this game. Grimella giving 3Z the setup, and 3Z just been able to find way more conversions than earlier in the match. Just been doing really, really well into Zoro in these last few sets. I'm sure there's probably some level of exhaustion, especially on these games where the points are so long as well on each player. But 3Z just walks up and X-Lores Katsuna, but NXT does a little bit of Julie dash punching as well, which kind of puts in this weird spot. Like, this keeps happening. Like, one team finds an advantage and the other team returns immediately.
Ooh.
Katsuna instantly dashes off spawn and is able to get barrier with that rocket, the whammy being just enough. Grimella instantly having to evade, and the KO found again. NXZD, point after point after point, is just finding KO after KO after KO. Just on multiple people. This time, it's the goalie. Oh my god.
Unending 16 KO streak from NXZD, and with the way this game is going, we'll see probably like 20 before this game ends. Zoro now stepping up to the midfield, not letting 3Z Breezy get the core, and Katsuna the one winning the Strike Wars this time. Grimella trying desperately to push it forward to try and get it in Zoro's face, but NXZD is the one who traps the core with the Flame Flurry, has the flip available, and tries to time after Katsuna's special, but not quite finding it, as 3Z Breezy here has the core flip available. Grimella trying to dribble the core up, does get one barrier, looking for two, but Obscure Breads is low. The chip damage coming into play here if Katsuna could land a few more rockets, if NXZD can Flame Flurry Obscure Breads possibly. But the offense continues for the soon-to-be Strikers. 3Z and Grimella trying to get the core again, but this time it's NXZD who sends it away, and Grimella sends it to Zoro, but Zoro has been so good on defense, it slips right by. The soon-to-be Strikers have an opportunity, but Zoro still saves it away, and 3Z Breezy is KO'd.
Oh my god, just an insane. Zoro had to save from Katsuna's his own teammate's ult, but no stranger to playing versus Katsuna. But now it's just Grimella, 1v3 right now. 3Z comes back just in time to get the save. Grimella might be able to stall out, but NXZD gets the read. Grimella just a little bit too scared to try to stall it out, too worried that NXZD will have a cooldown to just dash punch any hit, and ends up losing the point for that. Now it's Sundibu's last chance at finding a way back into this game, but it's going to be NXZD just dash punching again. Just a ridiculous amount of spots. NXZD just being in the right place at the right time, and Sundibu not making the adaptations they need to. That's both barriers down. Katsuna has no evade, so it's a target, but NXZD has flip. It's really, really scary for Sundibu here. The flip is blocked by 3Z Breezy. There's still a chance. Grimella looking for a way to set up 3Z up front to get the barrier. That's one barrier taken, but Katsuna is able to break through the midfield. But now it's once again going the wrong way. The Luna ult almost messing up everything. But now 3Z gets the setup that he needs. Grimella has flip, uses it, bounces off the wall. The stun hits perfect timing from 3Z onto Zoro, and we are at set 5.5.
1 point to decide it all, whether EKC have a good shot at winner side playoffs or they will most likely fall to losers, and whether Dubu can lock in that 7th place in the regular season at the very least. Katsuna, though, with NXZD up there, a great save by Obscure Breads, preventing the pressure from coming in, but Zoro not rushing on the clear, keeps the chances alive, but that Tofu Fortress is not what they wanted here, and the KO doesn't come through. 3Z Breezy finally KO'd as NXZD navigates this midfield. Grimella, the core gets right past Grimella, and one barrier is taken. NXZD going for two, traps the core with the flamethrower. That's 2 barriers down. Katsuna now looking for a passing play. The meter build up quite a bit for EKC as NXZD is still in there, holding this entire half of the midfield, and now Katsuna has a lot of cooldowns available. Shoots Grimella with the rocket, has the boost available surely, but 3Z Breezy now scary with the X Maximus. Almost beats Zoro, but Zoro has cooldowns available, and he doesn't lose those when he has log. A KO onto 3Z now. Another power play for EKC. Another KO onto the goalie. Katsuna with 2. And now with the flip available, Grimella alone in the goal, stunned away. But NXZD somehow getting out of there for a moment. And Grimella holds on for the respawn of 3Z Breezy, but it's not enough. The bull rush animation takes too long. EKC will take the series.
What a game. NXCD with like how many, like 19 KOs or something that game? I don't even remember. Just going absolutely nuclear. It's hard to play when you're 2v3, it turns out. And when your team's 2v3 a little bit more often than the other team, and by a little bit I mean holy moly. 29 KOs across EKC, 11 on Katsuna, just 75k, almost 76k damage on this Luna. This was allowed to completely unleash, has most redirects on the team as well. Gramella 400 redirects, but just not enough control to deal with the amount of damage and power plays that EKC were getting. Just a rough game for Dubu, but EKC, Zoro came in clutch, held it down like a the collegiate legend that he is, and congrats to EKC for the win. I mean, it was really good for them. I'm pretty sure it at least guarantees a tiebreaker for winner's side, right?
Yeah, I believe so. This was a pretty significant win for EKC in their chasing of that winner's side of playoffs.
Yeah, so good for them. It's pretty interesting to see their tiebreakers with the other teams in that area, because Sad Boys and Bun Bun Bonanza are kind of the teams that they're looking at right now to either lose or tie with. But EKC, honestly, I think it's less significant than our next matchup coming up soon. That's Bun Bun versus Bozo, where I think that actually has a slightly more playoff implications, because they think his last call beat wait, no, they didn't. Wait, I'm doing the math.
Okay.
Alright, Bun Bun beat last call. So actually, I think in last call also, you know what? I don't know. Okay, so I think I figured it out. Last call is guaranteed not winners, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, because EKC won?
Yeah. I will update once I figure that out for sure, but I'm pretty sure this locks last call into 5th, 6th.
Wait, no. So if Sad Boys lose and Bun Bun lose,
then Bun Bun has wins over both of them. So they get... Oh, no, you're... Yeah, no. Then Bun Bun has wins over both of them. So I think this locks, actually... it depends if boys... It doesn't lock anyone except last call, I think.
Huh, okay.
Because Bun Bun have the tiebreaker over boys and last call. Yeah, I think this is right. Bun Bun have a tiebreaker over Sad Boys and last call, so no matter what, if they tie with them, they will finish higher. But it is still up to Bun Bun and Sad Boys to see if who's getting top 4. Like if Bun Bun win, then and Sad Boys lose, or it goes the other way, then they swap. But we'll have to see. It's pretty like people, and by people I mean Vaughn in the pre-show, where it was talking about how next matchup it's Bun Bun versus Bozo. Bozo now have an opportunity here to get 7th instead of 8th, if they're interested in that. If they win that, they're guaranteed 7th, and if they lose, they're guaranteed 8th. But Bun Bun have a lot more on the line with possible playoff, being in playoffs from winner's side at hand.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because I don't know what's gonna happen here, especially because Bun Bun Bonanza are really need this one, especially with EKC. Well, no, EKC out of the picture. I guess Bun Bun is just in a really good spot with that EKC win. I don't know. I can't think.
Bun Bun they're in a pretty good spot. It's just if Bun Bun win, and boys win, it's a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh wait, wait. Achi has provided something.
Well, I think I got it, but I'll look. Where is it? I'm pretty sure if Bun Bun win and Boys win, it's a 3-way tie between EKC, Bun Bun, and Boys, and they have to play it out. They have to do a tiebreaker thing.
Oh wait,
If
there's a world where. Oh wait, no.
Well, I guess if both Bun Bun and Boys lose, no, I already. Nah, then Bun Bun just have the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
if Bun Bun and Boys both lose,
yeah, the only scenario where Bun Bun is in loser side is if Bozo and Boys win. Apparently.
what happens if Bun Bun and Boys both win, and then their EKC has the tie? So EKC beat Bun Bun, Bun Bun beat Boys, and Boys beat EKC. So that's a 3-way tiebreaker for third place.
Yeah, then this is a tiebreaker.
So,
Interesting.
cause I see. So yeah, so there's either that scenario where there's a tiebreaker, and there's a scenario where Boys wins and Bun loses. And that way Boys is guaranteed actually third seed. Not that third and fourth matters, because it's basically the same thing. But yeah, but at the end of the day, important for Bun Bun to win this.
Mm-hmm.
And Bun Bun winning this doesn't. And what's the best part? If Bun Bun win this, it doesn't lock out Sad Boys. So no matter what, every match is gonna matter today, and that's nice. You like to have that in the last week.
You know, I gotta thank Gachi, right? The script was written quite well for this season. I think we had a lot of great storylines, and it definitely was an improvement over last season, I gotta say. Hats off to Achi for writing the script this time.
Yeah. Had to put in the Sundubu Heartbreaker, had to put in... Wow, no, this Demon's Raw script is kind of boring. Like, I'll say it. Like, someone needs to flip the script, get Demon's Raw knocked out. They haven't lost a best of 3 in so long. And I'm hoping to see it today from Sad Boys, that they win and I get my S tier title. Chatting.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting as, you know, I was rushing to get this game ready, but it looks like they're not even ready, so we're gonna be yapping it up for a little while longer. Maybe it's time to go back to the playoff winners losers graph again and stare at it as the bright colors burn my eyes.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So if Bozo wins this. Okay, I see. And if Bun wins this, okay. So the Sad Boys are fine with either scenario because they have to win.
Yeah, Sad Boys need to win either way. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
If Bun loses, then Sad Boys don't have to play a tiebreaker if they win. And that's kind of a thing. Tiebreakers would be pretty crazy here, though. EKC Bun Bun Boys. So that'd be a pretty hype week. We'll have to see though, and the stakes would be pretty high.
We're loading in. We're getting into game, and we're both former members of the Bozo organization.
True.
Explosive Impact Glass Cannon being the start.
Okay. So, forgot hovering to Zentaro. That's a little concerning. Well, I have to see. Honestly, this is definitely, it's got to be Bun Bun's map pick. They've shown to be really, really strong on this map. So, we'll have to see what happens. But now it looks like they're going with All Reliable. Era X. Oh, but Forgot keeps hovering things. I'm a little excited. I don't know. What's he just gonna lock in Dubu like he does every week? Oh, he's gonna lock in Mako like he sometimes does on some other weeks. He's gonna lock in Aimi, which he actually has been locking in. Oh, Aimi, hover. Oh, Zentaro locked in!
Zentaro goalie. First pick in Nassau.
Okay. Well, hey. Well, not first pick in Nassau.
Okay, my bad. First pick in a while.
certain team called Oxygen Overdrive that once again griefed Goats Esports by locking it in. But that's fake. They picked it like kind of midfieldy, I think. I think this is going to be full-on goalie Centauro. It's a very fun pick. Didn't go eject button. Went momentum boots. And didn't go explosive entrance.
What? Forgot to go the right gear and awakening, and now Scyther 12 is having a field day, but Forgot still holding until he isn't. Liari with a snipe to the top side. And
Zaya, I am sitting back so far in my chair for this cast.
You know what?
It's
play-by-play is dead.
Play-by-play is dead. Unless they get to set the 0.5.
Oh,
it's
wait.
looking like a Bun sleep.
Wait a second. Maybe Bun were sleeping on this. When Forgot doesn't have to play the game, the Bozo Bunch are looking quite good.
Yeah, when Forgot doesn't do anything. Oh, nope, got the Forgot once. Instant double barrier. Oh, instantly scored on as soon as they got the Forgot a single time. But if they can win kickoff, which usually eject button Zentaro is pretty good at, but they don't have that. Instead, they're just going to lose kickoff. But if they can win it, then Muncher can kind of run in and be a bit of a problem and put them in these kind of scenarios where it's really scary. They're only getting one barrier, though. Oh, here we go. Forgot touches the core and clears it out. Congratulations.
So apparently, as reported by Borg, Forgot has been doing this in scrim, so maybe it is a new Bozo Bunch strategy, as they do get a goal here and Forgot has meter. It will help shore up the defensive capabilities of the Momentum Boot Centauro quite a bit. Or maybe he's going to go for something funny, like flip secondary. I don't know.
Borg, has he been going mom boots too? Like,
Yeah,
what's
that's a
up?
good
Like,
question.
leak the scrims. Leak the screw carrots. It's supposed to bunch around. This isn't even like really leaking scrims.
Oh,
yo, what's going on though? Muncher. Oh, nope, no eject button though. So Forgot to walk all the way back. I mean, has the boots to do it slightly faster. Scyther 12 looking actually pretty low though. Could be kind of scary there. Flip is going to come out and give Muncher a chance to set up Dropletto. Dropletto, one of the best scoring X's to ever do it. So we'll have, honestly, some good chances. Not playing, like unlike 3Z, who last game had to play against Dubu, is playing against Aimee. So going to be way easier to score. But power play now, 2 flips. It's not really the best case scenario if you are the side of Bozo Bunch, but they hold.
yeah.
They just stall it out. Insane clear from Forgot. But will it be enough? The already no primary.
Oh, Scyther!
Scyther 12 brain bug hits it to Forgot. It was able to dig it out, and now it's going to be another chance for both sides.
Oh!
But great hook from Scyther 12, just showing why this Rasmus has been starting to get banned on this map, just because of how proficient Scyther 12 is on the pick. Just kind of honestly, without a doubt, it just seems to be the best Rasmus player in NASL right now.
Yeah, and this is an interesting draft. Quick Strike's, of course, going to be hunted for by I, but probably denied away. Yep. We'll settle for the Fight or Flight, 2 very strong core control awakenings, but looking later on into this draft, I'm wondering what Forgot's going to pick.
Yeah, there's a heavy impact, but it's like you're playing goalie, so I don't even know what's going on there. I'm interested to see if Hotshot is taken or Siege Machine. Oh, Prize Fighter. Okay, not bad. Makes sense. This team is doing damage. You have Spark of Strength on Liari. It's an explosive entrance start, so everyone's doing 1 billion damage. They've been getting KOs this game. They don't have a now to deal with the damage. Era is a very good target for damaging, but we'll have to see.
And Forgot gets in there, assists in a barrier take, and is playing it a little General Twee like, you know, with the Luna walking up to the midfield line, but Centauro primary has even less range than Luna, so sometimes he has to get in there. And Iron Dropletto getting the passing plays through the center. Liari and Scyther leave it wide open, but Lilybun has the save anyway. Dropletto now trying to get it through Scyther 12, who is shrunk, helping out on the defense for Forgot. And it's tough, but Forgot's making the primaries work right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hey, so here's some lore. PLX lore. Cow's very proficient on the Centauro goalie pick. I've seen it played at a very high level, and you can hold. You can hold. You can kind of move up too, which is kind of nice. You can, if you forgot, I don't know if I forgot to note that I guess played with it enough, but oh wow, they're able to break through. Good play there. But Forgot can just play up. If the core goes behind you, you just ult it, and then as long as there's no one behind you to like hit it out of your ult, then you just kind of regain possession from there. So allows you to play pretty offensively. We'll see if Forgot wants to play offensively though, or just play hold it down Centauro goalie. That does some amount of damage, I guess. I don't know what the plan is.
I think I has figured out the mission quite a bit, and it's just babysit Forgot, and then the defense looks real, and Dropletto gets in there, and Lilybun is a little low, but I don't think the damage will be enough from the Bozo bunch to create a KO situation. Liari just positioning really well to make sure that Dropletto can never get in a spot where Lilybun is truly threatened. And again, it's looking so tough for the Bozo bunch offense here. Forgot will give up one barrier, but maybe the second. Oh, but the KO coordination from Bun Bun Bonanza. That's a barrier down, but Forgot and Dropletto hold.
A little dribble mind bug, or maybe just a miss from Scyther 12, but barely misses the barrier. Good attempt from Dropletto. Tried to flip that one in, but Lilybun, who starts with a dash awakening, just me with explosive entrance, just such a good awakening on the character. It's going to be a problem, and Scyther 12 gets the KO, which ends in a score from Liari.
It's tough. It's not looking easy, but from the character select, it never would be. And I believe in Forgot, but Dropletto's dead, and suddenly I don't believe in Forgot.
Yeah, well, I believe in Muncher, though. This guy's pretty good. Doesn't have the quick strikes. Scyther 12 has the quick strikes, just kind of blitzing through right now. Awakening is not okay. Like, here's what's crazy to me. Is people won't say, like, some people will, but some people won't say that quick strikes is Giga broken. But people will say that Asher getting quick strikes for free is Giga broken, and there's Scyther 12 just getting free goal after free goal. But what's up with that? Why is Asher getting quick strikes Giga broken?
Okay, but just, you're acting like Love and Drug right now. Asher's not on the screen right now. You don't have to comment on Asher, you know?
I'm just saying.
Oh, but that's two barriers down. And
who's on the screen right now? Centauro's on the screen right now, in the box. Who cares if I talk about Asher? I want to talk about quick strikes, how OP this awakening is.
Oh, but the real mini game is, can Forgot get a kill on Scyther?
Oh, Dropletto going for it. Took Vambrace.
You know Forgot's looking for a primary right now. Does get the chip damage, stops the regen for a moment. Oh, does stagger Scyther. Will Forgot go for it all? Oh, well, you know, that was such a KS. And Dropletto gets... Wait, it's suddenly 0.5. It's suddenly winnable.
I don't know. Muncher is just really, really good.
Yeah.
That's all I'm getting at. Because I'm just watching Muncher do the corner lore correctly. Just as the way John Odyssey intended. Just playing some good old-fashioned Omega Strikers. I said something a little bit too far. But as he played into... I almost got two into character. But Lilybun doing a little bit of own burying. It's known to happen. It's been happening quite a bit to this today. A lot of people hitting it into the wrong barrier, but Dropletto getting the KO is going to result in a 3-2. Maybe Bun Bun are sitting a little bit too far back in their chairs right now.
We're heading into an even game with a momentum boot Centauro goalie. We're making it happen here as this. I don't think this is a draft that the Bozo bunch wanted to see. Like, it's not bad by any means. Yeah, Stagger Swagger is very good here, but in general, this is not the greatest of times to go for a double deny on the Spark.
My God.
And they leave the Stagger Swagger. Interesting.
I mean, they just trolled so hard, in my opinion. I don't like. They didn't want Liari to get 2 Sparks because they're guaranteed another draft, I guess. And then Spark of Leadership's up, and that's scary, and that's like a lose condition. But how? I guess I don't know. They just got so much less of an upgrade, and then just like Lilybun Deadeye, Liari Stagger Swagger. Rasmus any dash awakening now has 2 dash awakenings. It's just gonna zoom across the map. Super underrated. Like look at this. Boom.
Yeah.
Like, imagine, you know how Octavia's good? What if you just get the B Octavia, but not for as long?
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for Scyther when he has that secondary up. And Dropletto trying to get the second strike here. Not quite finding it, but in position again. The barrier's taken, and yeah, Muncher once again popping off. Forgot guesses right on the death touch angle from Scyther 12, and the defense comes through for the Bozo bunch for the moment. Now with possession, but KO'd. Forgot having flip might be able to make something happen here as Dropletto stalls out the core a little bit longer. They send it to the opposite side of Scyther, and they manage to defend. The respawn comes in just a few seconds, but Scyther just pulls the core. What a great hook from Scyther, and what a great passing play.
Yeah, I don't know if Muncher was out of range or like forgot to strike or wasn't just like there and I missaw, but pass. Muncher's not able to cover it and ends up in a goal. So you gotta be prepared for that. But what Bozo has shown is that once they get it into in Lilybun's melee range, they know how to execute getting these barriers. They know how to execute making the win. Like there we go. As soon as we get to Lilybun, there's not much Lilybun can do as Aimee. You just have to strike war in spots that you don't have advantage on. So really, really hard there because Muncher's not losing those. But here's the flip. Gonna be denied, but now Dropletto forced the flip. Again, too low. But now Lilybun. Orb is stolen, so it's kind of scary here. Might find a KO if Scyther 12 can't find the goal fast enough, but I think a little bit of a miscommunication from the team. I think Lilybun might have saved that one. It was really hard to tell. I think the glitch pop came out and hit it to the side. But now it's no flips on the side. Muncher getting to that pretty soon. This energy looking generally really low. Once again, it might have been a miscommunication. It's going to result in Scyther 12 scoring anyway. Dropletto striking a little bit first and allowing Scyther 12 to score that one. But definitely a hard situation to be in, and Bun just kind of had 3 forwards and played it really well.
Yeah, Bum Bonanza. Like the saves from Liari, the saves from Lilybun, but the saves were in the favor of the Bozo bunch as Dropletto gets in there, going for 2 barriers, and that's why Dropletto is one of the best scoring X's in the entire video game. Gets in there again, but this time Lilybun will get the strike war win. Forgot trying to fly, but has to run back. Does not lose a barrier so far, but will almost lose 2. 2 barriers go down. Tragic, and they don't even get this KO on Scyther with the flip, and Scyther's now healthy, and it's all going downhill for the Bozo bunch.
Alright, they're kind of regaining some composure, but Lilybun is scary coming cross map. Now Muncher looking for a way through, but doesn't have the quick strikes. It's Scyther 12 that has it. Sets up a play. Forgot's not able to save it as playing Centauro goalie for fun. And they went double spark instead of picking good awakenings, so now they're just in disadvantage. But here's Spark of Leadership, so I guess this is what they wanted. It's also the last, these are the last 2 sparks on the board right now. We'll see if they, like, who's gonna do what here. Like, I don't know who. Someone's gonna deny it. Looks like Muncher's gonna take it. Nope, it's denied by Scyther 12, who has 0 sparks so far.
Yeah,
which allows Monumentalist onto Muncher, which I think is a really big
worth
pickup.
to deny. I'm not even sure if it was worth to deny. Right, it's single spark leadership, and Monumentalist and Castellas are up anyway, so I's getting something good, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, they did that again. That's happened to, I think it's happened to Muncher like 3 times this game. So maybe they'll find an adaptation there, but instead I might just lose both barriers and get scored on immediately. But what I do want to say is I don't know if it's worth the 9 either, because Spark of Agility with 2 sparks is just worse Stagger Swagger. And then the amount of speed you're giving to your allies is like not that much. It's like it's around like 5%-ish. So, like, what? Are you really too worried about their X gain 5% speed that you need to deny it? But maybe there just wasn't that much on the board that they felt that they wanted. So, wow. That's some beta stuff right there. The dash Quangle, but like with no dash hit. Just kind of punishes Dropletto for going for the dash into a wall. Pretty sick play from Liari. But now it's Forgot, though, is able to hold with Muncher. Is what I would say if they were able to hold longer than Liari's dash cooldown. So, good play in general from Liari at that point.
I've realized Zentaro Momentum Boots is just worse Rasmus goalie. You do the exact same thing, except sometimes your passive obstructs you and you have to overcommit, and this is looking rough. But what a great shot! 2 barriers from across the map, and the Bozo Bunch are suddenly back into things as long as they can hold at least one barrier here on the Scyther 12 attempt. They managed to do so. Has to get in there somehow. Not enough speed in neutral, and maybe that's what Bun were banking on.
I love watching Muncher play. I feel like I'm watching myself play, but from like a month, like 2 months ago.
What?
You know? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
That's crazy.
Like, not that it's like worse or better. Well, I mean, I'm gonna ego and say better obviously all the time, but it's just like the way he plays the game, and he does a lot of things I really, really like, and there's a few things that I feel like I learned at some point that like you gotta do slightly differently. But yeah, rough play there. Forgot tries to block with the ult, but just isn't enough. And now it's map point for Bun, and I'm gonna have to see if they can get it done.
Yeah, Forgot still has the good clears. Strikes are universal after all, and it is Omega Strikers, so at least that portion of the defense is on point as Dropletto continues to keep up the possession. But Scyther 12 with the mix of 3 different layers of scoring attempts as the NATO comes in and shreds Liari, and Lilybun's taken out as well. If they can KO Liari or do something here, that could be everything. 2 barriers taken, the flip in front of the net. Dropletto pops the recovery drone, and that's a goal, and the Bozo Bunch might be doing something.
Okay, Dropletto says I'm getting revenge for the every kickoff where one of us just gets absolutely demolished by Lilybun and a combination of Liari, I think. I can hardly tell. Okay, they all AFK this time. The adaptation has been made. Dropletto and Muncher just decide we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait and not instantly die. But this could be both barriers falling. Only one so far though. The scary Scyther 12 has quick strikes, so the ping pong battle will not be won. Which is a battle that usually Muncher likes to opt into, much like myself, you know. But here we go. Dropletto gets the second barrier at the cost of a teammate's life. Muncher is now out, but Forgot doing a great job stalling this one. Lilybun not in a great spot, but gets the pass back. Able to keep it going a little bit longer, but now Muncher is back online. He's able to give speed to the whole team, and now Dropletto is looking for an opportunity. Great patience there, able to dig that one out. Something I've liked to say for a while is about Scyther 12 and Dropletto, that they're both brawlers that strike second. There's not that many of them. It's a bit rare, but these two guys, they strike second. That's what makes them really good. And we've been seeing that matchup kind of work out so far in a bit more of Bun's favor, just because Scyther 12 quick strikes and is getting a lot more opportunities. But if Dropletto can make use of these smaller opportunities they're getting, then maybe it's winnable. Both goal gates now open. Maelstrom is online. Doesn't clear the path in just the right way, but Lilybun is looking a little low. Flip comes out. Dropletto gets the dimer off the glitch pop, and it's going to hit that one in, and maybe we're going to set 5.
Just maybe. It's looking pretty competitive given the pick in the goal box for Forgot, but he is holding it down. He is not losing barriers for free too many times, but my main concern is the damage being put on to Muncher. Is taking so much damage and getting KO'd a lot of these rounds, and with that really good midfield presence down, with no more midfield carry, it gets a lot tougher. And when Scyther 12 is hooking the core like that, it gets tough. The barrier though, 1 barrier taken, Dropletto looking for 2, getting the strike reset, that's 2 barriers, but Scyther 12 is on the other side. A great usage of the Zentaro passive. The core almost rolls in. With the NATO setup, with the flip available, but it's burned, and that's not what you want if you're a Bozo Bunch fan. Dropletto in there, but it's not enough, and Scyther now sends the core forward, almost around Forgot, but a great bounce up. Forgot continuing to make the saves as Dropletto tries to make something happen in the midfield. Dropletto trying to convert, but Scyther 12 wins a strike war and wins it again to close out this game.
Oh man, what an insane last point. That was going so back and forth. If Dropletto didn't burn that flip, it might have been a different game, but got a little bit too impatient, and that resulted in the end of it. And now it's going to be game 1 going to Bun. But hey, I mean, I don't know. They were able to pull out a pretty close game with the Zentaro goalie. Maybe like 231 redirects forgot. Just held it down somehow.
Oh yeah.
Over 50 more saves than Lilybun and over 50 more redirects. Just like that was yeah, I don't know. These stat lines are insane. What am I looking at right now? What is going on? Why does it look like Forgot just held it down insanely well and then they somehow... Oh man, I guess he's been scrimming it. I guess Forgot's just been scrimming it. And honestly, like, who has good practice against the Zentaro goalie? There were some spots he was in where he did a super good job of holding it down. I feel like he kind of improved as the point went on as well. But it was weird. I don't know. It's interesting to see the mom boots instead of eject button Zentaro. But honestly, maybe it's also weird if you went eject button and then went explosive entrance, then like your passive dash gets like too long, and then
yeah, it's interesting.
Game gets hard.
Yeah, there were a few moments where I think he caught Scyther off guard too, right? With the passive dash near the very end, got the core pass, set up an opportunity. Definitely interesting to think about. But
yeah,
we're heading into night market, and I think the pick will suck a lot more on night market. I think it'll be a little bit more difficult to play the video game.
You don't really. That feels like you're gonna be 2v1 a little bit more often. I don't really know. I'm thinking about it. It's definitely. I don't know. Definitely, I think you do want the open space.
Okay, apparently Forgot's not been scrimming it.
Oh, Borg is lying for fun. Okay, why would Borg? I was gonna say, why would Borg scrim against Bozo and then be like, "Yo, yeah, it'd just be fine if." Them picking Zentaro goalie every single point.
Yeah, pick Zentaro goalie.
Yeah, I guess Forgot says that eject button is less fun.
You know, as one of the two goalies known for not taking eject button on eject character, I have to agree. Even though I've never taken eject button.
I think there's like 3. What? There's like you.
Oh wait, yeah, there's 3.
Well, there's like 4 if you count J-Tang, but it's you, Cakes,
Twee, and J-Ting, I guess. I don't know. I don't think J-Ting's like super opposed to it. But it's an Among Titans recovery drone start. Everyone's either going to be speedy or big, or one person's going to be massive. But there's a good chance we just see triple recovery drone on both teams. Not recovery drone. I mean triple Among Titans for the speed. There we go.
Yeah, maybe Forgot doesn't take it, so he gets huge and can go kill people or something. But kind of doubt it. We're seeing Estelle picked once again by Liari along with Erasmus. We're seeing a not a repeat. We see the Dubu coming out this time. Here's the melee goalie that this team has been heralding so highly. And yeah, we're seeing Dropletto get the double size, but Slicer 12 just wants the speed.
Yep. Triple Among Titans, but Dropletto is looking a little massive here. As look at him next to Scyther as well.
Wait, Lilybun went Pauldrons?
It's Among Titans. You get speed.
Yeah, but they're all win it, so they didn't lose. Like Lilybun's not losing anything. Like no one on the side of no one's losing any side.
No, but it's like taking a momentum boots and pauldrons with no starting awakening. Think about it. I think it's fine.
I mean, I guess if you can just you can just fly. You know, being able to go really fast and deep is strong. It's not gonna matter. They're playing against Zentaro goalie. Who cares what Lilybun picks?
I think Lilybun can fly sufficiently with the Among Titans speed. The pauldrons is just a nice treat.
Faster, or if you had strike shot though.
Oh, forgot on kickoff. Wait a second, but no.
There we go. Well, honestly, you can commit that cooldown to kickoff now on this map, or you can't really do that on Atlas Lab because it's too wide open and easy to get around you. But you can kind of commit way more to kickoff on this map because the lanes are so small. They can't really get around anyone because you'll have 2 people in each lane, or whatever side the kickoff lane is, which is could be real. That could actually be something that Bozo have that the Dubu doesn't.
Yeah.
So,
and
we'll see.
we saw the corner offense and the KO come through as well. Forgot gets in on the action. That's 2 KOs in the favor of the Bozo bunch, and now they can run their offense without fearing anything, as Lilybun, unfortunately, a little outnumbered in the net. It's 1-1, and the Bozo bunch keep making it so that there's the intrusive thought of, what if they do win?
And Repleto has really made it out of that X1 trick nest. Has blossomed into a Julie player there, you know, making a really good play there. Now Liari is going to be next up. Gets absolutely sent into the wall. It might be sad though if you're Dropletto and your 2 trick used to be Rasmus, and then Scyther 12 just started playing it. It turns out like the pick was like okay. At least okay, if not good. And you're just not Himothy.
That's
and that
so
was
mean.
the problem. Well, that's just it's just the truth though. It's just that's what
the reality, the harsh realities of Omega Strikers. Wait a second, they sneak the court to the other side though, and Scyther 12 ends up kind of own barriering. Forgot though, barely saving it, and doesn't flip in time. What a fast flip!
Yeah, I think I wonder if Forgot's flip came out like before it, with how like fat, like it's just so weird. I feel like Forgot like very quickly used the flip, but it just didn't come out. It must have went before. Scyther 12 just ready for it. But honestly, I don't think if you're Forgot in that situation, you like should use your ult there, because that's just what's gonna happen. You're just kind of teeing up the opponent's forward, and hey, that's what happens when you miss dash on no unchecked button Zentaro, which is not an easy ability to hit, by the way.
It is pretty narrow, especially if you are a utilizer of Among Titans. You are a tiny bit small, and now Quick Strikes appears again, and oh well, Scyther 12's taking over the game again.
Yeah, Bun draft luck coming in huge here.
Yeah, honestly, that's why Bozo Bunch are losing.
Yep, nothing else. I don't know what else. I mean, what do you see on this map that could possibly...
I mean, Siege Machine could be a huge pick for Lilybun, right? Lilybun's going to walk right up with the Among Titans speed and Siege Machine the core into the barrier, and it's going to happen.
I miss the old days where Muncher would just get Octavia Chrono Boost start every game, and it wouldn't get banned for some reason.
Yeah, that was so weird. It just wouldn't get banned. There was no respect.
Yeah. These are just loose for fun.
But Scyther 12 now. Oh, forgot using the tech to stop the core, and I playing goalie, but Scyther winning the strike war, and the Bozo Bunch almost had it, but that was not the bounce they were looking for.
Well, I don't know, because they just won like 4 strike wars in a row, and then Forgot lost the 5th one. Like Forgot could just won that one. But we actually are on East. Up drop Leto. Shades of NXZD. And the dash punch KO.
Yeah.
Oh, but here we go. Look at this. Oh my, Scyther 12.
Yeah, 2 barriers gone, a flip used, a goal found, and the Bozo Bunch again. After the absolutely Griefa point, they make it look very, very winnable, and maybe they could still win.
Hey, they keep, right when you count them out, they bring it back. Look at their kickoff strategy, by the way. Dropletto plays middle, Forgot plays bottom. I always like talking about kickoff. It's pretty interesting, and they're trying some things out, and it's working all right. They haven't really been able to dig it out quite yet. Liari with the evade. But look how large Dropletto is. This guy is a little humongous. Has, I believe, triple size right now.
Yeah, but he's also being outsped by everyone in the video game. But gets the core pass, pressures Lilybun a little bit, but just can't get up there in time to land the Flame Flurry to trap the core. The Dash Punch attempted the flip, will get it out of there. And Scyther 12 hooks it back, doesn't quite get the strike through. And Dropletto now with possession again, but can't get the dribble. It goes to Liari. Spaghetti from every player.
Yeah, well, here we go. Punch!
Ooh.
Gets the barrier to size. Just, like, no, straight up, though. This Julie is a problem. Like, oh, good combo, but just raw flip from Sector 12 is going to be enough. But here's Dropletto. Like I said, it's a Strike War winner. It's not a Strike War loser. Forgot, however, is just taking himself out of the game for fun. But, hey, Dropletto still alive. How Schiller quick strikes. Sector 12 just gets the read. Forgot. Just kind of forgot.
And with that happening, now it's looking rough for the Bozo Bunch. It's like a roller coaster of emotions. They have a good point, and then Sector 12's all over them, and then they have a good point. So maybe this will be a good point as Sector 12 playing the corner, but it's looking like another performance from the Rasmus legend as Forgot doesn't get mixed up, uses the slice and dice. That's not called the slice and dice. Is that called the Oni's blade?
That's called Oni's blade.
Yeah, it's Oni's blade.
I also forgot until you said them, and now I think I'm pretty sure it's Oni's blade.
Which is kind of wild because you like the primary is slice and dice, right? But you can also call that the Oni's blade because it is the Oni's blade.
Yeah, but when Zentaro uses ult, he says an Oni's blade, and then he. So, you know.
That's true. But Bozo Bunch are holding on for quite a while here as the core dribble dub eye farming energy as well. But Scyther has flip available, trying to find an opportunity to use it. And the core stays in the corner. Maybe a KO will be found. Dropletto playing a little close to the edge here. And the Bozo Bunch just cannot get past this Lily Bun defense at the moment. And Forgot lets the core slip by for a moment. The flip used to get it away from Scyther, but the pass almost goes right back. Eye on the defense as well. Dropletto trying to get there and does KO Scyther with the assist from Forgot's primary. Lily looking for a flip angle, and Liari as well, but doesn't strike and doesn't get the goal yet as Lilybun looks for the angle as Liari now moving forward with the speed to the top side, and I did not expect that to hit at all. It was like the last little bit of it.
Yeah, that was just, I don't think anyone did. This ends up being a weird goal, and now Scyther 12 gets another first pick of the draft. There's Fight or Flight, there's aerials, if there's Knife's Edge, like, I don't.
Fight or Flight, quick strike, slick kicks. The triple
Imagine
combo.
having the opportunity to pick that, and then but you just don't pick it, you know? Like, I don't know, that'd be kind of weird.
But Knife's Edge still picked up in Glass Cannon. I think Knife's Edge and Glass Cannon could be their way out, but they're just good picks across the entire board here, right? Hotshot also picked up for Liari Estelle, so a lot of scaling, but even though the Bozo Bunch do get some of what they want, it's just tough looking at the draft. The Bun Bun Bonanza, they are scaled and they're in prime position to just take it here.
Yeah. Bad news, Saya. I don't think it's their way out. I think, well, you also said this too, but
yeah, I agree.
think they're a little about to get Giga owned by the Scyther 12 menace.
The strike machine.
Striker 12. Oh, but uses primary to stop the hook from just going the wrong way. Like, I don't. This is a little ridiculous. Oh, Liari DC'd.
Oh.
Charge!
Well, technically you're supposed to play the point out. So
play it out! Play it out! Never, don't pause! It's so dumb.
Wait, Liari's back though. Wait a second.
Yeah, Liari's back, but Muncher just paused for fun, and now they're gonna lose. Yeah, people don't know. Like, they try to be nice. Like, just play out the point and then pause next point. Like, it's the only way to do it. There's no point in waiting because they're not gonna wait when they come back because they don't know what's going on when they come back. But oh my Lilybun. Alright, awkward moment, but Dropletto capitalizes, and if Liari can DC, like, for, like, I don't know, like, 8 more points, anything can happen.
Yeah, but even if it doesn't happen, you know, the Bozo Bunch could suddenly win every interaction, and they could still win this. This is how Bozo Bunch can still win, but Scyther 12 has won that interaction, has gotten the strike after the core flip, and now it's looking tough as both barriers go down. One traded on the other side, but Forgotten an open net against Striker 12, but somehow manages to get it out, and now the offense starts for the Bozo Bunch. No, Scyther 12 again gets the core. The primary is good from Forgot to clear it out, and Forgot is defending on this Zentaro pick, but for how much longer is the question. A KO onto Liari. Wait a second, they might have this. They might just win it all, but maybe not if Lilybun can hold. But a good shrink, a good flip to the center, a punch. 2-0 Bozo Bunch in the lead in this set. Maybe they got it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this glass cannon is just abyss, and that's why Forgot was able to perform.
Look how
last
fast
game.
Forgot is.
Yeah, it's like the momentum boots. Like it's like doubling up or tripling up on speed is good.
6-second
And just
goal.
a blitzed out point. Drop Leto, level 9. I don't even know what's going on there.
Now they
It's
scale.
like 3 levels over Lilybun, and I don't. Yeah, I guess they can scale somehow. Maybe.
Okay.
There's
but-
Monu.
Oh,
That'd be big.
do you think it's Stagger Swagger? Or is it built different?
I just go BD because it's funny.
Yeah, but that means Scyther 12 is even faster now. Of course, Sai is very good on Rasmus, but the speed getting a little out of control here, especially with that triple strike combination and missile propulsion. Okay.
Yo, why did he not take heavy impact? This guy is just trolling. Oh my god. Like they're looking okay, look at Drop Leto. I mean, you don't need speed when you cover the whole lane. What just happened?
Liari died to the NATO.
I didn't even see the NATO.
Oh, the
This
double
Manu-
barrier.
Oh, double!
Wait, this is the Bozo Bunch sweep.
I mean, look at Drop Leto right now. Like, this guy is not going to lose a strike war for the rest of this game. Just time this guy up. His dash punch covers the half of the entire map.
Oh,
It's-
but he was a
it's
little
looking
hasty
scary.
there. A little bit too hasty, and it hit the back of the NATO. But they're still looking for something. Drop Leto. One pass. Almost that flip. Just needs one more hit, but doesn't get any hits on that Flame
There we
Flurry. Finally gets the flip. Goes for the KO, and does get it with the delayed flip after the punch.
What?
Liari!
Wait, Humphrey!
Liari shoots it at Lilybun, but Lilybun is ready, and they
What?
manage to get the
You
goal
did!
anyway.
Cross clear versus the Estelle. What could go wrong? Just play it safe. Just walk with the core. Honestly, all of them just need to do a little bit more walking with the core. Drop Leto, just walk with the core. You're huge. You'll be able to keep possession. And you got this. But Scyther 12, yeah, Drop Leto is waiting, but Scyther 12 might be a brawler player, might know the range of Julie better than some others, but able to make it work, I suppose. Alright, Lilybun barriering for the dribble, but is able to get a sick clear afterwards. Forgot, might have to flip to get this out. Opts not to, though, and has that missile prop going crazy on that passive strike. So,
Yeah, but
keep your eyes on that.
has to be careful here. Drop Leto activates Knife's Edge speed at basically center of each lane, but would be enough is the question as Scyther just sneaks it right past the Oni's blade. I almost said Slice and Dice, and well, 1 point away. Bun Bun Bonanza. But look at the meter! It's possible for the Bozo Bunch! They have like 3 flips.
They could win 1 more point. I agree.
It's winnable.
But it's looking like Bun Bun are a bit bored. And are just
Forgot
like,
cross crit
"Alright,
versus the
let's
Estelle
go
and didn't
win."
get punished. It's winnable.
Well, they did lose a single barrier and I had to play defense. But look at this Monu! Arrow is so good on this map. You just do that over and over again. You don't even gotta play midfield. You just win all of midfield for free, and now your team gets to play offense. But whoa! That was insane from Forgot, but we'll see if it matters. The double tried to be achieved for Muncher going for an insane angle. But Drop Leto with the dash with no punch technology isn't going to be able to strike more. Lilybun hits it out of range. Now it's a very scary 2v1. Oh! The Oni's blade is able to save it. Drop Leto has insane size, but just hasn't been able to find the right ways to utilize it. Just doesn't have dash punch as often as he would like. Oh my god! It starts the demon angle off of punch. Has ult, tries to break through, but punch strikes first.
And
now Muncher.
The missile propulsion!
Oh my god, keeping it up with the missile prop.
One more strike, but they don't find a strike, and Drop Leto's trying to get in there, but Scyther has so much speed. Liari's hitting it up. Does get shrunk now. Drop Leto with the center speed, trying to find a way to get through, but Scyther this time has a secondary. Cleared away. Drop Leto going for the dash punch. Cleared away again, but Liari will finally close it out, and the series is finally done.
Hotly shotted into the goal on overtime. Get that red core, hit it right in. Scyther 12. Doing a little bit of MVPing. I mean, this whole season, Scyther 12, Scyther 12, Scyther 12. going crazy every single game. Has the most redirects despite being the brawler. Not something you tend to see that often. But when it's Bun Bun Bonanza, maybe you're seeing it a little bit more often. But this will mean if Sad Boys win the final game, it'll be a 3-way tiebreaker between EKC, Bun Bun, and Sad Boys. But for now, it's just third and fourth, which don't matter, being shared basically by EKC and Bun Bun.
Okay. It's over. I can't believe that was a series in the North American Strikers League.
Yep. Welcome to last week of NASL.
And
we're Taro goalie.
Well, that was a series of all time. Forgot looked kind of pretty okay on the pick, other than the whole Taro goalie part with momentum boots.
He did look like he might be able to beat like a bottom NASA team with that pick. So,
shout out to Muncher and Dropletto. They made it look very, very close.
They did make it look close, and let's be clear, it was a lot of them making it look close. Well, I don't know. In the first game, Forgot kind of popped off.
But
true. The second game, it was just like all Dropletto and Muncher kind of just being a really good forward duo. But yeah, I mean, there's only one match left. That's us. That's it from us from the casting. Demons Raw. We'll have some other people in suits come in. I don't think they're wearing suits.
Yeah, they're not wearing suits. Well, yeah, that was it for our block, and see ya soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Watch the shit.
What is this guy doing?
Yeah, where's he going?
Up.
Watch the shit. To you?
What the fuck are you doing?
That was disgusting!
One v3.
Whoa! Oh!
Oh yeah.
Oh no. And as you can see, we can hear the sound of the dinging ball.
One step closer.
Already found, rocketed right past Vaughn, sends it back over, cleared away by Frightfully Fresh again. Now it's in Borg's hands. Borg is 1 versus 1, and what a mix-up! I'm coming for you!
Who's being very patient with it, get that one out of Gatubo, but she sends the top barrier, and what a jump from Gatubo!
I am so lucky. I am the lucky.
Get in there, Marissa.
Bang! What the fuck was that?
Nice unstoppable pickup as well. It seems they've gotten a lot of survivability on the right side too, but do they need survivability? What? What? I'm sorry, what? Just happened?
Trying to like pretend to be like us with, you know, our dash range.
Oh yeah.
Alright, that flip saved. Can we hit the core?
Okay, I see you, Piggy. Yo, no.
How did she
fucking
not
way.
unlock that? What?
No!
Oh, what?
Uh-oh.
Oh! 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 Ah! Help!
You wanna die?
Wait for it.
Wait,
Wait.
wait,
Like,
wait, wait, wait.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh.
I'm dead. Dude, I can't even play the game. Oh, that was too funny.
What's going on, Strikers? Welcome back to NASL, where we are 113 strong, getting ready for Demons Raw versus Sad Boys. I'm joined here today with Tech. Hello, Tech.
Hello, Yoshi. What's up, everybody? Demons Raw versus Sad Boys. This is going to be an interesting match. Of course, we know Demons Raw 7-1 in this season. Of course, this match, doesn't matter too much for them, so they're probably going to have a good time. But if they do lose, they are tied then for rank 1 seed, I believe, with Core Overflow, potentially.
Yeah, I think so, which means that they would have to play a tiebreaker match, which is going on next week. Oh, nope, they win the head-to-head. Production has just informed me otherwise. So this match, I think it only has implications on Sad Boys tying with the rest of the other third place runners. If they lose this, they could be sent to losers bracket, I think. But loading into match, we have Kainoob in the goal box. We have a match ending. We are not loading into match. And important thing to also mention is that Uardia Luz is missing in action. He could not make it today, and I don't know what happened, but we have Megaverse instead. Everyone say hi, Megaverse.
Hi, Megaverse.
Hi, Megaverse.
And yes, we did restart because it was Spark of Leadership, which both these teams have decided to remake if that Awakening that is perfectly balanced ended up getting picked first. And sure enough, there was. So we will see a remake. Taiko Temple. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams like this map. We've seen a lot of unique strategy. I think this one's really cool just simply due to the striker diversity. Like, what other maps do you really see an Atlas forward on, right? What other maps do you see a Dubu forward just running across the map? Very creation heavy one. And I think it's kind of the fun mix up I think Omega Strikers needs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We see a Julie band coming out from Demons Raw. Gumi was trying to ban the Dubu, and I'm pretty sure Bells only plays Dubu on this map. There he is. There's the comp Sad Boys is running with. Got a Drakkar goalie instead of the Now as per usual, but still the same forward duo. Got Kainoob on the Now goalie, pulling up. Hey, there's Now goalie somewhere. Snake on the Dubu, and it's actually the Dubu mirror, which might be why they elected to ban the Juliet instead. All right, crew, what are we doing?
Here comes the face-off. It's the emo battle first to see who has the best one, and they start off a few seconds later. If I'm not mistaken, up until a few minutes ago, and they might even still be, but both these teams were in the exact same voice chat. So they might be in the same call chirping at each other. Not too sure now, but
they sure are.
Yeah.
Hey, all I'm saying is mic'd up is gonna go crazy. But until then, we also see Kainoob in the goal box. Mentioned it earlier. Gumi on the Estelle in the midfield. And once again, I think the big thing this match is we're seeing a Dubu mirror from Snake and Bells, which was supposed to happen at the LAN, but I believe Demons Raw backed out of it. So here in this match, it's not quite grand finals, but still a pretty important match for Sad Boys.
Important
We're gonna
indeed.
see Snake pop off on
with
the
the
Dubu
summer
there.
assault. Oh, look at the synchronized dancing from Bells and Snake too. The chest
They're
bump.
flapping their big Dubu wings.
Fly Dubu fly.
Fly Dubu fly. And I will say, might be a bit redundant, but I think this Estelle pick might be a little bit more useful in the midfield than the Atlas.
Oh, and there's a great example right there. Gumi with a nice double stun. Puts the core right through.
Yeah, but we have seen Vaughn's Atlas midfield on this map. Very, very aware of what it can do. I think if nothing else, the defensive potential that they could pull up with on this map could be stronger than the offense that Snake and Gumi can put up. We will have to see though, as both barriers fall for Sad Boys, and this could be the end of the set.
Hit a quick one at that. Gumi looking for the pass. Kainoob does not want to pass it to Gumi at all. Only wants to throw it up, and a nice core flip from Megaverse with the Soren angle. Not enough to deal with that Rose Ward from Gumi. A quick 3-0 from the side of Demons Raw.
Yeah, Wowie. Doing a great job pulling up on what some people could say is Sad Boy's Temple. And now Gumi rewarded with the Fighter Flight. And this awakening is so strong with or without slick kicks, but with slick kicks it is insane turbo mode. Megaverse picking up a nice heavy impact, getting the CDR on the shotguns. Really nice. And just extra damage. But Snake gets quick strikes. And that's a Dubu with quick strikes, which means he's just bigger than you. He's going to be striking more often than you. It's going to be really difficult to get through. But inversely, Bell's picking up Siege Machine could put out a lot of damage. Be a really threatening guy. You know, we'll have to see. Already going for the kill. And we might see the KOs start coming out this match. When Bells has his CDs up.
Yeah, Gumi is just standing there, emoting pass. We love to see it. And almost passes it into the back of their own net. I don't think you should pass that way. Trying to punish Kainoob for their actions. Bells in a 1v1 with Kainoob. The shot, the hot dog, not coming out close enough. And a good strike war win from Kainoob keeps things alive for a little bit longer. Bells looking for the shot. Vaughn does have the core flip, uses it point blank, and the strike through. A nice goal from Vaughn.
Yeah, Vaughn picking up Timeless there, and you really see it pay off. It caught the core right in the corner and just laid him up perfectly to flip it in, send it right in. And now, we see Bell's getting in there. So is Vaughn. They're tearing it up. But Kainoob and Gumi able to defend, almost taking both barriers right there, getting it in between. Saved away, but...
Ooh, and a nice save again. These Dubus are a force to be reckoned with in the midfield, and I think Gumi has almost hit every single Rose Warp into the barrier, I say, as one just misses, and Bells with a nice Summer Assault, looking to strike it through, just shoots it into the bottom. No abilities needed. Giving a little bit of disrespect to Gumi as well.
Yeah, this might be after Demons just 3-0s Sad Boys, it might be a 3-0 in response. Going back to back. I mean, Bells has a core flip here. He's going to use it. Kainoob and Snake have core flips. Snake trying to kill Bells, but instead getting his core flip locked inside the Tofu Fortress. Hate to see it, but now Kainoob and Vaughn sitting on their flips. Vaughn probably looking to make an offense with it here. Bells trying to get through. Oh! And does. Gumi was standing in the corner for some reason. Looking good.
Looking good indeed. Vaughn also has this core flip, but so does Kainoob. There's so much util being dumped into the top here. But Megaverse just having an easy job clearing it past. It's only Snake in the forward position right now. Things aren't all too scary. Kainoob with a nice Soren angle, but Bells somehow gets a piece of that. Ends up taking this one 3-0, and it seems like Sad Boys and Demons are just going to trade sets back and forth if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, I think Gumi put that one in with the Rose Warp.
You know, that makes more sense. I was going to say, I didn't know that Bells, I didn't know Siege Machine made your projectiles very small and hit into the net.
Very small and lock onto the core.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, taking a look at this draft, Vaughn denying the Manu from Kainoob. None of that's gonna come out. Kainoob picking up Twin Drive though, still really good. Bell's getting Missile Prop, which means these logs, these fortresses are going far and hitting hard. And we are taking a big look at that massive expanse.
Someone's probably like, hey, how big is that with the 2 size awakenings? Vaughn says, I got you.
Hey, take a peek. It's this big. There, we saw Vaughn get KO'd by Snake, who picked up Demolitionist, and I think like this guy's got Quick Strike and Demo. This guy is massive. This guy is striking very quickly. I think Demon's Raw could just take this set 3-0 just like before, but not if Snake gets slain in the corner like that. What happened to that guy?
I don't know, but I'm not sure I want to know. The core almost going in. Gumi not able to find the snipe there. But Kainoob and Gumi are so far up, both with core flip, that the second barrier falls, and the third goalie is not able to lock it down. Sad Boys get 1 point right away in this set.
Yeah, wow. Perhaps this is Sad Boy set is everyone, but I think Gumi flashing the emo, a coordinated emote game going on right now with the whole lobby. But Snake trying to get both barriers, almost slips it in between, only going to get one. Gumi has a core flip. Looking good, but Bells is approaching. Bells is en route.
But somehow gets it out of there. A nice one, but there's the core flip finally from Vaughn. Tries to hit it off the center, but it doesn't work. That timeless monumentalist expanse is just so big as Bell's sitting on the low stagger on Demon's side of the field. Has to evade to get away, but the core flip, a nice pass, but blocked away by Kainoob. He's just sending it to the bottom corner over and over again. And Bell's continually taking damage. The nice core flip into the Tofu Fortress somehow doesn't go in the net, but Snake, it's certainly threatening. Because now they're pushing up once again. Kainoob looking for anything he can as Gumi is just trying to find the pass. Not a whole lot of abilities to work with right now. But Sad Boys have so much. Megaverse trying to pass it up. Vaughn has the core flip. The Tofu Fortress sitting in the net, uses it to kill. Flexes the Sad Boy emote while he's at it. Gumi off the top. But a nice strike shot from Megaverse will leave Kainoob in a 1v1. There's the shot. Can't find the demon angle. But the core is moving so quickly off of these drums. It'll go in any second. And Snake misses the strike. This could be huge for Bells. But there's the Tofu Fortress somehow sending it down. This is the least broken ability I've ever seen.
Working ability intact. And now both teams are just struggling to get it through. But Snake, on the breakaway, is able to get it. Catches the corner clear by Megaverse. And puts it in with the log. And now we're at 1-1. First time this has happened all game. Both teams have scored a point. And I don't know. I think we're in for a long one. So much happened in that point. We watched like Megaverse walk up with this core flip and then just play forward for an extended period of time. We saw both teams just hold eternally like that. How did they do that?
That one was just Bells. He just threw down his Tofu Fortress. You can tell by the donuts. Viewers keep that in mind, and it ends up just saving the gate that he was so desperately trying to break over and over again.
Big.
Very, very interesting ability usage from these two teams, if I do say so myself.
I say we'll get barriers, I promise. Somewhere, anywhere, a barrier has to drop.
Oh.
But no, I both of these teams have just like peaked in defensive form, and this is going to be the longest game. Going to be the longest game ever, where nothing's gonna happen. Oh, we've done it. They said it couldn't. They said it couldn't be done. But barriers are dropping now. The game state is progressing.
Oh, and somehow the second one not falling. You need to know your geometry if you're trying to play on this map. A nice clear, trying to get it through the Tofu Fortress, and somehow can't. Still, a nice hold there from Megaverse as somehow the barrier finally drops now. Vaughn and Snake both with a core flip in the midfield, looking to shoot it. Snake doesn't account for the middle drums, though. Ends up sending it right into it, and it doesn't work. Bells trying to strike for it over and over again with Kainoob not working out. And Bells with the Tofu Fortress finally takes that last barrier. Both teams are sitting naked in net, looking for anything they can. The self-pass shot right at the defender. Bells, you're going to have to get a nicer angle than that if you want to score. Snake and Gumi have a good opportunity here. In the bottom corner, it's so back and forth. The core almost drifting in. The stun not quick enough as Megaverse able to find these clears into the different corners. And Megaverse off his own corner, somehow surviving twice. What can you do if you're Demon's Raw to get the core through?
Yeah, first you have to get it through an Atlas, and that's already impossible. Then you have to get it through the Drakkar, but Gumi able to get it around both of them. a very nice piercing shot in the bottom corner, and the Dubus are celebrating.
Oh boy, yeah, we're definitely in for a long game. Set number 3 right now. Both teams just trying to get it through. There's so many abilities being burned at all times. And look at the Tofu Fortresses, both just sent straight down. Bells having 2 projectile, or rather creation distance awakenings makes his Tofu Fortress go so far.
Yeah, I believe he is sending them at 100% range. Quite literally double range. Yeah, from downtown, he shoots them, and guys, it's really setting in how long this match is going to be, because we are about to go to overtime and one barrier has been taken. Both these teams are locked in. These goalies are defending for their lives, and
ooh, there it is.
And this is Sad Boy's moment to tie up the set. Right here, right now.
Oh, but it's also Snake. Somehow Gumi finds that barrier right before it drops, and bang!
Whoa!
Gumi with the Rose Warp, sending it way too fast for Megaverse to react to. Demon's Raw takes yet another set.
Yeah, Gumi unleashing his instant core flip technique, and that is so hard to react to. You do, even if you are ready for it. You gotta read the angle too. But here, Gumi's getting rewarded with rapid fire. And getting hot shot in the last draft, this guy just doesn't have a cooldown on his primary anymore. It is over. Megaverse opting for the Among Us, going for size. I mean, going for no size, going for speed. The other stat that it gives, giving size to the rest of his team. Vaughn picking up 1-2 punch, which could go absolutely crazy here. Have to wait and see. Bells with Deadeye.
Ooh, that's huge too. Yeah, I mean, we've seen these Atlas, like, almost KO comps before, which are kind of insane if you think about it. The hunter turns into the hunted when you have to play against Atlas. And oh my gosh, Bells, how are those not just going off the map?
Yeah,
to know the
just
engineering of this.
flying straight to the moon. Sad Boys have drafted damage this set, so we might be going to a set 5 if they're able to kill people. And Gumi looking low. Snake also just a big target, has no evade. And you know, the now on their team could only do so much, but a great core flip saves it, and Megaverse asked to pay for saving the goal with his life. He gets knocked out by Snake, and then Gumi walks up and rips the core flip, able to weave it between Bells and Vaughn and score. And you know, maybe, just maybe, Demon's Raw are able to clutch this out in the 4th set. As long as they can stay alive, I think if Sad Boys really start farming the KOs, this could be their game to win.
Oh, and especially if we see more Tofu Fortresses like that from Bells, it makes it almost impossible to take that barrier. And so does Kainu with these incredible strike wars. Does have the core flip, opting to save it for now, and somehow the core gets out through the front. Snake, look at that damage. And off the map, goodbye, Bells. Absolutely deleted from Taiko Temple. A nice core flip denial there from Kainu once again. It's forced to the tiny Megaverse and Vaughn to have to defend this, and both barriers fall. Gumi with all the abilities, the full kit dump, gets another point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, what a phenomenal. He threw out the Estelle ult and then immediately piercing shotted. So they all came out at around the same time, and really just for Megaverse, you have to strike war a ton of projectiles and the primary all at once, and it's so difficult. But Snake with the core flip, shot dead on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, the officer was on the scene and still.
Yeah, I found Snake doing some illegal activities, and put him away, and then put the core in the box all at once. Match point denied, and Sad Boys are starting to bring it back. Could win this set, bring us to a set 5, and from there they've They've got the momentum to win the game.
Yeah, look how
and I mean,
strong that primary is.
They're taking these barriers. Oh, almost taking Gumi's life again. Bells was on the scene, ready to get rid of that guy.
Oh, in the corner, a nice clear. It's both the goalies now looking to get it. We saw Snake there fishing for the double barrier. Of course, it's such a flex to take two of them right through the middle, but Megaverse is doing such a good job clearing these through. And Gumi's so low right now, so staggered. Ends up getting healed up a little bit as time goes on. And Kainoob has the core flip, uses it to kill Bell's officer down, and Demons Raw takes the first game.
Yeah, wow. The core flip that does it all. Killed that guy and put it in all at once. And that'll be game one, going to Demons Raw. And hey, they won pretty confidently, 3-1, but it's a very close game. I think people wouldn't expect that with the sub in, and Megaverse still has it. He is goated, holding it down for quite some time. But wow, hey, I just looked at the stat screen. That's 223 redirects from Gumi. that guy was hitting the ball.
Yeah, I don't know. Gumi is he's a freak. He's an enigma of a player. I mean, you look at that, 223. Like, the next highest one is Kainoob, the goalie, with 179. So, to get, 40 more is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he showed up and gapped the entire lobby by 40. And, hey, pretty good. But it looks like the next map we are going to is Night Market, which isn't that different from Taiko Temple. We'll be seeing probably slower cores until overtime, but hey, I mean, we could see something similar go on. I imagine we'll be seeing the Bells Juliet instead of the Dubu, but hey, if they ban Juliet, Demons bans Juliet, and we see a Dubu forward on Night Market, I would be really happy. That would go so incredibly hard.
Yeah, me too. I rock with that. Let's go. Let's draft up the dream team right now. Okay, Yoshi, let's see. Zentaro goalie, right? We saw that.
Okay,
of course. Worked
we've seen
flawlessly.
that before.
Dubu forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then who do we got for the midfielder?
Atlas is always a good pick. I like that one.
Okay.
I know Kainoob has played
maybe?
Mako midfield. Octavia would be a good pick.
That would be fun.
It would be fun. Octavia doing all the core control, and then the Dubu in the back, waiting in the wings to drop
running
a tier
around,
for Fortress.
emoting. Yeah.
Just having a good time
man.
playing Omega Strikers in this North American Strikers League match. Last one of the main season. Season 3 coming to a close. Could be with this game. Could also be a sad boy sweep, and we go to a game 3. But until then, we see Gumi on the X.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there are two wolves inside you. You're either X or you're Era. X-Lore or Era Kitten, take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, cast the last 1-2 punch being the 2 starting awakenings. Would not be surprised to see an Era ban in the slightest. Just cast the last is so devastating. And of course, we do see one coming out from... Oh god, what's their team? Sad Boys. Sad Boys is on the right.
Those guys?
The overlay wasn't up yet.
Who are those people? Yeah, and we see the Drakkar ban come out from Demons Raw, not letting Megaverse get that pick. Been playing a lot. Whoa. Ooh. Oh, and Kainoob was locked in X goalie. Demons Raw are feeling confident. And I mean, with the way they play, it's whenever they're playing on defense, it's Gumi and Kainoob together. And when you have a Juno on your team helping you try and get it out, you could be Juliet and you're doing pretty good. Especially if it's being piloted by Gumi. Hey, and we were blessed with not one but 2 Dubus, actually.
Yes.
Coming out in full force.
Both of them being forwards as well.
Yeah. everyone opting for the 1-2 punch except Snake, taking the castle last, getting that extra stun time on the Summer Assault, which is nice, but and Bells with the 1-2 might make some crazy stuff happen. I'm really excited to see it. And again, a ex-goalie, guys, ladies and gentlemen. These are the two best teams in North America duking it out.
Yeah,
We
that's
also
great.
you see Rasmus goalie. Oh!
Ooh.
Scoop that guy up on Megaverse. And hey, I'm a believer that the Rasmus goalie is okay. But I know Gumi hates it and thinks it is like one of the worst goalies in the game. I mean, it makes sense. The guy only has 2 like anti-stuff abilities, and they're kind of hard to use. He has hook, which is nice.
Look at Kainoob, he's stuck on the edge.
Oh my god, Kainoob's gonna die. Kainoob's gonna die in his net.
He's alive somehow, but for how long? 1 HP. He's so low. Bells has put on so much damage, but the second barrier falls. Kainoob does have the core flip. Oh, look at the hot dog. It's off the map. It's just sitting there, and somehow Bells finds the angle into the bottom corner. X cannot stop that one. Sad Boys with their first point of this match.
Out of bounds hot dog really tickles me. That's a good one.
Hot dog clip. Any percent.
Hey, he hit the hot dog clip. Oh my god. And Snake's about to get clipped. He is so low. Oh, but gets a barrier. Big. Oh, and he's gone. Hooked away.
He's gone
Not a big one
again.
today. Oh, Kainoob is going in. Took Pauldrons, by the way. Important to note. Has the damage reduction, still took that much damage the last point. 1-2 punch. Hey, it does a little bit. And now, oh, Bells is dying. It's hey, once. Oh my god, Snake's dead from like full health. I was about to say once the damage awakenings start coming in, you know, people start scaling. We might see these KOs that almost happen, you know, actually get sealed up. But Rasmus with the hook, it's gonna be just scooping people away. And so, ladies and gentlemen,
Gumi to end that one. Because they let it sit there for a little bit. Vaughn with the barrage pushing up, and Bells with the fake, with the mind game, shoots it bottom corner. Kainoob has nothing to say about that one.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Bells. Hit him with the mix-up. And, hey, everyone take notes. X-goalie does not have very many options into a cross shot. This is going to be really important for the meta soon, so I hope you're ready. And, oh! Snake has assassinated that man. Surfer Fortress claims another one, but Snake is low himself, almost getting hooked again by Megaverse. Oh!
Ooh, the double KO from the goalie. How often do you see that one? Kainoob picks up 2 right as Vaughn comes back, and Snake once again taken off the map. A giant punching bag on the side of Demon's Raw as now Bells pushes up the stun, not lasting long enough. Kainoob with the up clear to the whole team. This could be scary for Megaverse if Gumi is able to use that speed to fly at him, but it doesn't look like it yet. As Vaughn has so much core control in the midfield and so much damage, dead instantly as soon as you look at him. But Kainoob does have the core flip to stall for just a little bit longer, but that damage is absurd.
Yeah, his one defensive tool, other one being maybe ult. Looking good, but pushing up here, and I think the Pauldrons is a really nice pick on Kainoob. Getting that extra power for damage, and then just being able to, you know, walk up into the midfield when they're on offense and start beating people up. But oh my god, a great shot from Snake. Went to the top corner, getting it right around Megaverse. And hey, Demons are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Megaverse has just been KOing Snake over and over again. You can find angles like that.
I'm sorry, taking a break.
1v1.
Oh,
Kainoob
is missing action.
Oh.
Vaughn did half that guy's health who has Pauldrons with 1-2 punch. That's pretty crazy.
Get orbs.
That guy needs to get orbs. He's low. Okay, Kainoob is back. Unsure what happened.
So back.
but we are ready to play. 30 seconds have been burned from the match. We'll be seeing an early overtime today. And we might be seeing an early grave for Vaughn and Bells. Looking a little low. Bell's getting an orb, but Vaughn is a little low, also getting an orb, and we're back to neutral. And it's all over. But the barriers are down.
Ooh, nice denial there from Gumi. We saw the stacking from Bells earlier, the log into this, the Tofu Fortress. Just able to move the core so much. As now Vaughn trying to shoot it right through the middle. Snake not able to intercept the pass. It's simply too quick. It's the pass, the 1, 2, 3, not working out just yet. Snake misses the roll on it, but still takes a barrier. Just needs one as he gets booked back once again. Gumi looking to put an end to Vaughn's core control. Bell's looking to put an end to Gumi. Shoots at top corner. The Tofu Fortress not even needed for the clear as Sad Boys take the first set.
Yeah, and hey, once again, everybody take notes. Great cross shot coming out is gonna defeat X goalie. But here's where the game gets real. Here's where things start happening. We see Fight or Flight picked up by Vaughn. I'm looking at the hot shot, which is going straight to Gumi. That guy has an immaculate amount of core speed. Unstoppable going to Kainub. Really good pick. I want to see if anyone picks up this Spark of Strength though, and it'll be Megaverse who gets it. And with 1-2 Spark of Strength, guy's gonna be putting out 1-2 Spark of Strength Pauldrons. That guy's 151 power. Gonna be putting out a small amount of damage. To be sure, gonna be hooking Snake at speeds never before seen. And yeah, I mean, look at that guy. He is dying already. Snake picking up the Twin Drive, getting extra rolls, which is really nice with his cast last. But if he's just gonna die off cooldown, things might be a little rough.
Something to note, Vaughn is so fast with that Fight or Flight. As soon as he activates that secondary, he is flying, and so is Snake. Taken off the map once again. Just so much damage coming out, not only from the goalie, but also just the 1-2 punch of Vaughn. That barrage hits so hard. We saw it do half health to Kainub, who has powerhouse pauldrons. Like, come on. Weak character.
A weak character, low amounts of damage. Snake has spawned in at half health. He has not been afforded a health bar. And that's both barriers down for Demon's Raw. And a crazy Tofu Fortress almost puts it in. Getting a little wacky with it. Oh, but Kainub's on the hunt. And has to walk back to his goal box to defend.
Oh, in the summer assault.
I mean, Snake. No, Bells gets taken out. Snake is dying. Snake is dead. Dubu's down.
The 2 versus 2. Both the hamsters are gone, and Gumi whiffs the core flip. Looking for something. This is not where you want to be if you're Kainub. Thankfully, the Blabos helping out just a little bit on this defense. Gumi trying to get it around, but Bells is too big. A nice roll from Snake, but directly into Vaughn, who has the core flip. Nice reaction check, though, from Snake. Does manage to win that strike war, and the Tofu Fortress is accelerating this core so much. Snake's not going as far. A little bit underwhelming compared to that first one we saw, and now the core is just flying around the map. Both teams red on almost every touch. Surely this goes in. Snake wins the strike war. Immediately ego chows Megaverse and gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, wow. It successfully hit the soul read, and that'll be 1 point for Demon's Raw. Looking good. After losing the first set, I mean, they have the 1-2 hotshot Juno. This is a good thing. They have Unstoppable on their goalie, who is effectively a strike bot, but the Unstoppable will afford one free ability from the enemy team. Get stuffed by. So I don't know. Oh, but if the Tofu Fortress comes in like that and pins Kainub down, things could be a little rough. Bells with the core flip. Gets denied by the X Maximus coming out from Kainub, who is defending this barrier with his life.
Yeah, with his life indeed. He almost has that Unstoppable up all the time. He's just not taking damage, and it finally drops as the core just drifting around these corners. It's so hard on Night Market, because even if you hit the perfect angle, a lot of times if that barrier is still up, it's just so unfortunate. Here we see Kainum striking it up to down is a nice clear as the Tofu Fortress locks Megaverse in jail, who's forced to watch the core drift in. Oh no, that's gotta hurt if you're on Sad Boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dubu has a great checkmate if he just seals away your goalie in Purgatory. Looking really good, but Gumi with a great redirect off that slime, gonna get the first barrier. We are 10 seconds into the match, and every time Gumi hits the core, it moves at uncomfortable speeds. But oh, Kainum almost assassinating Bells right then and there.
Oh my gosh, Bells just lost so much health. He's thankful for that evade timing because that was all that kept him alive there, and he's still trying to recover off the 1-2. Megaverse doing a good job keeping things alive. Has this core flip to work with. And doesn't have Snake to worry about anymore.
Yep. But now Kainum's moving up. Gumi hit the let me defend just a moment ago. And now he's doing just that. Slick Kicks goalie meta. Coming to an NASL match near you. Gumi holding it down. Getting in there. Doesn't have the eject button like he normally does. But Kainum might die. Is walking back and ready to defend once more.
Yeah, that Unstoppable does come back up though. Of course, every 8 seconds. Or 7.5 rather, is so helpful. And there's the flip immediately blocked away by Gumi. Nice intervention there, and the barrage from Vaughn is too much to handle. Such a good ability when trying to get that core through those bottom or top corners. Nice goal from Vaughn.
Yeah, he hit into the corner and walked in with barrage. Very well done, a good Kai bread and butter. Got that fighter flight. And hey, today I realized I woke up and learned, first of all, that Snake is dead for like an 8th time. Just completely assassinated. But Fighter Flight procs on every barrage bullet, which means that you just get that extended speed for just a little bit longer, which is so good. But now Gumi on the offense, Snake back, able to get both barriers. Almost got the goal, sealed out the set, but
ooh.
Bells with the core flip, able to wait out the bell ringer and put it in the bottom corner. And Demons Raw almost took the set, but looking a little bit Sad Boys favored now. So they scored the last 2 points. Could make the reverse 3-0 comeback. Real quick, and then go up 2 sets.
They sure could. Somehow the core not finding its mark, but Gumi with the double barrier, the 2-for-1 special on Night Market. And Megaverse is gone. He's off the backboard. And sure enough, Snake able to put it through.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know.
Demons are claiming a set with the ex-goalie. Walking in, and I'm really curious to see what Gumi takes here. It might be an explosive entry. Oh no, Aerials. Dash Awakening. Take flight, young man. Right? Right? Come on, you. That's fair.
That is fair.
Yeah, opting for big slimes, more core speed, although it's only 4%, but a ton of damage. And with 1-2 Manu, Juno will be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Other big pickups. Kainum took Hmong Titans. He is traded his Pauldron size for 15% speed, which actually is probably pretty good. No,
yeah, I mean, I think so. Guy. Using it right there, doing a good job, and that Timeless Creator means those Tofu Fortresses will be there forever, but they will not. Snake immediately taken off, and Kainum just trying his best to immediately lose the 2 barriers just as quick as possible. Does not want them. Just really wants Sad Boys to have that.
Yeah, just smoking those barriers immediately. And after the ex-goalie lock, I believe someone in chat said that Demons are looking to win trade here. And in the wise words of Gumi himself, I'm down to investigate this. Oh my god, Snake is dead again.
Oh man. There's just so much damage. Snake is just a big punching bag. I'm sure it violates some animal rights group or something like that. There's the second barrier falling, and Bell's rolling so far with that Summer Assault, not able to get it through. And Vaughn absolutely executed by Snake. taken off the top of the map by that Tofu Fortress. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah, a little bit of cast last action. He just got stunned in place and couldn't move. Oh my god, but kind of getting off the core flip and then dying. I don't even know how. I thought that he would be elusive after his core flip, but he has been smote, and Sad Boys are able to capitalize on the core flip with 1 goal. Ooh, great patience from Vaughn. Getting the kickoff, and hey, oh my god!
Oh, he's dead. Oh, they're having a memorial for him.
Moment of silence for Gumi, who's been absolutely assassinated by the Aerial's Dubu, which we did not bring up, but this guy's got a little bit of projectile range once more. Pulling up, and Snake is one tap again. It might just get assassinated by Megaverse, but walking away. Hold down. We've got some. We're playing some positionless Omega Strikers on the side of Demon's Raw here. Just got people rotating around left and right at a whim. Oh my god.
I mean, this might be the most fluid game I think I've ever seen. I remember people talking about in the beta, you know, oh, rotate out when your cooldowns are up and you can have multiple goalies. And this, there's not even really a goalie at all. There's just people running around and striking the core. Number 1
there
team,
is
by
not
the way.
really a goalie. His name is X, and he doesn't have the tools to hold it down. But it's okay because the Unstoppable is up, and Kainu was making it look good, except for that 1 point where he owned gold. But Snake able to get a great shot right around Megaverse to claim a point, and there we go. Demon's Raw back on board. Might pull off the reverse, the reverse 3-0. We'll have to see, but I think it comes down to whether or not Snake can stay alive. Because the moment that guy gets assassinated, the best forward offense they have is Gumi with his core speed, which is really good, but it's not quite the same as having a forward.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good, but it's also good when you have a goalie who's able to put things down and defend, and maybe not one that's X Megaverse. It's the fudgy angle or something. That was in the net so quick.
Yeah, he hit that core hard. Has 2 sparks, one of them being strength and pauldrons, and 1-2. Rocking out with 173 power and 1-2. That core went really quickly. I thought it was a Juno slime with how fast it went, but
yeah,
clearly not. And hey, Bells has denied Stagger Swagger. Just a great pick on the Dubu forward in general, but not letting Snake have it mean they can just keep smiting him. Megaverse gets his 3rd spark. Now at 195 power and 40 CDR. That's insane that went through. And a Snake picked up Specialized, which could be a little goofy, but with no barriers and no health on Snake, things are looking a little rough. Oh, and with no goalie, things are looking a little rough for Demon's Raw here.
Bells with the celebration. Insane amounts of damage off that Tofu Fortress. I mean, that's why Dubu on forward is so strong on some of these maps. And honestly, it's so funny to see players of this high caliber just trolling, right? Like, I mean, obviously we know. Like obviously neither of these teams would ever lock this in like a match that's important or be KOing people off their own backboard. But you know, when you're able to watch players of this high, you know, mechanical skill just do troll picks, it is potentially one of the funniest things ever, and I'd expect nothing less on week 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Demon's Raw are guaranteed first seed here. They do not care about the results of this match. Sad Boys pulling up with, I think even the Dubu forward, Bells plays it really well. Oh, but if that guy's been claimed by the Specialized Tofu Fortress.
So much tofu.
There's a lot of tofu, a lot of Dubu action going on around here. Like even the Dubu forward, I wouldn't say it's that troll. Sad Boys has a stake in this match. They want to win. Demon's Raw are picking X goalie and having fun. Very, very exciting to see. But I don't know. Sad Boys really wants to win this match. No, or else they could get sent to loser's side in playoffs. It's not a place you really want to be.
No,
That's
definitely.
pretty uncomfortable.
Oh, Megaverse almost executed, and Snake saved by his own Tofu Fortress, bouncing off it instead of going off the map. And the attempt by Megaverse to kill Snake not working out. Somehow the barrier still holds. Megaverse doing a great job locking this down. Snake KO'd once again. Gumi with the flip, not able to find the angle. And Kainu has to dodge this roll that lasts forever, but the Giga Blast by Vaughn is too much to handle. Glides across that bottom corner.
Yeah, and Sad Boys are on match point. And, you know, they can just secure this game right now, go to game 3 real quick. Oh, but Bells is assassinated Gumi. He is no more. And Snake is next up, evading to get the orb. He's doing everything he can to not take damage, but the barrage did a ton. The Tofu Fortress did a ton too, but Bells almost puts it in right there. Gets it in. Oh my god. What an end to the match.
What am I watching? We're going to Atlas's lab next. What? Okay. I mean, yeah, that was a crazy match. I just saw Tofu giving these people concussions the whole game. I mean, we look at the KOs. We saw 6 on Snake, 6 on Bells. Megaverse with 8, Vaughn with 4. This is insane. 18 KOs on the side of Sad Boys.
18 KOs to 8. What a crazy game. But yeah, hey, even the best team in the world can't lock X goalie and win. But hey, I don't know. See me next patch when X goalie is the new meta. Just you wait and see. In the meantime, though, we will be going to Atlas's lab, game 3. And that is as a map that Demon's Rod does not like. They don't like it at all. And so even if they pull up with, hey, I'll say it, real picks instead of X goalie, I think Sad Boys has a really good chance to win this one and lock in winner's side playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. If they're playing like the way they were on Night Market. I mean, Night Market was their pick. I will say Demon's Raw decided to lock in Psycho Temple as their map selection. And this third pick is also Sad Boys. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Bells and Vaughn with the addition of Megaverse for this game manage to take it.
Yeah, I think they have a really good shot of doing so. And crazy thing to say that they'll win on their map picks, but but like, hey, sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes the map that you want to play is a map that the other team also likes. Like, I thought it was really interesting that Demons picked Tycho because that's a map that Sad Boys really likes, but they were able to win pretty convincingly on it. Well,
yeah.
Then they picked X goalie game 2, and now we're on game 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, lock in and get ready.
Yeah, grab your popcorn and your bestie box that you might be losing, because honestly, either team you bet on, I have no idea who's going to take this one. I was even scared. The lobby said tea time tussle for a little bit, and I thought for sure somehow the teams figured out a way to play on that map. I mean, you never know what's going on. These players all are in a voice call together and making some good content for the BestieInSlot YouTube. Make sure you go ahead and check that out after this match and after the after show as well. But map 3, Atlas's lab. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, game is starting up right now. It is on Atlas's lab. We're not handshaking to tea time tussle. See me on map flipped. No, sir. We're going straight. And I want to see what Demon's Raw locks in. Because if I see like a silly little goalie, I might be giving it up to Sad Boys. You see Gumi on the Estelle. Played it on Tycho. Gumi's really good at Estelle. Now this guy performs on the character. And Snake is on Zentaro. This is some now he will try type things. And no ban coming out from Sad Boys. Kai ban.
Cool. Interesting. Yeah, Prizefighter, Chrono Boost, the two starting Awakenings, of course, super strong on characters like Zentaro and Estelle.
Yeah,
And this is just damage.
Snake locking in the Juliet, not the Zentaro. Don't pick it. Don't do it. There's an Octavia on Chronostar on the other team, and Gumi is locked Octavia. I was gonna say with Prizefighter on the board, I think that's why Snake and presumably Bells, well, Bells locks in Julie all the time, but I think they've both picked these characters because Prizefighter start on Atlas's lab means the map will do the damage for you, and then you can just start picking people off. Incredibly strong, and the Chrono, yeah, the Chrono Octavia is kind of a good target for just getting sniped. Snake also taking Chrono Boost, which kind of defeats my theory about why he picked Juliet instead of Zentaro. But hey, with those longer dash punches, I don't know, could make something happen. Farm kills from a long range, and maybe help Kainoob get these Prizefighter stacks up. But until then, both barriers are down for Demon's Raw, and Kainoob is also down. Means this is looking like a pretty Sad Boy's favorite point.
Yeah, especially with that Prizefighter stack off the board already. Gumi forced to hold it down and almost dies off the back. Bells almost finds the KO with just the dash, I believe. It's now Gumi and Vaughn are just going to ping pong it back and forth and build up that time. That clear was scary from Kainoob. Bells almost got a piece of it, but perfectly spaced out. And now it's Bells and Kainoob in a 1v1. The blink forward, the cyber swipe, making things work. And Snake almost stuns the entirety of the defensive side of Sad Boys. But Gumi is just going to dribble and build the speed that we know Octavia loves so much. Somehow this barrier is being held, though.
Yeah, Megaverse holding it down. And both Octavia's down on speed. Two members of Demon's Raw have core flip. Snake still sitting on his. Megaverse saving against the one. Bell's having a core flip, though, is really big for Sad Boys. Can get it in now as long as the core can get into Bell's hands. And with Vaughn, with the Octavia speed, might be able to make it happen right here. Oh, but baiting out, taking a shot, getting the core flip out of Kainoob. Really well done by Bells, who now has core flip and is trying to kill Gumi. Stack up that Prizefighter.
Yeah, and now it's the side of Sad Boys that are so damaged, but a beautiful redirect off the pass by Megaverse. Bells puts it into the bottom corner finally, in what felt like an entire set in and of itself.
Yeah, all in 1 point. But I think at the end there, Bells played that so well. He was so patient. Still has his core flip. And, it could have used it in a lot of situations to put it in, but was able to save it to make something happen on this point and get it through with just his tools, and uses it to get his third Prizefighter stack and assassinate Gumi. And now it's just Kainoob and Snake left on the defense. And they're going to have to... They get the barrier in the reverse power play. And with Gumi back, sitting in the net for a little bit for Kainoob, things just got a little bit more difficult for Sad Boys as Bells is down.
That's a huge kill from Gumi. Takes one Prizefighter stack off the board. If not for this point, for the next. And Vaughn is so low, forced to ult just to get the orb. And Gumi still maintaining that speed, stacking up so quick, ends up just putting it through. Megaverse forced to evade, and a beautiful play out of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, they were able to turn that point into theirs with just a little bit of capitalization off good situations. And I think Sad Boys almost pulled it off right then and there. Now Vaughn incredibly low. I've said it. I will say it for a third time. But this is just set 1, and a lot is going on. So once the Awakenings hit the stage and start kind of defining where this game will be going, I'm really curious to see how the game will turn out, because both teams are holding on really well. in set 1, doing a lot of damage, getting that prize fighter stacked up. How will things start looking when we see the Damage Awakenings come out? How will things start looking when the Octavias get survivability or more Dash Awakenings, you know?
Or Quick Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if one of these Octavias gets Quick Strike, that's curtains, and they've won. But in the meantime, Vaughn has been assassinated, and a great pass from Gumi to Snake means Demon's Raw are pulling ahead in this set.
Yeah, nice point. Beautiful point. Again from Demon's Raw. And we see the pressure they have in the offense just solely based off, in this case, Snake winning the war. I mean, Snake able to just get some really vital KOs that have affected things. And Gumi just able to hold up this pressure. We see him more often than Vaughn, able to keep up that speed no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to bring it up earlier, but then Snake had a great dash punch, which makes it even more poignant. But this Juliet with a Dash Awakening, well, did not put it in because Bells without the Dash Awakening has put it in. But these dash punches from Snake have all been incredibly effective. He's really making that dash range look really good. And I believe it was Fudgy Waffles on the last cast who mentioned that Dash Awakenings on Julie are underrated, and I think that's kind of true. You know, I think most Julie players are very comfortable with the default dash range, and especially because if you dash too far, you just put yourself out of position. But if you're able to play around an extended dash, like you just have more range, right? And this seems incredibly valuable. In the meantime, though, this Snake has been killed, has been taken out. Megaverse starting to stack up that prize fighter. And in spite of all of that, Gumi being staggered too, Demon's Raw are still holding on to this barrier. Still holding on really well.
Yeah, and to build off what you say, or what you said earlier, I'd find the same thing with Dash Awakenings. As a goalie player, sometimes all of a sudden there's just a Julie on your net, and it feels like you're playing against an Estelle, right? You just can't cross clear to the other side. Simply because of that dash. Like, look at that. Bells flying in from the other side with the punch to self-pass. Finds the barrier and the goal so quickly. And that's how strong it would be with it. He doesn't even need it.
He doesn't even need it. Yeah, Bells is a very traditional Julie player who, you know, nestles in and gets comfortable with just like stacking the prize fighter, getting dash punch KOs where he can, but playing to score. And wow, hey, take a look at this draft. Twin Drive going to Vaughn, which is so powerful on Octavia because it means that your secondary cooldown starts as you use the secondary instead of as it normally does where it goes on cooldown once your secondary runs out. So now you can use Octavia speed and then once it ends, use it again because the cooldown has been charging up. So Twin Drive, I think, will define this game. Just kind of have Octavia speed all the time on a whim. Other big pickups, Gumi taking Among Us, just more speed, good on Octavia. Very nice. Bells with the knife's edge is going to be deadly, and Megaverse picked up size, which is every Rasmus's favorite awakening, goalie or otherwise. Snake picked up a spark. And Bells picked up a goal.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that one. Bell's just fishing in the middle of the field, just sitting in the goalie box. Surely that's offsides or something, right?
Imagine if this game had offsides.
You just get KO'd instantly.
You immediately die. If you KO their goalie and then score, you die instead. Oh, but Vaughn taken out. Speaking of dying, both barriers down for Sad Boys.
Red card on that play. Megaverse somehow keeping it alive, and Gumi somehow staying alive. Sends out the passy mode. It doesn't like it when it gets passed back to him. Vaughn on such low HP off of just touching that middle expanse. Snake fishing for that KO. Not able to find it, but Kainub with the cyber swipe sure does. Now it's Snake and Megaverse in a 1v1. The stun not good enough to get it. And Gumi with the speed looking for it. Snake finds the pass from Gumi. Sends it into the top corner. Demons Raw with yet another passing play to score these goals.
Yeah, incredibly well done. And Kainoob has 3 prize fighter stacks. And forgot to mention, picked up heavy impact on the last draft. And that's such a good awakening on Amy, because you're just dealing 20% more damage on your glitch pops and your cyber swipes. And they already do a lot of damage. That's a lot coming out. Now we're seeing kind of an inverse of the last point. You know, Demon's Raw's Octavia died, both barriers down for them, and Sad Boys took that point. Bell's getting another prize fighter stack of his own, which means when he rolls up into that knife's edge lane, he's gonna have 170 power. Oh, but they've killed Vaughn again.
Oh, Gumi somehow stayed alive, bouncing around with that ult. There's one barrier, but the second one flipped away. Still standing as now Vaughn comes back up to make things difficult. Kainoob still sitting on 3 prize fighter stacks. Deals an absolutely insane amount of damage. 160 power from them. And Bells and Vaughn are so low. The core flip from Snake takes one out. Now it's a power play for Demon's Raw. Passing play back and forth. Gumi is sliding this core around. It's so slippery to deal with. Able to catch up and just reset this timer with that ultimate. Gumi dribbling in the corner, looking for something. Vaughn breaks the center. Snake not able to find that top one as finally the speed boost runs out, but the dash punch off the pass from Kainoob. Snake finds an incredible goal with that chrono boost.
Yeah, there it is. Dash Awakening Juliet. Just sniping goals. Like, it's like I was gonna say it's not too dissimilar to Zentaro, you know, dashing in, but that's 1 hitbox. Dash punch is 2 hitboxes and potentially 3 if you throw in a strike. Getting that at a range, trying to defend against that, which can come at a range, is so difficult. That all being said, Vaughn almost puts it in. Megaverse pushing up, helping get it in, and Sad Boys getting both barriers early on have claimed a second set and are kind of running away with this game. I think Demon's Raw put up a much better performance that set, but things are looking really good, and there's the quick strikes, which could be picked up by Vaughn right here. And it will be, yep. And that is really big.
Oh,
that's another Dash Awakening on Snake. Ready to take flight. And that's the good one. Explosive entrance means getting 12.5% extra damage on punch and ult. Found out that dash is not, Julie Dash is not an impact. Maybe sad, I thought it was, but hey, GG. Still, punch is the important move, and ult is also pretty important. A ton of damage on that is really nice. Bell's picking up size. Megaverse getting Deadeye, which could turn out to be really nice. He is huge and can proc it really easily on the primary. All that being said, Vaughn has been KO'd once again, and Snake almost putting it in on the strike punch there. Oh wait, and Kainoob got extra special!
Yes, sir.
Amy Biss is in the building!
It
and Vaughn's
sure
about to
is.
die!
Oh, nice save there from Kainoob, keeping things alive. Keeping that one barrier that you so desperately need. And look at this pressure in the corner. Bell's fishing for the dash punch, not able to find it. It's Kainoob making good use of that eject button. Snake flies all the way to midfield. Instead gets the fiery flurry to the face as Vaughn and Bells are on such low HP. Kainoob looking for the KO and the clear. Only finds one, and the core flip blocked away. Another KO by Bells with the double as Snake comes back up. Now you have to lock this down without Gumi. A difficult task as the second barrier falls, and Megaverse looking for the pass up to Bells. The self pass into the top corner. Another textbook play from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Another beautiful Bells play. He just makes it happen like that. And with 3 prize fighter stacks on deck right now, this is looking like an incredibly Sad Boys favored set, which is good for them because it will win them the game and the series. So Hey, Sad Boys looking to get this one barrier with the core flip. Able to do it. Vaughn going crazy on the Octavia. And this could be another goal right here, right now.
Oh, misses
Real
that
quick, if Bell's-
strike though, but Bell's too many cooldowns to deal with.
Yeah,
Manages to
he got
secure that one.
He got the dash, the punch, and the strike. All of it. It puts it in even without dash range. Just so hard to deal with. Oh! One from downtown! Snake flies in.
That is such a fast barrier. If I were to ask you what % extra Snake's dash does, what number would you think? You know, maybe 100, maybe 110. Try 145%.
Try 145%. The dash isn't that long to begin with, but anything at 145% is gonna go a pretty far distance. But oh my god, Snake once again strike warring Megaverse's core flip. They call him Mr. Frame Perfect for a reason. It's because of things like that. It just got him on lock, and oh my god, Vaughn almost assassinated off kickoff. The Amy special, especially with 2 prize fighter stacks and heavy impact. Vaughn's a little low right now, and with no evade to boot, things are looking rough. But Sad Boys on match point, if they're able to convert this point into a goal, you know, into something better, they win the game. Oh, and killing Kainoob is a great way to do it, but Snake had something else to say. And with that extra long dash punch, able to seal up that goal and bring us to a 0.5. And Sad Boys really wants to win this now. Want to win this now, not give the enemy team any time to pull up with any more awakenings. They want to clean it up and secure their winner's side right here, right now.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Not able to get that as Vaughn staggered once again. Both of them running towards these barriers at full speed. Somehow Kainoob able to keep it alive as now Megaverse. A little bit of a scary situation. The forward is staggered. The core drifts into this barrier and somehow drifts around that one. Kainoob's feeling lucky. Manages to keep it alive for a little bit more, but the core is in this corner. Vaughn with the pass back. The dash punch is good, taking out the goalie. Now you just have to get it past 2, and Bells has the core flip. This could be the game if used right, but no, Gumi, beautiful core flip in the 1v1 with Megaverse, and the core just drifts in, pushed up too far against that Octavia, and Demons Raw take this entire set, which means Sad Boy's gonna have to do it again.
They're gonna have to find 3 points right here, and Gumi's been awarded with Cast to last, which means he has Cast Chrono, and that is incredibly dangerous to deal with. It's something I completely forgot about, but Demon's Raw wins 1 set and their Octavia gets Cast to last. And there's been a narrative going around. It was originally Sad Boys draft luck, and you know, say what you will about that, who really cares, because the Sad Boys reverse draft luck has been coming in recently, and that is so difficult. Snake picking up Fight or Flight. I mean, if he staggers someone, he gets his dash back. He gets his dash back, but Bell's picked up 1-2, and that could be a difference maker there. And Megaverse with Hotshot will be hitting the core real hard, getting it out. And Vaughn is just flying through right now. Takes half his health bar from 2 Amy abilities. And Kainoob and Gumi are holding this barrier for dear life right now, as Bells is holding these Amy abilities and 0 prize fighter stacks.
Yeah, with the power of friendship, you know, Sad Boys get deleted. Here comes the alt Gumi now with another KO. But Bell spawns at the perfect time, comes back and just strikes the core away from everyone. These last barriers are always the hardest to get as Snake misses the dash, which goes so far. The timing on the punch delay has to be ridiculous for how much he dashes forward. There we go. Oh, everyone's dying. I don't even know what to say. The core flip is good. It's in the net.
Yeah, well, Gumi had Octavia speed that entire point and was just gliding on them. And a great dash comes out from Snake to knock out Vaughn and gives Gumi a free shot top side of the net. And suddenly I'd like, hey, cast the last Chrono Octavia is the way that Demon's Raw wins this game. I mean, just watch Gumi. He will not slow down. Almost gets knocked out though. That's a good win condition for Sad Boys. To take out the bad man. Make sure he can't play anymore. And Bell's trying his best, trying to get the guy. Gumi evading, not letting him have it, but now both sides have an open net.
Yeah, Gumi trying to make use of that team player, but it's on such low HP. There's the core flip into the bottom. Megaverse, not large enough to stop that one. Another point for Demon's Raw, and look at this comeback. It's definitely started.
It's definitely started. Ladies and gentlemen, the Octavia character. Win one draft, get rewarded. GG. You've won the game. And you know, the Sad Boys is gonna need a little bit of a miracle, a little bit of digging deep to win this set right now, because going down 0-2 to the cast last Chrono Octavia does not feel good. But now
and that doesn't feel good either. And there's the stuff. Demon's Raw with another set. We're going to set 5 on game 3. This is ridiculous.
This is absurd. Going to set 5, and Octavia wins a set and gets Stagger Swagger. Opting for aerials instead, though, could be big. If Vaughn can get Stagger Swagger and stay alive, that could be monumental, but kind of will be denying it. Incredibly unfortunate. But Recovery Drone is also really nice to pick up. Now it'll only proc once, but if it's procced at a nice time, it could be a difference maker. Anyway, Bell's picked up Timeless. Not really much else. And Snake picked up Manu. Hey, the Creation Julies are here in full force.
Yeah, we'll see what they can create. Trying to make an opening, and immediately Megaverse is just gone off the map without a goalie. Gumi stacking up speed, but losing both the barriers for it. Not happy about that one. You have to try to take this last one before Megaverse comes back, and it's not soon enough. But Gumi has been stacking the speed. Oh, but Bells with a huge KO off the bottom. Takes out all that speed he's been desperately building up. And this could be a Demon's Raw set.
Oh, hold. The Sad Boy's almost getting it, holding on to this barrier. Make it happen. Vaughn's still having his recovery drone. Be really nice, but now they just have to get it through the infinite speed Octavia and Kainoob. That's so difficult.
Ooh, and an excellent eject button, but the glitch pop ends up sending it back into the net at mock speed. And Sad Boys are 2 points away from ending this series with a huge W.
Yeah. Hey, that's... the Sad Boys fans, rejoice. This is what we're looking for. And like I'm watching 2 Octavias. I'm locked in on just both of them, but Vaughn went absolutely nuclear that point. And made it happen. Oh my god, and now Sad Boys are on match point, undeterred by the Chronocast Octavia. Undeterred by going down 2 sets. Down a recovery drone, but definitely not down in spirit, as the MOBA dash punch claims Gumi once more.
Oh, and there's the second barrier.
That's an open net.
What a nice glitch pop. Snake just has to try to stall for 2 seconds as Gumi comes back, but there's the flip into the dash. Not working out just yet. And Vaughn is on such low HP. Megaverse has to keep this alive for the team. Somehow the 1 barrier is good, and Gumi is on such low HP. There's the 1 barrier falling. There's 1 left, and it almost gets taken away, but a nice clear by Megaverse. We're down to this last point. Bells has to try to get it through. Snake almost finds it. Somehow the barrier stays alive and Gumi's taken off the map. Bells just has to find the good one. And there it is. It's all that's left is Kainoob with 5 seconds on the clock. The core flip comes through and Bells stuffs it. Sad Boys take the win 2-1 in this series.
Oh my god. What a finale to a roller coaster of a series. But sometimes at the end of the day, it just comes down to a one strike stuffing out a core flip. Take a gander at the stats screen. We're looking at 257 redirects coming out from Gumi and 236 from Vaughn. The Octavias were battling it out. But Vaughn has reigned supreme, and 10 KOs on Bells helps a lot. But Demon's Raw still getting more KOs total at 14-12.
Yeah.
What an insane game.
That was an insane game and an insane series. Both teams locked in, did some real picks for the third map, and ultimately Sad Boys came out on top with Megaverse playing that Rasmus, locking things down. 65 saves in that last game versus Kainoob 60, which is still impressive, you know, of course, on a projectile-based goalie like Aimee, where the skill ceiling is just so high. But ultimately, a ridiculous showing by these two teams, and honestly perfect for a Week 9 match.
Yeah. Hey, as the final match of NASL Season 3, main season, it was a pretty good one. I gotta say, that one really went the distance down to the wire, but in the end, the Sad Boys are able to claim a victory against Demon's Raw. And hey, I'm pretty sure secure winner's side of the playoffs bracket.
Yeah.
So I don't have the full details, but
yeah, Sad Boys will start in winners, which means EKC faces Bun Bun Bonanza to determine which team starts in winners. So that's going to be also very interesting. But an absolutely ridiculous showing from these two teams. It was so fun. I love watching just the Dubus just throw the tofu fortresses at each other over and over again. That was definitely a highlight. So make sure we get some clips of that. And also we had someone recording the comms as both teams were in the same voice channel, which is not something you see often, especially in NASL, but these teams are a bunch of trolls and chatters, so I'm not too surprised.
yeah. Wow. Hey, stay tuned for the mic'd up. This one's gonna go crazy. And, until then, I believe we'll be cutting to break. Don't go anywhere. Post show coming up next, in which I believe the standings will be posted up and shown. So, hey, see you soon. Any last words, Tech?
No, thanks for having me. It's been a great main season of NASL. I'm excited to watch and potentially cast the playoffs, and I hope you guys are ready for the post show to maybe get some insight about what happened in that last game. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Watch this shit.
Wait, yo, what is this guy doing?
Yeah, where's he going?
Up.
Watch this shit. To you.
What the fuck are you doing?
That was disgusting!
One v three.
Whoa. Oh!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. And as you can see, we can hear the sound of the dinging ball.
One step closer.
Already found, rocketed right past Vaughn, sends it back over, cleared away by Frightfully Fresh again. Now it's in Borg's hands. Borg is 1 versus 1, and what a mix-up. I'm coming for you.
Who's being very patient with it, gets that one out of Gatupo, but she sends the top barrier, and what a jump from Gatupo!
I am so lucky. I am the lucky.
Get in there, Marissa. Bang! What the fuck was that?
Nice unstoppable pickup as well. It seems they've gotten a lot of survivability on the right side too, but do they need survivability? What? What? I'm sorry, what? Just happened?
Trying to like pretend to be like us with, you know, our dash range.
Oh yeah.
Alright, that flip saved. Can we hit the core?
Okay, I see you, Prison. Yo, no.
How did she
fucking
not
way.
unlock that? What?
No! Oh, what?
Uh-oh.
Oh! 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 Ah! Oh!
You wanna die?
Wait for it.
Wait,
Wait.
wait,
Like,
wait.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh.
I'm dead. Dude, I can't even play the game. Oh, that was too funny.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the post show. It's the end of the season, everybody. NASL is over, and it's time to get into playoffs. But before we do that, I got some beautiful individuals to my right here that we can introduce and then talk about the games today, and then we can get into all the playoff stuff that you want to hear. So stay tuned for that. First of all, right over next to me, Liari. Big win today, kind of caps off your season. How you feeling at the end of the season and heading into playoffs?
Feeling great. It was a little bit of a goofy game, but I think Forgot, obviously, especially game one, performed a lot on the Zentaro goalie. And personally, like, I'm really excited to play in playoffs. It's my first national playoffs. I've been playing every single season. And I really just want to put on the best performance I can and hopefully make grands and win it.
Hey, I'm right there with you. So firm handshakes all around there. Actually, I was gonna go to Joker, but since in the same game, Forgot, I'll give you your one chance here to defend your goalie pick. Actually, first game you did play well. I'll give you that. But how are you doing? First of all, obviously not in playoffs, but your first national season. How do you think the season went for you? Are you happy with how things went? Things went different. And about the game today, how you feeling?
Okay, so I'll say right now, our season was a little bit unfortunate, bad metas for us, etc. But about the Zentaro goalie, first game I think it was valid because I was like prepared, but the second game I was tabbed out, right, and I tabbed back in. They told me to pick Comfort, and I hovered Rasmus, and they're like, no, not Rasmus. So I panicked and picked it again. So that was a bit tragic. I was not prepared for double Zentaro goalie. That's my fault. But I think if I get better at it, it's definitely pickable.
Okay. Sounds good. And then last, but definitely not the least, the second place locked in, the Joker. How you feeling, man?
Man, I don't know. I feel good. Like, obviously, we went into this season. We wanted to like prove people like we're up there. Like, because everybody's talking about demons and boys, right? So we wanted to prove that we're up there. Like we're going for first seed as well. Obviously, shame that we lost last week, but know how to finish out the season strong, get that second seed. Proud of me, proud of my team. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, at the end of the day, I mean, second seed still guarantees you winners, and that's really what matters. So, pretty good games so far. I think, first of all, let's just kind of go over all the games today a little bit, and then we'll get right into playoffs. That sounds good to you guys. First of all, we'll go over my match, LC versus Quest. Obviously, I felt like a little bit of a villain today. I really wanted Quest to win this whole season because I didn't want this to happen. But Forgot, I'll start with you here. Thoughts about this game and I guess general about both teams. What are your feelings about the series?
I'm just gonna cry. I don't really have any thoughts. I'm just sad that they didn't pull out because that was really close.
Yeah, definitely a close game. Joker, how you feeling about it?
Dude, I don't know, man. Like Quest, unfortunately, finishing off season 0-9, but bro, they're a hell of a team, man. Like they were really good. Like in all the games they played, they were showing like that they're like actually a great team, even though like they didn't get the results. They're all good players. They all scrim. They work hard. But I mean, I was in the pre-show and I said I had last call winning because you guys were just on a tear lately. Obviously, beating demons and boys isn't easy. So yeah, I had to go with you guys that game, and I wasn't surprised about the result. But it's just a shame about Quest not getting a single win. But they're still a hell of a team.
Yeah, they definitely played pretty well today. It felt like. Liara, any extra thoughts? I know you're number one Quest supporter, so you can hold back your tears. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I was definitely crying at the end of that match. I'm thankfully over it now. They were so close to winning. Yeah, I echo that. I think Switch, like they all just put a lot of effort into the game and it showed particularly in like a lot of their plays, right? Even though their standings were low, everyone said this about them. They had a lot of nice plays. And I think besides that, I'm really excited to see what Oshi brings to the table next season now that Merchant is learning new picks and getting more comfortable on them.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can definitely talk about them next up. Final thoughts from me as somebody who played in that game. Sloopin is the best goalie in the world when he's on Atlas. Do not let him play Atlas, guys. That sucked. But on the next one, Joker, we'll start with you because it was your game. Thoughts on Oshi and your performance there? It felt like I said it in our match. We us versus Quest took so long. We made Nassel an hour and a half behind. You brought it back up to be only 30 minutes behind. So pretty quick game. But thoughts on the match? Do you think anything Oshi could have done differently, or do you think you guys are just kind of on fire? Had a sub as well too.
Yeah, so glad we picked up shape at the beginning of the season because I was like, yo, like I don't see this guy in any like roster as a sub, but like this guy's a beast. Like, what are people doing, bro? So we picked him up, had him as a sub goalie. Obviously, we have Streak, but you know how Streak is. Sometimes you just can't play, so we got to make sure we have another guy who can step in. And Shape just stepped in and played really good. Game 1, we took care of business pretty fast, but game 2, even though it showed it was a 3-1, like in sets, they were like making it really close. So yeah, I think game 2 they made it really close. And we still had to take care of business. Like last week, we were disappointed we lost to Demons. I mean, so we just wanted to come take care of business today. So yeah.
Gotcha. And forgot. I'm sure you're not upset to see Oshi lose there, guaranteeing you guys 8th place. A little bit more prize money, a little bit better placement, and also I believe the play-ins for next season as well. But thoughts on that series?
I don't know. I watched it back. I didn't really pay attention, but I was at hockey for that series. So I know that Shape played Mako and Kai. So I'm proud of him for not just being a Mako kin the entire time, because that's my guy.
Gotcha.
And, good job, pal. Yeah.
Liara, any thoughts about the Kaoshi game?
I think everything's been covered, especially because I
Pretty
said
much,
something
yeah.
about it last time. I'm excited to play Cow in playoffs. They're looking good. Week 1 we played them, and they've only looked better since. So it'll be fun.
And then the second heartbreaker of the day. I know I'll show you exactly what I was doing. I was sitting there watching the game like this, just like stressed out of my mind. I was way more stressed than my match watching that game. Really wanted Sundubu to win, obviously. Would have helped our chances a little bit on getting into winner's side. But close game at the end of the day. Zoro, king of collegiate, coming in, saving the day. I'll start with, I guess, Liari here on this one. It was right before your match, so I'm not sure how much you have to say about it. Same with Forgot, so I'll just you can glaze over it if you want. But close one. Any surprises? Who do you think played well for you? I mean, any thoughts about the game generally? Liari.
My mic is muted. Yeah,
Oh,
our
you're good, you're
warm up
good.
basically ended at the beginning of game 3. So I was able to watch that, and I peeked in at the other games because I was really curious about this one. I think Carmella, like always, kind of gave a standout performance, and seeing Zoro come in and play instead of Soren was really cool. I'm in the EKC group chat. I know how much Zoro wanted to play, and also how much Soren wanted to play today. He doesn't really feel comfortable at the venue he was at. And seeing Zoro perform and have a good game in Nassau as like a solo queue grinder who's top 10 right now, it was nice to see, and I was happy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced Zoro and Soren are basically the same person with a slightly different champ pool at this point. Joker, any thoughts about it? I'm sure you watched this one, right? I mean, I saw you in the chat.
I watched that one, bro.
Yeah. Who's your
Least stressful
standout player
Sindubu
here?
game.
Yeah,
Standout
that's
player?
what I'm saying.
I could go game by game, but game 3 is the big game that went to set 5.5. So that game, standout player has to be between Grimella and Zoro. Zoro was locking it up on the Dubu. Grimella with the 400 redirect bomb. Dude, I don't know. My chest just hurts thinking about it, man. Like I was grabbing my chest, bro. Watching that game, like it hurt, man.
Yeah.
It was so stressful, but yeah, it was entertaining, like to say the least, bro. Like I don't know, man. Zoro and Grimella both play like beasts. To answer your question, that game.
Yeah, not really many upsets today. Well, the community is in shambles. We all wanted certain teams to win. Forgot. Like I said, you probably were in your warm up, I assume, during that. But any thoughts about this one if you caught it?
Yeah, I got to watch game 3. That was just heartbreaking. I don't know. The other two kind of covered it all, but that was so sad that it always happens to Sindubu, man. And shout out to Casna for going insane on the Luna. Weak Luna build, Bomba.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he played good. Forgot to mention that.
I was definitely going to say that if you guys didn't. Katsuna, shout out to Katsuna and XCD for game 3. They got a lot of KOs and clutched up on probably a lot of KOs that they probably shouldn't have had too. So
NX is a demon on Julie. He was getting kills off of cooldown, bro.
there you go.
Crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, there was that series. The end of Sundubu's playoff run, obviously, ended last week. Didn't really matter, but end of the season for them. Obviously, shouts out to all the Sundubu peeps. Love them. Big community favorites. Grimella played like Beast Day. 3Z Breads still played really, really well, regardless. So, ending the season off. I mean, I think on somewhat of a high note. That was a really good game. So I'm happy to see it. And now going on to I kind of like this game to watch. I mean, it was annoying, babe. I won't lie, but we could let the players themselves explain it in a second. Joker, I'll start with you though. What are your thoughts as someone who didn't play in this match? Anything surprise you at all coming in here?
No, I mean in pre-show I said that Bun Bun's gonna win. I remember Vaughn said something about like how Bozo, like, if they really want to, like, and they turn it up, they can win it. And I would kind of agree with that, but like, Bum Bum was just too on form. They came in and they just showed that they've been improving every week, week after week. So, yeah, they just went and they took care of business. They played their game, played good. I won't lie though. There was the game. I wanted to see Liari pull out the siphoning Estelle. She already had 15% move speed from the what's it called, Among Titans. So I was like, oh, you're fast enough. You don't need slick kicks. Just kill them. But she went with the slick kicks. But it is what it is. They still got the dub, and that's all that matters. So congrats.
Anything to say about that one, Liari?
He had Erasmus Dubu. I'm
Hey,
not gonna kill.
You can still kill. It's still like that's crazy damage. I don't know. You guys got the dub,
That's
so I
right.
can't say anything. But
Yeah, I think for us that game, we knew going in that there was a high chance Forgot would pick something that was a bit more like less practiced or less meta. He even asked us if we wanted a Julie mirror before the game, but we felt like we should take the game as competitively serious on our end as we could, and so we picked picks that we were comfortable with and have played all season. And I think, yeah, it was a fun match, and I'm happy we got to play it because Muncher is a midfielder who I respect a lot, and putting in like a solid performance against him is something I really wanted to do at the beginning of the season.
And Forgot finally, regardless of obviously the loss. I mean, thoughts about how your team played? You think you played pretty well? Think any sort of thoughts about the game, or I guess just ending off your season with this? Are you happy with this game as ending, or obviously you probably wanted to win, but just what are you feeling?
I was happy with game one. I don't know. Nothing much to say. If you watched, you know what happened. I think I showed that it's definitely pickable. Like not to toot my own horn or anything, but it's pickable. I'll make it work. Less practice stuff is what I'm going to be trying for. That's why I picked up Dewey when he was kind of bad and all that. I think see us next season is all I'm going to say.
Any highlights? Who do you think played the best on your team today? 'Cause I think your team is playing pretty well in general, right?
I think we all played well. Like, I don't think there's really a standout. Shout out to Sector 12. That man's a demon, though. I don't know. I don't watch Bumble games, and I don't play against them in weeklies. So I did not know how good this guy was. I was asking my teammates in VC, like, is Sector 12 really as good as they hype him up to be? And yes, he is.
Facts.
I mean, when you're a goalie that is the GOAT, and then you become a forward, then you become GOAT times 2, I think, at that point, right? So, I mean, Scyther, just shout out to that. I mean, seriously. Can't wait to play them in playoffs if we do, or see them play in playoffs, so excited for that. And last but not least, the last game that we saw, a little bit of a fun one, I guess, is the best way to put it. Joker, I'll start with you, so you're not in your head there. Any thoughts about the game? Any surprises? I know we had the Megaverse sub in, and then also, the Gumi Kainoob roll swap, a little bit of some shenanigans, but they did do it last week and win, so I guess any thoughts about this? Any surprises? You think Demons could have won, have given, other things, or, what are you feeling about it?
Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised. Like, you can't just be surprised if Sad Boys won at Sad Boys. I had Demons going into it. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention too much until the very last game. And I thought Demons was going to reverse sweep it. Gumi was looking good on the Octavia. Snake looked good in the Dubu in the first game. I caught a bit of that. Game 2, I didn't see, but yeah, I don't know. Like, boys got the dub. And I mean, they're locked in for playoffs now. So yeah, on the winner side. So it's going to be a tough first round because I don't know if Demon's going to be picking them with their first seed. So I might just have to play those guys for the third season in a row. It's chill. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting playoffs implications now. Forgot, I'll go to you. I'll ask you, who'd you have going into this game knowing that Sad Boys had the sub? And based on what we saw, were you surprised that they won?
Yeah, I had Demons going into the game, I'll be honest. I was a little surprised, but Sad Boys played really, really well. Like, I don't know. I'm trying not to say too much because, but I think both teams were like, they both were trying. They both played well.
Gotcha.
Even if, like, sometimes,
Well, Liari, that prompts me. I have an extra special question for you. Now that with the Sad Boys win, you have to go against EKC for winner's side next week. So there's a little spoiler for you guys in the audience before we go over it here. I guess thoughts on that match specifically, not this one, the match possibly next week against EKC. You feel confident going into it to secure your winner's side?
Yeah, I definitely feel confident going into it. I feel like we played them in week 4 and they honestly stomped us, but since then I've done a lot of mental strengthening. And in that game I may have been a bit nervous. And since then I have not been nervous. And I'm excited to play my best and hopefully have a really close and fun game because I think EKC is a team that plays really well and that we match up against in a really fun and interesting to watch way. And yeah, excited for it. Unfortunate that Snake and kind of griefed.
No. All right, fine.
I had to.
No, I feel you. All right, on to the next thing now. Playoffs, and we'll go to the standings chart here. As you can see, we got a nice little chart for you guys. So if you have me on mute or you can't stand my voice, then there you go. Don't need to listen to me anymore. Winner's side guaranteed now will be Demons, Core Overflow, and Sad Boys. I mean, at the beginning of the season, I don't think it would have been a surprise to anyone looking at this. In general, Bun Bun, EKC, and Last Call managed. The 3 new teams actually managed to come in, squeak playoffs in. Feels really, really nice. Bun Bun and EKC are in winner's side. Technically, they both have to battle for each other next week. So next Saturday, same time as normal national time. I believe it'll be 3 p.m. EST. They will have to play each other in a best of 3 series to make winner's side. So the winner of that obviously makes winner's side, which again, we can talk about the playoff structure and stuff a little bit after this, but these are the guaranteed here. Sundubu Strikers, Bozo Bunch, Oshino, Core Flip, and Quest sadly going to be falling now and will have to battle for relegation now, basically later on after playoffs is all gone. And then Last Call. Woo! Squeaked in 6, baby. Oh yeah, we got it going. I guess we can go over here. I mean, I think that this is a pretty standard, just looking at it like from the beginning of the season, I would expect something like this to be happening. I'm definitely not surprised at a lot of the standings. Forgot, I'll go to you first. Biggest surprise for you, just looking at the standing at here, maybe who made playoffs, maybe who got first or second place, maybe someone who didn't make it. And I guess, so like your biggest surprise, and then give me who you got next week against Bun Bun and EKC.
All right, my biggest surprise, Bun Bun Bonanza. Wow. Excuse my language, but I thought those guys were shit at the start of the season, but they really turned it up. Because yeah, we like 9-0 them in a weekly or something like before the season started. So I was like, wow, how? But yeah, I can say that they're definitely a real team. I mean, obviously they're in the tiebreaker for playoffs right now, or to like higher seed in playoffs, and I think Bun Bun will win versus Bun Bun EKC. Just because Bun Bun beat us and EKC didn't. Yep.
And then Joker, same question to you. Your biggest surprise coming into this, and also who do you think is going to win next week?
Yeah, I have to agree with Forgot. Just to add a bit to what he said, like, definitely Bun Bun is a big surprise. Even at the beginning of the season when we played them, Liari mentioned earlier, like we beat them pretty convincingly. So we're like, oh, okay, like it's Bun Bun, you know. But then like we just watched them week by week improve, and get better. But not to steal Forgot's answer, another surprise. I'm sorry I had to do it to Forgot, but like if I look at the beginning of the season, how strong Bozo was compared to now, like seeing them in 8th, it is pretty surprising. But the context behind that, at least, is like the meta actually did not favor them that much. Like the way they play, they kind of got screwed over with how the meta developed. But yeah, and also Sundubu Strikers, I expect to see them in playoffs for sure as well. It's just a shame about that one as well. But yeah, those are like the surprises for me.
Gotcha. And then Liari, slightly different question because you already talked about your match, and obviously you're playing in it next week, so you don't have to give me your predictions for that since I would assume you'd predict yourself. Biggest surprise for you in general, right? Obviously, last week I know we talked about Sundubu Strikers not making it, so we kind of glazed that one over, sadly. But biggest surprise for you, the teams that made playoffs, possibly. I mean, something that possibly might have you didn't expect going into later in the half of the season or even at the beginning of the season. And I guess you go for that one, and maybe I'll think of another question for you.
Yeah, I think last week I actually already said Last Call, but besides that, I think Core Overflow ending a second in the season was not something I initially expected. I thought Sad Boys would look a lot stronger. And I thought Cal would honestly look a little weaker and they would take more time to find their footing. And then they 6-0'd us the first week of Nassau. Obviously, that didn't happen. And yeah, it's just been really cool to see how strong and how quickly Joker adapted to the midfield and became a top midfielder, along with Slops. Like, he kind of didn't play the game too much last season until coming in, I think, in playoffs to play for Cal. And he has shown that, hey, he has been a top goalie since beta, arguably since alpha. I don't remember his history too much there. And he still has it, and it's not just on Luna. And I'm excited. I really want to play them again in playoffs. They're like the team I'm looking to play.
Old man still got it. Don't have another question, but I got another question for all of you, and I think this will be fun to go through this. Regular season MVP, possibly. You can talk about, I mean, this is kind of up to your discretion. If you want to talk about different roles, if you want to just give one name, give one name. Really just up to you. But any MVP or standout players you want to make sure you highlight, 1 to 3, doesn't matter, whatever you're thinking. Liari, I'll start with you since you were just talking, if you have an idea here.
Yeah, MVP, I think, it's so hard. I want to say Kainu because he is Kainu, but like the last few weeks of Demons games have been kind of joking, so it's hard for me to really vote for them. Which kind of leaves me to, I don't want to say Scyther 12 because he's my teammate and that's just silly. So I guess I'm gonna go with Core Overflow and say I think Slop, because Slop like he's looked really strong, and I think this week we saw Cal looks like a really different team without Slop on it. Yes, they still won, but I think like if you have Slop in there, it looks a lot cleaner and they just perform a lot better because they're a team that like every time you play against Cal, you have to ask yourself, are we banning Luna or are we banning one of Joker's picks? And a lot of the time, if you leave the Luna open, Slop pops off, like you saw in Game 2 against us at the beginning of the season. So yeah, I don't know, Slop.
All right, Slop. I like that, but it's a little bit of a wild card. But I think it's definitely well deserved. I think that guy's been playing like a beast all season. Speaking of Cow, Joker. I know you probably have a good idea. I mean, give me your one MVP, or if you want to give all 3 positions, then go ahead too.
Oh man, I agreed with Liari. I agree with Liari. I think Slop does deserve a shot for it. But just not to steal her answer as well. Dude, when we played Demons, kind of went off and went crazy. But I think Snake deserves a mention. Honestly, like he gives a lot of enemy midfielders like really really big problems when he plays against them. Snake lore. But no, he's been playing really good this season. If you don't want to do like voter fatigue, like give the same guy last season who won it, Kainu, even though he probably deserves it this season too. I'm gonna go with Snake. Yeah, like he played like a beast all season, and he's a really important piece of that team. Just gives the enemy midfielder a big problem, and that's a really big advantage for Demons. They could just like roll the other team like easy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Forgot. How about you? I'll reiterate the question if you want your MVP for the season or your MVPs if you have multiple that you want to mention.
Yeah, I can't really choose one, so I'm gonna do the rules. I think midfield, I'll say it. Katsuna, that guy's a demon. I think he could be midfield MVP or just MVP in general. He's been playing absolutely insane, especially with the Luna pick. Flex God, goalie, probably Slop. I agree, which is just stealing your answer. And then I also agree with Liari for the forward with Scythic 12. Yeah.
I like all 3 of those picks. I think the definition of MVP, right? Most valuable player to their team, right? I think Katsuna, actually someone to mention is really good. I think EKC without Katsuna looks completely different, in my opinion. I think that team, obviously with time and with a different one, they could. But if you just swapped out their midfielder now, I think that they might not even like make playoffs. I think Katsuna is so valuable to their team, so definitely like that there. Obviously, Scyther 12, same thing. I think Scyther 12 is, I mean, GOAT 12, right? I don't say less. We can call it there. And then Slop, once again, we mentioned. So definitely like those picks. And I'm not going to give mine. You don't need to hear mine. It's basically the same thing. I mean, give me one. I think it's just Kainoob. I mean, that guy's too good. All right. And then lastly, I think we can go over, I believe there is a playoff graphic that we can do here. And if there's not, then I mean, we've pretty much gone over stuff. Let me make sure we're good here. This might just be the graphic. Okay, this is just the graphic, guys. We might have something extra for you next week for after the tiebreaker match against EKC Bun Banjo. So make sure you stay tuned next week, same Saturday, I believe it'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that. It'll be a best of 3 to see who makes the winner's side. And I mean, really, that's about it. Keep in mind, playoffs will start the weekend after that. So it'll be, I believe, March 23rd, which will be that Saturday. Same thing, same time, 3 p.m. EST. We'll be kind of getting going there with the first winner's side matches. And then the first weekend in April will be the last day of playoffs. So we're skipping a week after that as well. So, yeah, I mean, any last words from you guys? Liari, we'll start with you. Any shout outs?
Yeah, shout out my teams, Aether 12, Lily Bun, our coaches, 2004 Lexus GX470 and MJ. Yeah, the Michael Jordan, by the way. But besides that, I also wanted to just shout out everyone who's been supporting us in chat and sending me nice DMs the entire way and in the Discord server saying nice things. It's really appreciated, and I had a lot of anxiety at the beginning of this split, and I honestly thought about quitting the game a lot. But over the season, all of the conversations I had with folks and the positive impact from those conversations has helped me kind of piece together my mental and understand why I love the game and why I play it. And I'm so excited to just perform in playoffs and show why I'm a top midfielder.
Beautiful words there, really. Beautiful speech. Joker, any final thoughts for the regular season? Any shout outs?
2 things. So first thing, I realized you mentioning that the tiebreaker next week, I realized I didn't get my prediction for that.
Oh, true.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Bunbun's going to win. EKC looks really good. Obviously, you mentioned Katsuna. He had a great season. But, yeah, I don't know. Bunbun's just looking pretty strong right now. I got to give it to them over EKC currently. Just like all 3, I think Liari can match good against Katsuna. That's the like big matchup, obviously, because Katsuna is a beast. Liari's been playing better every week. But yeah, I think the other roles are a bit better than EKC, so I had to give it to them. And the second thing that I want to say is just like, yeah, shout out to my teammates, man. Like beginning of the season, I was like kind of like iffy. I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to play this midfield role. Like forwards, like obviously my favorite role and my best role, but when you're playing with a guy like Leo Leon, you gotta just stand aside, let him play forward. I know I can play that midfield role well. There's question marks about it at the beginning of the season, like, oh, can I play my role well? Can I like play on a new role like really good? And I'm glad that we've had a good season and we're able to prove it. So yeah, proud of my teammates and proud of myself. Shout out to myself for playing good this season.
Hey, love to hear that. I think you definitely deserve all the love. And then lastly, sadly, we'll not be seeing Boza Bunch in playoffs, but any shout outs, any last like final thoughts about the season, and will we be seeing you guys next season?
I hope so. Forgot to go 5 seconds without mentioning Zentara goalie, but like, thank you to my teammates for letting me pick it. I have to mention it one last time. Thank you to my teammates. Shout out to all the teams we played against. I love this game. I love this community. You guys are all the goods. Sir, if I raged at any of you, just want to say that right now. And good season, guys.
Also same.
Love to hear that. I've never raged at anybody, so don't have to be sorry about that. As a
Well, there's
player,
no
I'll say something
rage.
real quick, I guess. Shout out to my teammates, Fresh and Hook. Hey, started from the bottom, now we're here, gentlemen. We made playoffs the goal. So proud of you both, proud of all the LC fans. I appreciate all of you. And now, as the host, I will say thank you all for watching. Thank you all for sticking with us throughout the whole regular season. And it's time for the hype playoffs, everybody. Tune in next Saturday for EKC versus Bun Bun to determine who's going to get into the winner's side. And then the weekend after that, it'll be the first round of winners and a couple of the rounds after that of losers. So we'll have a pretty hype next couple of weeks for you here of Omega Strikers. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you come back, please. We need the viewers. Us as a player and a host, I mean, please, guys, show up. We love when the whole community is here. And thank you all for watching. I mean, I think that's about cover it, right? So see y'all later, and tune in next week at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday. Please show up. I'm watching you. Be there. Be square. Bye-bye. See ya. Bye.